My New Year resolution in 2012 was to get in shape again. After my first kid was born, I'd lost my athletic interest, but I had every intention of getting it back. So I started running 4 days a week with my friend Hannah, who is a great runner and motivator. We would run after work, usually 5 to 10 kilometers, usually favoring the forest trail. It's the kind of trail that has lighting in the darker months of the year, so you can run there anytime really. Once you turn on the lights, you have 45 minutes to run the shorter trails, and the longer to run the longer ones. Then the lights shut off automatically. We'd been running for about 2 months when we started to see the same man hanging out around the parking lot every single time we got there. He was thin, maybe 25 to 30 years of age, always dressed in sports clothes but never actually running. He never looked at us in the eye either. We just speculated that he could be homeless and camping nearby, just because he was constantly there. We got used to seeing him, sitting somewhere close by silently, always on his own. We felt sorry for him. He never seemed to talk to anyone or interact with anyone at all, but there was something about him that made us hesitate to talk to him or ask if he was okay. I can't pinpoint what it was, but something wasn't completely right with him. One evening, Hannah didn't make it to our run and I decided to go on my own. I arrive at the parking lot, my car being the only car there. I did some stretching, turned the lights on, and set off on the 5-kilometer trail. I hadn't seen the thin, silent man when I started my run. Perhaps it was getting too cold to sit there now that it was autumn, dark, and getting close to the freezing point. He must have been there though, somewhere in the shadows. Because when I got to the top of the first steep hill, I could hear heavy breathing somewhere behind me. I look over my shoulder and see him. He's running like a man obsessed, in regular shoes, not running shoes, with his arms moving in a really strange, stiff manner, as if he was made of metal, like his hands were arrows, straight and in an upward-inward angle, sort of like a sprinter but more extreme, more robotic. For the first time ever, he looked at me straight in the eye, and it was definitely the eyes of a predatory animal, and it made my heart freeze. He'd never done anything to harm me or anyone else as far as I knew, but the look in his eyes alone was enough to let me know that I was facing a serious, serious threat. I started running even faster, trying to create distance between us. I could still hear his heavy breathing getting more and more strained. I ran like my life depended on it, adrenaline pumping through my body and giving me renewed strength. I tore off my necklace and threw it on the ground, thinking I must leave a trace if he takes me. Something must be left behind. I tried screaming, hoping someone would be close enough to hear me, but I wasn't able to scream my lungs out and keep up the pace at the same time. Why is he doing this? What does he want? Who is this guy? I thought, as I started to feel my lungs burn. Then, I thought of my 15-month-old daughter and ran until I could taste blood in my mouth. It was still behind me, maybe 100 meters. But now I figured that if I trip and fall, or run out of energy, or even fumble with the car keys, once I reached the parking lot, I'm screwed. So once I reached the sharp turn on the trail, I went off the trail and ran straight into the dark woods. I only ran a short distance, then laid myself down flat on my stomach, hands searching for a rock to defend myself with if he found me. I realized that I was wearing bright running clothes with reflexes and neon coloring. I've never felt so visible in the dark before now. I could hear him reach the turn, and thank God he kept on running. I started to slowly and as silently as possible move further and further into the darkness. My heart sank again as soon as I heard rapid footsteps closing in from the trail. He'd realized that I must have gone off the trail once he saw that there was no sign of me ahead of him. He stopped and I stopped. I could imagine him listening for any sound. I held my breath and begged to a God I don't believe in to make him go away. After a while, I hear him say something in a language that I didn't recognize and then walk off. I didn't move. I feared that he would wait for me by my car and realized that I'd gone off the trail and onto the main road and to try and stop someone. I could not go back to the parking lot. I started to make my way further into the woods, knowing that I would eventually end up on the last part of the long tail and close to the main road. The lights on the trail suddenly shut off. It made me calmer at first. The dark was comfort and sort of a protection. But then, after only a few moments, it switched on again. This could mean another person had started their run, and I soon would have someone there to help me. Or he was now looking for me and getting ready to prey on another lonely runner. I decided against waiting it out and continued my way towards the main road. It was dark and I fell multiple times, my clothes getting wet from the damp vegetation, and I began to get cold. After what felt like a lifetime, I could see the 10-kilometer trail ahead, and I knew I was now close to the main road, and soon I could hear traffic. Once I made it to the road, I must have looked like I'd been in a terrible accident. Blood from several cuts from the falling. My clothes were dirty, and my face, I presume, was petrified. My bright running shorts soon attracted the attention of a passing car. My waving and desperate shouting made it stop. The driver, a 40-ish man with 2 kids in the back seat, spent the next 10 minutes or so trying to make sense of what I tried to say in between the sobbing and crying. He asked if I wanted to lift back to the parking lot. I told him no. Please just take me home instead. At home, my husband insisted on going back to the parking lot to retrieve the car and call the police. To report what? I asked. No crime had been committed, but I knew he was trying to get me. My husband ended up going back for the car. The driver's seat window was smashed and my phone was gone. So was the photo of my daughter that I had hanging from my mirror. I don't know what he was trying to do, or why he even chased me the way he did. That look in his eyes. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that he had bad intentions. So about 5 years ago, I, a 26-year-old male, set out to travel the world. Being straight out of college had left me in a debt, even more desperate for any job that I was overqualified for, and just generally depressed. I felt isolated and alone in my small town in Washington, and found the only way to get out was to travel. My high school friend suggested that I look into woofing and volunteering as a way for cheap travel. So I did just that. The way it works is quite simple. You work for around 25 hours a week on some farm for food and housing. The draw is that since the community of cheap-ass travelers is quite big, it's a great way to meet new people, get outside of your comfort zone, and just let yourself live and figure life out. Fast forward 8 months, I'm a seasoned cow shit shoveler. Start out in Washington, then go to Oregon, and went south to California. There, I was able to save some money that I was paid under the table for some extra work, and was now faced with a decision. Where do I go in the world? The excitement of being able to purchase a ticket to almost anywhere in the world got the best of me, and on the advice of my hippie volunteering partner, chose it at random. I went to a randomizer website, clicked on the country button. It landed on Georgia, the country of Georgia. To say I didn't know anything about it was an understatement, but the fear of the unknown made it exciting and exotic somehow, so I did it. I purchased a ticket and started browsing for a farm that would host me. There were few options, and most were remote, without even an internet connection. I messaged every single one, because few ever respond. I got a response from one farm on top of a mountain. The pictures showed a traditional Georgian stone house with large garden out in the back, a family with several cheerful children, grandparents having dinner, animals. It seemed warm and inviting. The description was written in good English, and the requirements for work seemed very reasonable. I was excited. After I flew into Tbilisi, the capital, I followed the directions that they sent me to locate the farm, which wasn't an easy task. Very few in Georgia speak English. The roads are awful since very few have been maintained since the fall of the Soviet Union. The country is very generally poor. It took me around 20 hours of Soviet buses and taxis, weird serpentine roads, and paths that get to the desired blue pin on that map. It was a dirt path leading up a steep hill, into a national park up in the north of the country. There's nothing for miles on end but trees, and there's silence. As I got up the hill, I saw the house about a half a mile away on an even steeper hill, surrounded by trees. From that point, it seemed abandoned. It was overgrown, brown, and dreary. As I walked past the gate, Geary, the apparent owner, approached me. He was a heavy, small, middle-aged guy with a big smile on his face. He shook my hand and in broken English, started to show me around. He definitely reeked of booze. As he was showing me around, I noticed there wasn't anyone there but us. I asked about his wife and kids, and he brushed it aside and said something to the extent, "They're away right now." At this point, I'm kind of creeped out. From browsing around, it was apparent that the farm was in deep decline. Apple trees and crops were dying. The roof of the small barn had caved in. The house itself was full of trash and smelled of mold. It was obvious that Geary was going through a rough patch. But I wasn't going to turn around and just leave in the middle of nowhere, and not having slept for the past 36 hours. It was now evening, and after feeding me well and trying as best as he could to hold a conversation in English, Geary showed me my room on the second floor, and I went to sleep. I almost immediately blacked out from the exhaustion and stress, and I would have slept for 10 hours if I wasn't awoken by some strange noise in the middle of the night. It sounded like something metallic and heavy was being dragged across the wooden floor. In that sleepy in-between state, I listened for a few moments. Thought nothing of it and tried to go back to sleep once it stopped. In the morning, Geary was now sober and grumpy. He asked me to repair some of the windows and the doors in the house, as he himself planned to go and fetch some components in a nearby village. Again, I got this weird, creepy feeling down my spine. Something wasn't right. He didn't maintain eye contact, was very evasive. There's no cell reception and no internet. Once he left, I checked around the house to get a general idea of the place. And it became apparent that this place was hardly ever lived in, like one of those abandoned houses. There's broken furniture, newspapers, old photos on the floor, a shattered mirror. I took my phone and looked through the saved listing again. The photos I had didn't match the backyard, the garden, or walls. And Geary wasn't in any of them. This was a completely different house. Now by this point, I'm full-blown panicking. I packed up my stuff and started to leave when I saw a group of 3 men going up that first hill. There aren't any other paths I can take, so I go behind the house and rush down the hill into the forest. After some time, I stop and listen. I hear them in the house. They're clearly looking for me, afraid of making any noise. I remain completely still, hidden behind a bush. I don't know how long I waited, but they were obviously persistent. At some point I hear them leave, so I count until some large number, and then proceed back into the house and path. Once I find it's all clear, I book the hell out of there. Never ran that fast before, but I'm still in the middle of nowhere. No traffic, no public transport. I reach a paved road and just start walking in the general direction from where I remember coming from. Hours go by. Finally, a car drives by and stops. Now in a horror movie, this would have been Geary and his friends. But this was actually a really nice Russian family that gave me a ride into town. The listing disappeared from the website in a few days after I left, and I haven't heard from Geary since. I've yet to make sense of that experience. I've traveled more since, and volunteered too. Some people, once they hear this story, laugh and say that guy was coming over with a couple of friends from the village just to have a chat over a few beers. Some say he was bound to kidnap and kill me. But I myself trust my gut feeling. Something was definitely not right. So to Geary, let's never ever meet again. This took place over a year ago, and I'm still shaken up about this whole event, and I thought I'd share my story with you. I live in the UK, and in the fall, it gets dark around 4 p.m. There was a school autumn break that week, so all the kids were at home. So that means my girlfriend's brother was home too. I'd been with her for about a year at that point, so her family knew me pretty well, and her brother enjoyed my company. She'd recently been pretty stressed out. Her parents were going across the country for a day, so she had me look after her brother. But I thought that I'd give her a day to herself so she can just cool off. So I asked her parents if I could look after their son for the day, and they agreed. So I came over around 8 a.m. They let me in before they set off. My girlfriend's brother woke up about an hour later, and she followed shortly afterward. We went out for breakfast at a local cafe together, then went back to the house when we were done. Once I dropped her off, I took her brother to the park. We get there about 2 p.m., and the place was pretty packed. Eventually, the sun started going down, and the place was completely empty by 4. I texted my girlfriend and told her we'd be home in a bit. She said okay. I'm gonna be honest, I completely lost track of time. Me and her brother were having fun being the only two at the park. So her brother and I stood on this really tall climbing fence with a slide on it. It was almost pitch black at this point, so I was using my phone as a flashlight. A notification popped up on my screen. It was my girlfriend asking where we were. I responded to her saying, "Oops, coming home now," and told her brother that we needed to go. He sighed and asked if we could go down the slides, and I responded yes. Before I went down, I knew what the park looked like. There were streetlights all around it, benches everywhere and some trees, and places for the kids to play. When I came out the slide, there was something weird. A man had appeared out of nowhere and stood beneath one of the streetlights. He had a trench coat on and a beanie hat. I immediately got my girlfriend's brother behind me and called out to the man with a friendly, "Hey there." I got a response. He started groaning. Yeah, I don't know. I noticed he was swaying back and forth in the light. He had his mouth open, was drooling, and had this blank look in his eyes. The man made me feel really uneasy. I picked her little brother up and kept checking on this guy the entire time. There was an exit to my left that led to the path back home, so we left out that way. I kept checking behind me every few seconds, and that man was still standing there. The path where the man was stood had a big main path, if you walk out through some bushes, and so does the other one that I walked through. We're walking down the path for about 2 minutes, periodically checking behind me still. I thought we were in the clear. We weren't. I was on a straight stretch of path with lots of streetlights when I saw him again. He stood beneath one, looking up at it. He was playing with something in his hands. I looked closer and realized it was a knife. Just kept walking and walking, continuing to check behind me. My girlfriend's little brother was so scared he had his head tucked into my chest. I noticed that the man seemed to be moving to new streetlights whenever I turned around. Initially, I thought it was just my eyes playing tricks on me, but I started counting them and realized 2 streetlights behind him had definitely now turned into 5. I could faintly hear that groaning noise he was still making. I picked up the pace a bit, turned a corner, getting into the last stretch of the street before we got back to her house. That was when I heard him behind the row of bushes. That moaning, groaning noise sounded angry now. I heard his heavy footsteps bounding down the path. He was running. I immediately broke into a sprint and didn't stop until I turned down an alleyway at the front of the street and got behind my girlfriend's house. There's a big bush there, so I crouched down behind it and spammed her phone with messages to open up the back gate. I hugged her brother close until she finally came out and opened it up for us. We got us inside quickly, even though it felt like years. I went to the front of the house and confirmed that I'd managed to shake him. He was now in the street, circling where I'd been, just outside the alleyway a moment ago. He was still moaning, and he still had that knife in his hand. He started kicking people's bins over, and I called the police immediately, but he was gone by the time they arrived, and as far as I know, they never found him. There was a similar incident near an area a few months ago that I saw in a local Facebook group, but I don't think anything came of that either. Her parents thank me over and over for keeping their son safe, and don't hold any ill will against me for the situation. He went back to pretty much normal the day afterwards, but he still has nightmares about that whole event. When my country isn't on lockdown, I'm still allowed to look after him with my girlfriend, funnily enough. But we haven't been back to that park ever since. And still to this day, I check over my shoulder and break into a cold sweat every time I'm alone on that street. This story took place a year and a half ago when I was 17 years old. It was fall in Campsie, Sydney, Australia, hence why I decided to name him the Campsie Creeper. I was having an otherwise alright day. It was the weekend, and I'd earlier decided to catch the train one stop over from where I lived and go shopping in the district, Campsie. I'd already bought a couple of dresses and a hat when I decided to sit down and just have lunch. A chocolate milkshake and a takeaway burger. The day itself was nice, so I chose to sit in the communal sitting spot with trees and stores sporadically spread out. Being naturally a people watcher, I just sat quietly on my own as I ate and just watched people go about their own day. I soon, however, noticed a man seeming to be watching me too. He was rather tall, tan, with his dark hair and sharp facial features. If I had to guess, I would say he was in his mid-30s. At first, I thought nothing of it. He was just another person. Without a second thought, I carelessly went on about my day. I bought a couple more items of clothing, a large teddy bear, and cute key rings. Just having so much fun shopping. Nothing more, nothing less. The time, however, soon came. Maybe 3 to 4 hours later, where I decided it was time to head back home. I headed, satisfied with my purchases, back to the train station. I was halted as I stared up at the train map, not knowing which platform to be on for my ride home. I stood there for a good few minutes, before a man tapped me on my shoulder. I turned around attentively, and slightly confused, and realized it was the same man from earlier. Tall, tan, dark hair, and those same sharp facial features. "Do you need help?" he had innocently asked, to which I again rendered harmless. "Oh yeah, please." I was relieved to have the adult aid in me on my way home, worried and anxious I might have gotten lost. It wouldn't have been the first time I've missed or taken the wrong train. The man then asked where I was going, so I told him. He showed me to the platform. Easy, simple, over. Or maybe not. While I sat awaiting my train, I noticed him again. He came over, almost anxious looking, just down the stairs, then over to me. Respectively and cautiously, I stood to face him. "Come home with me," he almost directed. "What?" Obviously, I was confused. I said, "Come home with me now." His tone got more fierce, and I realized he was very serious. I was now borderline shaking as he persisted. Keep in mind, I'm extremely nervous and an anxious person. I've been so all my life. I was too scared to even make a scream or a fuss. Moreover, I'm worried that if someone tried something to this day, I'd still be too in my roots to make a fuss either. "Sir, I don't think..." I quietly began to refuse before he cut me off. "You're coming with me." He sternly spoke again, and with that, the unfortunately prompt train did arrive. I wanted to refuse him again, but he grabbed my bag and shopping bags out of my hand, and then onto the train. I rushed on to get them back. People entered following suit, and the doors closed. The man, still then holding my belongings, walked to a seat and ushered me to sit down next to him. Considering that he still had my belongings, I did so. I just sat blankly beside him for a moment, completely still and completely silent. I felt such a genuine fear, the kind that just makes you want to cry. I knew my stop was the next one over, but he still had all my bags. Should I just ditch my belongings with him and escape? My ID with my address, my bank cards? That seems massively dangerous. However, so did sitting around and just feeling scared. I had to do something. Taking a minute to compose myself, I later lifted my head and tried to think more rationally. We were still a while from my home, and by the look of things. Next, I looked over to the creeper beside me, quite wearily, only to see him scrolling through his phone. He had pictures of me on it. Pictures of me looking at the train station map. Pictures of me looking through dresses on a rack. Pictures of me waiting to cross the road. I wanted to be sick. He had pictures upon pictures of me just living out my day. How careless I'd been not to notice is all I can think in hindsight. Wanting to get off the train and get off now, I pretended that my phone rang. I answered it loudly and just stood. I talked on the phone to no one as loud as I could and drew attention from idle passengers. Of course, they were more annoyed than they were curious. However, any attention was good attention. I didn't feel so isolated and trapped by the man trying to force me home with him. He shrank back into his chair slightly, and I used my pretend phone call to act as if I was in a hurry to get home. I loudly exclaimed worry for my hurt sister, which none existed, and made sure that people were watching. I kept their eyes my way as I grabbed my bags off of the man who'd snatched them. Clear witness to see if he'd try anything. I felt like an idiot for talking so obvious and loud, truthfully. It was almost embarrassing, be it not necessary. I went over toward the train door as soon as I got my items back and played out the fake phone call. As soon as the doors opened, I felt relief. I put my phone in my pocket and began walking, but it was short-lasted. "Wait!" he called from behind me as he ran up and grabbed my shoulder. I was turned around and then greeted by further demands. "Give me your phone number then." I tried to nicely refuse. "I don't give my phone numbers out to strangers, sorry." He pulled out his phone, opened up the dial pad, and then shoved it at me. "Give me your phone number. If it's not yours, you come home with me." His words continued to scare me. I doubted my safety all the more, and figured it was safest to just oblige. After doing so, I turned and walked home, crying and in complete panic. I looked over my shoulder all the way home, only having small breakdowns whenever he texted me. I still have those texts, and they read as follows. "I want to be with you. I go to your house to find you, okay? Can you give me your address?" And less coherently and finally, "What country did you have any difficulty? I can give you money to your food. Let us together tonight." When I got home, I informed my aunt and uncle whom I lived with at the time immediately. We went to the police station and filed a police report. I handed over his number, the text, and told them everything. I'm still not sure what has happened to him since, nor where the pictures he took of me might be. I only hope that this is the worst that he's done to anybody, and will ever do. This series of events happened 10 years ago, but the memories haunt me every single day. I was a senior at a large university in the South. I was deeply in love with my girlfriend at the time, Destiny. Our relationship had survived several stints of long distance and often across multiple continents. We were truly devoted to one another. We shared a room in the bottom half of a 2-story duplex with our roommate, Teresa. The duplex had 2 rooms and was bright orange, precast slab concrete. The government built our entire neighborhood in the 1940s for returning World War II vets. Over the subsequent decades, the students, who took over as tenants as the older families moved to the suburbs, painted the duplex in vivid pastels in all sorts of funky color combinations. The accumulation of students and the wild color scheme earned our neighborhood the nickname Partywood. Our city was vibrant. It was full of art, live music, and youthful energy. There was a new gallery opening for music festivals to check out every weekend. The place was a student's dreamland. It was also low on crime. Though these points sound like a perfect combination for fun, they were also a recipe for carelessness and a false sense of invincibility. One evening in fall, after Destiny and I returned from a late night concert, we encountered a visibly shaken Teresa in the living room with a blanket pulled up to her neck. The TV was turned to static, and the local broadcast had stopped, as we poor students couldn't afford cable. She was just looking at static and listening to the white noise, shaking her head. "Teresa, what's wrong?" Destiny asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Teresa looked at us and said bluntly with terror in her eyes, "There was a face in my window. I saw it." I immediately ran into her room. She had pulled the curtains to the edges of her windows to cover every pane of glass. I pulled back the curtains and looked outside. There was nothing but pecan trees in our backyard, swaying in the night breeze. While Destiny comforted Teresa, I went outside and checked under the area of her window for some sign of an intruder. Again, I found nothing. Here's where I should note that Teresa was a very kind and gentle person, but was prone to drink. That very night, we saw evidence of 2 newly finished bottles of wine. There was also a stack of horror films that she habitually watched atop the VCR. Destiny made a bed for Teresa on the couch, and eventually we made our way back to the bedroom. "You think it's possible her imagination just got the best of her?" I whispered to Destiny in the dark. "Maybe so, but she seemed really shaken up. We shouldn't just dismiss what she said." "You're right," I whispered as I kissed her forehead. "I'll talk to some of the neighbors in the morning and see if anyone saw anything or heard anything suspicious. I love you. Sleep well." The next day, I did my routine jog through Partywood and encountered some friends picking up beer cans and solo cups scattered across the yard, after a rager that they'd thrown last night. One of them, Sam, was a buddy from my hometown who I shared a couple of courses with at university. I told him about the events of the night before, and he began to shake his head slowly as a grimace took over his normally cheerful face. "Oh man, this is bad news. I've been hearing about a peeping Tom running through this neighborhood. I know Teresa does a lot of sipping, but y'all should take this very seriously. I mean it. You never know with these type of guys. They always get bolder and bolder. Watch your back, man." I thanked Sam for the info, and with a heart heavy with concern, turned away to jog back home. As I started to run, Sam caught me by the arm. "Hey, if y'all need me, just holler, and I'll be there to help, you hear?" Thanking him again, I ran back home. I told the girls what I'd learned over coffee that morning, and we all agreed to keep our eyes open and try not to leave anyone home alone at the house. Things were quiet for a couple of months, with the fear which had been in the front of our minds gradually disappearing as classes, party, and the joy of just being young and in love returned to our primary preoccupations. That all changed one afternoon when I returned home from class to find a police squad car parked out front. I ran inside to find one police officer searching the house and another examining a broken kitchen window. Apparently, while Teresa was showering and Destiny was napping in our bedroom, someone had broken in and stolen several pairs of panties out of the dryer and Teresa's keys, which of course included our house key. The police found no physical evidence of any intruder, but urged us to immediately change our locks and remain hyper-vigilant. One officer took me aside and walked me to the backyard. Outside my bedroom window was a chair I didn't recognize. It was pointed at the windows next to our bed. He'd been watching us for God knows how many nights, watching us sleep, watching us make love, and nearly retched. We were once again on edge. Teresa took to taping her curtains to the wall so that not even one sliver of space could provide a view inside her room. Destiny had long been planning to move to Germany for a study abroad program. She said goodbye with a worried face. "I love you. Be careful and take care of Teresa." I was so despondent. I missed my girl so badly and didn't feel safe in my own home. I took to joining Teresa in her nightly drinking, and we kept to the living room where there were no windows. I tended to sleep on the couch, the bed seeming too large without Destiny there. One night, Teresa was out with her friends and I was drunk and full of self-pity. It was approaching 1 a.m. I headed to the bathroom to relieve myself. My mind drifted to Germany and wondered what Destiny was doing at the moment I sat on the commode. Suddenly I hear the crunch of dead leaves far off in the backyard. My ears perked up and adrenaline immediately coursed through my body. I was, however, not finished with my current activities. The crunch of leaves became louder and nearer. The pattern was unmistakably that of human footsteps. I cannot begin to describe the absolute dread I felt, anchored to the toilet, unable to move, knowing he was coming toward the bathroom window. Finally, the footsteps stopped. The window was about 7 feet off the ground, but there was an air compressor beneath it, one could stand on. I waited, my breath held, fear coursing through my brain. Slowly, so freaking slowly, I saw fingers appear at the edge of the window. Like the legs of a tarantula, they wrapped over the ledge, and I saw the top of a head being pulled up into view. Time seemed to crawl to a stop as his eyes and face came into view. We made eye contact. I have to believe he was surprised to find, rather than a freshly showered young woman, me, pants around my ankles, fear and rage in my eyes. I raised my fist and screamed, "You mother..." At the window. He fell backwards, and I prayed to all the gods that ever were that he'd either broken his neck or his leg. I quickly wiped and pulled up my pants and sprinted to the backyard and saw his back as he leapt the fence and disappeared off into the darkness. I called 911 and the cops came quickly. They informed me that they'd been keeping an eye on the neighborhood as the peeping events had become much more frequent. I rode around in a patrol car for an hour trying to ID the guy. Nothing. He'd simply just disappeared. Teresa moved out. She couldn't handle the fear any longer, and I didn't blame her. My landlord even cut the rent so I could afford to stay while I looked for a new roommate. The word had spread about the Partywood Peeper, though. It was very difficult to find any takers. I'm an honest person, and when people asked why the last roommate left, I felt compelled to tell them the truth. And that was usually a conversation ender. I talked to Sam about the situation, and we came up with a plan. We set up a camera in the bathroom and ran a cable to the TV. We ran the shower, turned the light on, and parted a curtain to make it appear that someone was probably wet and naked and peepable. Meanwhile, Sam and I watched the monitor in the living room and waited to see a face appear in that window. I'd purchased a stun baton and bear spray, as well as zip tie cuffs that riot police use on protesters. He intended to run the opposite sides of the house, bear spray his face, zip tie him, and then take him inside where I honestly planned to use the stun baton on his testicles until the police arrived. I know, kind of savage, but it's taking the law into my own hands, and there would probably be legal consequences. But in the moment, I didn't care. The sense of unease and violation I felt had ruined something within me. Something was rotten, and I wanted to take it out on him. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on your perspective, we never had a chance to enact this plan. He never came to my window again. Soon, I too left the country for a job teaching abroad. Destiny and I reunited in a different continent and tried to put the events behind us. For the most part, we did just that. I learned years later, he'd gone on to break into a house and one of the neighbors. To my knowledge, this man was never apprehended. I only wish I could have stopped him before he hurt anyone. That's my story. Thanks for reading. It helps to share this. It's not unusual for me to trek out on solo hiking trips. For context, I'm a 31-year-old female. I frequently visit the provincial parks that are generally well used. It's rare that I end up on a hike not seeing at least one or two other people. I grew up going on camping and hiking trips, and I feel very comfortable out in nature. I always inform people where I'm going and when to expect me back. Safety first, right? One day last year, I was going stir crazy, so I took myself out to a popular nature educational center. A bunch of trails stem from this one spot. They're not long trails, but are all interconnected, so it's easy to create your own distance. It was midweek, so I wasn't really expecting to encounter many people, maybe a school group at most. I grabbed my backpack, locked the car, and head out. It was a beautifully sunny day in mid-autumn, so it was a little chilly out. I was listening to the sounds of nature surrounding me. Some squirrels, birds, even a deer crossed my trail at one point. I was sticking with the main trail, which had educational signs identifying the different types of plants as you went along. I made my way up the first little hill, and then made my way down the path where it leads to a sharp right turn. Up ahead, I caught sight of a man wearing a dark blue jacket. Strange, I hadn't seen any signs of the person or heard them, but whatever. Normally, I'm comforted seeing someone else, but this time, my gut instinct was just not happy. I made note of which way the person went and continued along. Blue Jacket had taken the path I wanted to take, so it created a longer hike. It would have been a lot more secluded and less traveled. So for once, I tried to be smart, listen to my gut, and just follow the main route back to my car. Keep it short and safe. I still had about 2 kilometers to get back to the parking lot. Clouds decided they wanted to skirt across the sky, making the woods a little dull and ominous. I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling very unsettled. The trees cast finger-like shadows that did not help calm my imagination down whatsoever. One of my favorite spots on this main trail had a few huge boulders and rock formations right smack dab in the middle that you had to go around. It's really neat for photos and climbing on a normal day. But today, it filled me with even more dread. I couldn't pinpoint why at first until I noticed some scuffs around the base of the rock going all the way around. The trail is very obvious which way to go, left, and these marks were wrong. It was like someone walked around the rocks, dragging their foot behind them. An animal maybe? I couldn't figure it out. I wanted to turn around and go back the way I came, but that would have added 4 kilometers to just getting back to the car. I stuck close to the far side of the real path, keeping a close eye on that rock formation. As I made it to the other side of the rocks, I caught sight of some blue fabric. That same blue jacket that I saw earlier. The person moved as if ducking down between some rocks to avoid being seen. For Blue Jacket Man to reach the rocks before me, he either cut his own path through the woods or sprinted about 5 to 6 kilometers of trails. I did not like the thought of either option, as I did not know this person and didn't want to know them at this point. Maybe he's taken a leak. Sure, I'll go with that. I picked up my pace and dug my phone out. Texted my usual hiking friend telling them all the details, just in case I suddenly went missing. I glanced behind me again while the rocks were still in sight. And now saw the man just standing there looking at me. I ran all the way back to my car, hopped in and immediately locked the doors. Curiously, there wasn't a single other vehicle in the parking lot or on the nearby road. This place was nowhere near any towns, so I have no clue where Mr. Blue Jacket even came from. I took a couple of minutes to sort myself out in the car. And as I pulled out to leave, I looked at the trailhead. There was that damn blue jacket on the signpost I had just passed to get in my car, with no one visible nearby. I was so spooked by this encounter, I refused to hike there alone ever again. Maybe it was all just an innocent misunderstanding, but it sure scared the hell out of me. The story takes place in the fall of 2013 in the mountains of southern Oregon. I'm a military policeman. My girlfriend was at work, and as a hot day began to turn into some thunderstorms, my buddy Nick and I decided to go explore some back roads and just get out of the heat in town. Southern Oregon is crisscrossed with logging roads, some actively used and many totally forgotten and overgrown. Nick and I spent many of our days off, starting on roads that we knew, finding roads we didn't know, driving for hours into the mountains, eventually navigating back to paved roads. On this particular day, with storm clouds building up over the mountains, we set off on a road we'd never been on and began the drive into the mountains themselves. After driving for over an hour, we hadn't seen nor heard any signs of other people in the woods. We rounded a bend into thick fir woods and emerged into a meadow that was totally surrounded by thick aspen groves. The meadow was perfectly flat and eerily still. We both noticed at the strange stillness almost immediately. No birds, hardly any insect noise, no squirrels, and certainly no other people. On the far side of the meadow, right at the edge of the tree line, there was a picnic table. It was painted bright orange and was much larger than a typical picnic table in a park. Remarking on this, Nick drove through the meadow just to get a closer look. I remember feeling apprehensive as we approached it. The whole scenario was exceptionally strange. The overall silence of the aspen grove was unsettling. Also, it was nearly impossible to see far into the trees, as aspens grow extremely close together. When we parked by the table, I hopped out of the passenger seat of the truck to check it out. I myself am not very tall, only about 5'5". Regardless, the table was ridiculously oversized and practically unusable. The seats were nearly at chest level, meaning I would have to climb up to even sit on them. As I was looking at the table, Nick called me back over to the truck, and I noticed he was looking back into the aspens. At first, I couldn't see what he was looking at, but then I noticed a splash of color that was completely out of place inside those thick trees. A small one-man tent was set back into the trees, about 50 feet from that strange table. I had an initial fear of dread, and felt certain that there was someone inside that tent, and if we could see the tent, they could see us. There were no campgrounds in this area, no people, no main roads for miles. Surely someone camping so remotely would be at the very least a strange person. However, as we observed the tent, we saw no movement, nor heard any sounds coming from it. Nick suggested I call out, but I didn't want to, so I did anyway. "Hey, anyone in there?" No reply. Feeling completely on edge, Nick and I thought about driving away and just leaving this strange area. But we began to fear for the worst. What if there was a body in that tent? What if someone had gotten kidnapped? Foolish, I know, but we thought it all the same. After a little debate, we decided to have Nick turn the truck around to drive away from the camp. Should we need to leave in a hurry, he would be waiting behind the wheel. With my heart pounding, I started walking through the trees toward that tent. I was totally keyed up with my senses on full alert. When I reached the campsite, several things struck me as odd. Backpacks were scattered all over. No fire had been built. No wood collected. The tent was literally full of backpacks and women's clothing. Full of dread, I turned to leave and tell Nick what I'd seen. As I left, I heard Nick yelling, Let's go, let's get out of here." Not knowing why he was yelling, I ran back to the truck. When I broke out of the trees, I saw a beat-up old Ford Taurus on the road blocking us from leaving the meadow. I immediately leapt into the passenger seat, and Nick floored the gas pedal. The car was occupied by two men. A third person was laying against the window in the back. As we drove across the meadow, the driver attempted to block us from the road, but Nick drove around them and accelerated the way we'd come from. I looked back and saw the car attempting to turn around on the narrow road. Nick drove like a madman, and though I was honestly terrified that they would catch up, We hit the highway without seeing the car again. I still do not know if the person in the back was a male or a female. I called the state police. They promised to send a trooper out to check the scene. However, I received a call the next day from a trooper, stating that the campsite, the backpacks, and the clothing was all gone, though he could tell people had been in that area. The strange table was still by the thick aspen grove. I have not returned to that area, and I never intend to again. When I was younger, about 10 years ago, I got into bird watching. When my story takes place, I was around 12 years old, and I wasn't really official by any means. I was just some kid that liked to sneak up on birds, take pictures, and look them up in books. I decided to start this hobby by making a list with some pictures that I'd printed from the library of native birds in my region. Every weekend, I'd wander around the neighborhood in search of new birds. With a few ponds and a large creek in the area, I found quite a few within my first few weeks. However, there was one bird I'd set as my sort of white whale due to its rarity in our area, the black vulture. We have tons and tons of turkey vultures in my area. They are the most common, but much fewer black vultures. They are a bit hard to tell the difference between if they're flying too high. The best way to determine which vulture it is has to do with how much gray-white is in their wings. If they got closer, you could eventually make out the red head of a turkey vulture, as often as I did, disappointingly. Unfortunately, I cannot remember the exact date or what month it was. I believe it was sometime in the fall. One weekend, I decided to spend the next 2 days searching high and low for the black vulture. I went climbing over the small wire fencing around a nearby brushy area, as per usual. The signs telling me to keep out, but I continued my search. Usually, I had the best luck finding scavenger birds on the roadkill beside the road. There happened to be a small 2-lane winder that mirrored the creek nearby, just through the foliage. So I cut across a sort of mini forest and headed in that direction. As much as it made me sad to see a dead deer or possum, it was just a common sight on this road, as both sides are open with trees and undergrowth, almost choking it. There are some parts of the road that almost become sort of a tunnel due to the leaves intertwining above. It was incredibly easy for a deer or some other animal to jump out in front of a car in the dark, with neither party realizing until it was too late. I didn't have much luck though. There were a few crows on the smear of a squirrel, and I saw a few ducks swimming in the creek beside me, but nothing big. It started getting late, but the sun was still up, and despite the dangers of walking down a forest road in the dark, I was determined to stay out as long as possible. I decided to reach a small park area at the end of the road, and then make my way back. I went under a small tunnel of leaves and came out the other side, and was delighted to see a familiar shape of a large bird in the sky, circling. It was just the right shape and size to be a vulture, but I had no hope of checking for the grayness of its feathers, as the sun was very limited. Instead, I was stuck following it as it slowly began to sink lower and lower. After around 10 minutes or so, it landed. I carefully snuck forward, cautiously avoiding anything that could alert the bird of my presence. I sunk low to the ground, realizing that the bird had landed in a small clearing at the far end of a park. It was just a small open field, slightly tilted down a hill, with the parking lot at the top. I'd been there before, as it was a fun spot for kids to roll down the hill because of how steep it was. I approached it from the bottom, excitement brimming when I heard several squawks and shrieks of other birds. Black vultures are more aggressive than turkeys, and I was hoping to catch a spat. I got to the edge of the clearing and pulled out my binoculars. Two things kind of hit me at once here. One, I found it odd that they were in the middle of a park, rather than closer to the road, where you'd assume they'd find roadkill. Though I reasoned things could die anywhere, even in the middle of a park. However, and secondly, it smelled awful. The scent was rather light, but I've been known to have a really sensitive nose, and just this sharp, coppery scent, like when you pull a rotten ground meat out of a bag. I've smelled roadkill before, and in the heat of the day. It smelled bad, but nothing like this. When I pulled my binoculars to my eyes, I expected to see a deer corpse and birds fighting. I never, in a million years, thought I would see a corpse of a completely different kind. The birds were there, and I remember the faint pang of excitement that I still had, recognizing the proud head of a black vulture, before the image of it sitting on the chest of a naked woman sucked the life out of me. I was frozen. I couldn't look away. My throat tightened with vomit. I still couldn't look away. The birds had done surprisingly little to her body. She had what I think were cuts, but most of her was still intact. What wasn't, the birds were at. Her lips, eyes, genitals, they were all red and shredded. If there was a big defining wound, I missed it, between the gathering of birds and the fading of light. What I did see, I could never forget. I haven't forgotten. I could pull up the images so clearly now, even after all this time. She was pale, almost blue in places, with blonde, crinkled hair. I sat there stupidly for who knows how long, as the sun sank behind the trees. This was the time before cell phones were a common thing, and I had quite the hike back home. I realized now that I was in shock, and I could only move when the sudden fear that whoever did this could be nearby hit me. I forced myself to slowly waddle back towards the trees, not taking my eyes off the body. I didn't want to turn around for some reason. I was just so scared someone would be behind me. I thought if I just backed up forever, maybe nothing would happen. It was dusk, and suddenly there was light. High beams from top of the hill. A single pair. I heard the screech of tires as the car wheeled out, and I listened to it veer off to the left and away down the road, opposite the direction I was headed. That was the last straw. I ran the entire way back the second I couldn't hear it. I crashed through at least a mile of brush. While I was smart enough to have boots and thick jeans on, my arms were bare and bleeding by the time I stopped. I paused midway through the brush by my house, realizing that, embarrassingly, I'd pissed myself in fear at some point, before nearly crawling my way through people's yards to get home, avoiding all passing cars. The horror didn't completely end there. As I was getting home until past midnight, my mom worked late at a nearby diner. It's stupid, and I regret it to this day, but no, I did not call the police instantly, nor my mother. I was afraid that if I did, my mom would get mad at me. I would never be allowed to go outside again, or worse, they wouldn't believe me for some reason. I locked all the doors and double-checked, took a quick shower and locked myself in my room. I'd fallen asleep, somehow by the time my mom came home. I confronted her in the morning, at least, but by that time when we made the call together, the body had already been found. They took my statement, we never got any calls back, and I stopped bird watching. So to start, I'm a girl in her early 20s from the rural Midwest. This past deer season, I had a scary experience that I think you all would like to hear. So if you've ever done much hunting, you know that oftentimes you wake up early and head to the tree stand before the sun actually comes up. It's not bad waking up that early because you're generally so stoked to go hunting, you don't even feel that tired. On that morning, I went through my usual routine. Woke up at 4:30, showered with scent control wash, and dried myself off all that. Put my clothes on, checked my rifle, loaded it, and was out the door. I had to hike a good ways to get to the stand. And it's slow going because even though you can't shoot at deer that early, you still don't want to spook them. You have to be quiet and walk slowly. I get close, so I turn off my flashlight and start making it to the base of the stand. Also, this tree stand isn't like the metal frame one-seaters. In fact, it's more of a tree house, a platform with 4 guardrails and camo canvas stapled to the rails, so I have room for a nice chair up there. It's still dark in a while before I can shoot, so I lean back and start taking a short nap. I doze off fairly quickly, but I know I'll wake myself up in time for the early morning sun. It must have been 15 minutes or so since I dozed off when I hear rustling. It's still not shooting time yet, but early enough that I can almost see well enough, so I start looking around. I don't immediately see anything, so I just wrote it off as squirrels. But that's when I hear it. A big thud coming from the base of my tree stand. I was looking out the front at the time, so I spun around to the rear where my ladder is set. It's still dark, but sure enough, there's a man who I can see clearly on the ladder. I don't know what to do besides tell him to f*** off and raise my rifle. The guy just stood there, looking at me with wild eyes. His hair was unkempt. He smelled horrid. Tried to speak but couldn't. I was just locked in a staring contest with this dude for probably 10 seconds, with my rifle raised at his chest. At this point, he starts making weird noises and really sounded like a mumbling giggle. Never heard any human make a sound like that. I've always told myself if I point a gun at someone, that's when they're gonna die. My reasoning is that if I feel the need to use such force to protect myself, the threat is dangerous enough to eliminate it. But with all those scenarios I've run in my head, it's always been something like attacked at knife point or a home invasion where I have my pistol. It felt incredibly odd to be pointing a rifle at a person who was just standing there. Finally, I said, "Hey, what are you doing?" No response. I got a little more aggressive and yelled that he was trespassing. "This is my property. You need to leave." He took another step up. I warned him, "One more step, man, and I'm gonna shoot." He just stood there. He picked up his foot to take one more step and I fired. I didn't shoot to hit him. It was very stupid for some reason. I just couldn't do it. If anyone has been near a 30-06 without hearing protection, when it goes off, they're gonna know it's loud. Even though I was prepared for it, the sound still shook me every time I fire without hearing protection, and my ears would ring for days afterwards. I can only imagine what it did to this guy. Luckily though, out of shock, fear, or a combination of both, he dropped from the ladder. He was rolling on the ground, clutching his head for a few seconds, when I got up and ran like a maniac through the woods. I filed a report and installed more security cameras, but nothing really came of it. Fortunately, this is where my story ends. There's a little hot springs nestled near the peak of Pasimari Pass in central Idaho, though it's hidden in plain sight, sitting quite literally on the shoulder of the road. It is not a well-known attraction outside of the valley, but the local ranchers are quite familiar with Barney Hot Springs. It's not so unusual to drive by on the weekends and see several families enjoying the water. Barney Hot Springs, or simply Barney's, isn't incredibly remote, even for Idaho standards. It's at least an hour of driving over rutty dirt roads to the small town of Salmon to the north. If you need a hospital, it's over 2 hours to the regional hospital in Idaho Falls to the south. To say you're in the middle of nowhere at Barney's is an understatement. But the seclusion is one of Barney's major drawing points. That and the odd abundance of tropical fish swimming in the year-round warm waters. You can sit back and relax, take in the surrounding views of the mighty Rocky Mountains with little in the way of distraction. But Barney's isn't all it seems to be on the surface. An event 40 years ago turned this little hot spring from a local retreat to a local nightmare. On the afternoon of October 27th, 2 truckers stopped for fuel at my parents' gas station and cafe in Howe, Idaho. They were hauling a load of hay over to the Kissimmee Pass, headed for a delivery point somewhere in Utah. As the truck fueled, the two men settled down at the cafe counter and ordered some coffee. Sipping his coffee, the older trucker struck up a conversation with my mother and the regulars in the cafe. He seemed a bit on edge, but was normal in comparison to his younger partner. That young man was clearly shaken and didn't say more than a quiet yes ma'am or no ma'am to my mother. He kept his attention on the cup of coffee he cradled in his shaking hands. As the older trucker and the others conversed, he brought up a peculiar event that had happened to them that afternoon. They had crested Kissimmee Pass and were coming down into Little Lost Valley. As they approached Barney Hot Springs, standing in the middle of the road was what looked to be a child. Bringing the truck to a stop, they soon realized in horror and fascination what was before them. It was not a child, but an odd humanoid creature. Its body was slim, with long, slender limbs and a squat, little torso. The head and eyes were large and amphibian-like. It was not standing any taller than a preschooler, though. They could see its green skin shimmer in the brilliant midday sun. Dripping with water, it was clutching a large bundle of what could only be described as hundreds of eggs. The creature watched the truck come to a stop, then awkwardly walked over to the rest of the road and then down an embankment. It was obvious from the trail of water it left behind that it had just come from Barney Hot Springs. On the other side of the road was a small stream hidden in dense willow brushes. No sooner had the creature disappeared, the two truckers were driving away as fast as their Cummins engine would take them. My mom and a few regulars at the cafe took in the man's story with silent, somber expressions and also comforting head nods. This was not the first time strange things had been witnessed in the Little Lost Valley. Of course, a frogman carrying his brood certainly was the most unique story they'd heard in a long time. The regulars told the trucker not to get too worked up over the incident, as it could have been the autumn sun playing tricks on their eyes. The reassurance seemed to calm them in. They finished their coffees in a few quick gulps and then headed out the door. My mom and the regulars had a good chuckle over the men's story and then went about their day. The following morning, October 28th, one of the largest earthquakes ever recorded in Idaho struck the area. The Bora Peak earthquake was a magnitude 7.5 and could be felt hundreds of miles away. It destroyed farm infrastructure, roads, and bridges. It even killed 2 children on their way to school when a brick building in Shalley, Idaho, collapsed on top of them. It was a horrific and frightening day for everyone in Idaho. Barney Hot Springs was not far from the earthquake's epicenter and did not escape its wrath. A couple passing visitors near the springs that morning watched in amazement as the water drained into the earth, leaving behind a stinking, mucky hole. Minutes later, to their further astonishment, the water came splashing back into the depression, but was now boiling hot. It was a truly bizarre geologic event to see. The boiling stopped immediately after the earthquake ceased, and the water at Barney's quickly cooled. It's now more of a warm springs, having permanently lost about 15 degrees of temperature after the earthquake. The Frogman has been seen a handful of times since the initial sightings, always near Barney's and almost always standing in the road. I like to think that the Frogman was just a doting parent, getting their babies out of harm's way before an earthquake struck and annihilated everything in that hot spring. Barney Hot Springs is a still widely popular spot for the locals. No one seems too bothered by the idea of sharing the water with a little odd amphibian man and his family. Someone even reintroduced the tropical fish after the boiling incident killed all of them. It remains just one of the many weird stories to come out of the Lost Rivers area of Idaho, where I grew up. Traveling through the rustic countryside of Midwestern Pennsylvania, my wife Janet and I headed to her parents' home to celebrate Halloween with her family. a tradition that we've enjoyed since we married 10 years ago. We've made this trip so many times from our hometown in Cleveland that I could almost make that drive blindfolded. It's nearly a straight shot across northeastern Ohio, starting off with 77 south and then picking up 80 east until turning off and following a meandering series of secondary roads into New Bethlehem. She'd be quietly gazing out of the passenger side window, admiring the scenic fall foliage as dusk slowly began to consume the daylight. We were about 10 miles from her childhood home when she suddenly turned to me excitedly and said, "Honey, look, a haunted house, pull over. I want to check it out." She's always been a Halloween enthusiast, so I've grown accustomed to her whimsical detours this time of year. Just last week, we spent an entire evening slowly driving through suburban neighborhoods, transfixed by the impressive and often ridiculously complicated, and probably expensive, Halloween-themed lights and music displays that are so popular among enthusiastic homeowners. I slowed our aging Honda to a stop in front of a forlorn and weathered two-story house that sat a few hundred feet from the road. The last shred of daylight had disappeared. It was now full-on dark. No stars. Upon the porch sat several jack-o'-lanterns, dimly lit by flickering candles. A gray wooden board was leaning against a battered mailbox. Hand painted upon the board, it read, "Haunted House." Janet was out of the car and bounding up the porch steps before I could even remove my seatbelt. "Come on, slowpoke, let's go." I'm coming, just give me a minute." I exited the car and my foot squished into a mound of fresh dog shit. I dragged my shoe through the grass as I looked around doubtfully. I didn't recognize this house. Like I said before, I've made this trip many, many times. We went inside. We were greeted by a pair of ghastly-looking ghouls who escorted us through the most disturbingly violent and gory haunted house I've ever seen. A headless man stumbled about, thick, crimson blood spurting from his neck. An old, toothless woman sat upon the floor eating brains from a screaming head, its eyes rolling about wildly in their sockets as she slurped and cackled. There was a pervading and overwhelming stench of rot and decay, so nauseating that I nearly puked. The level of detail was so accurate and realistic that I was genuinely frightened. Janet, however, just shrieked with laughter, perfectly at ease with the foreboding ambience and grotesque scenery. Later that night, she gushed to her folks about this haunted house, but they too didn't recall any houses upon that particular stretch of road. The next morning, her father and I found the spot where we parked the Honda, dog shit and all. As I suspected, there was no house. My friend Alexandria and I were both babysitting for our neighbor's children, the Doyles. Their parents were at a dinner party with their company, wouldn't be home till late. This was fine for Alexandria and I. 31 days of Halloween was on, and we had made hot apple cider for us and the kids to enjoy. It was a typical fall night until the doorbell rang. I got up and went to the door to open it. No one was there. I looked out into the dark night to see if I could spot any kids playing ding-dong ditch, but the street was empty. A little concerned, I shut the door and went back to the living room. 5 minutes passed. The doorbell rang again. I hustled to the door hoping to catch these pranksters, red-handed this time. I opened up the door and, again, no one was there. But this time underneath the welcome mat, there was a note stuffed underneath it. I nervously picked up the note to read it. "You'll have to be quicker than that," the note said. "How about you check upstairs?" Everyone was in the living room. I sprinted into the living room and dragged the kids and Alexandria out of the house. I showed her the note and told her I saw someone upstairs. We went to the next door neighbors, explained the situation, and called the police. When they finished up the investigation, they informed us that they found duct tape, a rope, a steak knife, all upstairs in a bedroom. Also, one of the windows was forced open and damaged. The police told us we were lucky that nothing happened to us. and they still have no idea how long that intruder was in the house for. That piece of information still haunts me to this day. The Doyles came home early. They ended up staying with the family that night who lived about 20 minutes away. Alexandria and I went back to my house, but we never fell asleep. This all happened about 5 years ago. But still, on chilly fall nights, I always wonder, what if we didn't leave the house when we did? What if whoever was in the house actually did what they planned on doing? I'm just thankful to God that I'm still alive to write this today. This happened in the fall of 2017. My sister Gigi was still in high school. My parents took a trip out of country, so I was in charge of my sister. I temporarily lived in my parents' house while doing so. I took her to school and back, picked her up when she was at her friend's or boyfriend's house, and then picked her up after her church meetings. I was told she started going to a regular church on Sundays with her boyfriend and his family, which I'm happy that she's into. But also, she was going to another church at night with a friend of hers. I grew up with Sunday Mass, and that's it. So the thought of spending extra time or free time going back to church was just weird. But if she wanted to grow up as an extra religious person, who am I to stop her? Monday, she went to school and hung out with her boyfriend. I picked her up from her boyfriend's house. No big deal. Tuesday, she went to night church after school with her friend. I was told that she could get a ride home from her friend's mom. She was supposed to be home at 9 p.m. Came in a little late, around 9:40 p.m. I asked why. She said they're prepping for a retreat that Saturday. Okay, seemed alright of an excuse. I trust her, so again, no big deal. Wednesday through Thursday, mostly normal. One day she went home after school and we hung out. Another day she was hanging out at friends. One of these days, she was hanging out with her boyfriend and some friends, and she asked me if she could go to church. This would be the second time going to church in that week. I remember thinking to myself, when I was in high school, hanging out with friends did not cross with spending free time at church. They ended up not going, which relieved me a bit. At this point, I was getting weird vibes from that night church though. Friday, the day before their retreat. Her plans were to go to night church after school and come home at 9 p.m. My plans were to hang out with friends and be home by 9 p.m. too. I'm driving back home a little late. I text her to not worry her. Got no reply. Waited a bit. Texted her again. No reply. Called her. No answer. At this point, I was hoping she was already home, and for some reason, just went to bed early. Nope. The house was empty. I kept calling, texting, and panicking. Around 10:45 p.m., almost 2 hours after she was supposed to be home, she calls me. She says they're still in church preparing for the retreat. She's not allowed to have a cell phone on. I'm normally the cooler older brother, but I lost it a bit. Not towards her. Just the situation. I'm coming to get you. Text me the address. I don't care what you're doing. I'm coming to get you. I got a text with the address and drove to get her. I was a bit calm now that I heard her voice, but I was pissed at that place. Once I get there, some lady was outside waiting for me. Sorry for the trouble. We're preparing for tomorrow. That's why Gigi's still here. That's fine, but I'm in charge of Gigi for the week. Our parents wanted her home by 9 p.m. every day, so go get her, please. Well, Gigi can't come out right now. The sermon is not over yet. At this point, I lost whatever patience I had left. You bring Gigi out right now or I'm calling the cops for kidnapping. I'm her legal guardian. She's under 18. This sparked a light underneath her feet. The lady started walking inside and then invited me in too. Do you want to come in? You're welcome to. Just go get my sister. The lady walked inside a moment later, and my sister and the lady came out. She gave my sister some documents and a shirt and some information about tomorrow's retreat. In the car ride home, I'm trying to choose my words carefully when my sister says, "I don't want to go to the retreat tomorrow. Can I stay home and say you aren't letting me?" Yeah, turn me into the bad guy. I don't care. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. It turns out everything up until tonight was normal church stuff. Tonight they turned it up to 11. People all around her were seizing, yelling, throwing up. They were feeding people something which was causing this. The air and smoke smelled funny, according to Gigi. I kept asking my sister if they fed her something, but she said no. They weren't supposed to feed my sister anything until she goes to her first retreat. The retreat, which was the night church, said they paid for her, which, making it seem like they were doing something generous, was supposed to be some kind of initiation or commitment to the place. According to my sister's friend who already went to the initiation, they give you something that makes you sick, which is supposed to represent the evil leaving you, and you feel sick for a week or two. The people there tonight were scary and didn't look right in the head, she said. I read all the stuff that they gave my sister. All culty bullshit. The place looked like a house that was made into a small church too. I'm just glad my brotherly intuitions kicked in, and I got her out of there before something worse happened to her. These events occurred in September of 2011 when I was 19 years old. I'm a male. Growing up, I always was a bit of an intellectual. I liked doing tests and experiments on myself. Weird things that other people wouldn't find interesting, you know? I would see how many consecutive hours I could stay up without falling asleep, or how long I could go without eating before minor hunger pains set in. Things like that. It sounds extreme, I know, but it really wasn't, and it never got out of control. For some reason, when I was 19, I became fascinated with the homeless, and what it would be like to be homeless. It was a concept I couldn't simply just get my head around. Not having some place to go when the day was over seemed so foreign. I decided I wanted to experience it myself somehow. I wanted to experience to be authentic as possible, but obviously, still safe. I decided to pack up my car with some essentials, like water, dry cereal, stuff like that. I drove from where I grew up in Central Florida all the way to the middle of Arkansas, in its capital city of Little Rock. It took me like 14 hours or something. I don't know if anyone is familiar with Little Rock, but it's very rural for being the largest city in the entire state. I wanted to be far enough away from home that I couldn't chicken out, to make things more authentic. I brought just enough money for gas and potential emergencies. The plan was to live in my car for 2 weeks in a large, nearly empty parking lot outside of Bill Clinton Presidential Library. I made an audio entry into my phone describing the day's events for the first few days, but stopped after it got boring. For the first week or so, nothing really happened. I went into the library to use the bathroom and slept in my car at night. I listened to the radio, played guitar, just tried to fill the day with something. The nights were a little frightening because I could sometimes see real homeless people and suspicious-looking characters walking around the parking lot outside my car. I started to feel a sense of dread every day when I saw the sun setting. One night after I'd been out there a week, things got really scary. I was sleeping in the driver's seat, with the seat reclined all the way in the back. I went to sleep about 11 p.m. and woke up about 12 when I heard a car pull up next to me. I ignored it, kept my eyes closed, and tried falling back asleep. I had my windows cracked half an inch for ventilation. I heard the window of the other car come down and a voice said, "Hey man." I don't know how he even saw me in there. I straightened up and saw a man about 30 years old with a baseball cap on. He looked very thin. When he had my attention, he spoke in a slightly southern accent. "Hey man, what are you doing out here?" I gave him a half-asleep look as if to say, "What do you think?" He starts looking at me funny. So you're just spending the night out here? I nodded. He looked at me for a few more seconds before saying, "All right, man," and drove away. I didn't think much of it. I even thought maybe he was a concerned citizen, so I went back to sleep. About 30 minutes pass and I hear a car pull up next to me again, and guess what? Same guy. He looks at me weird again. I look at him like, "Hey, just leave me alone." He rolls down his window and says, "Hey man, I'm looking for somebody around here. Somebody around here with a big... You know anybody like that?" At this point, I'm really pissed because I think he's playing a joke at my expense. I look at him like, what the hell? But he's really serious. I continue to glare at him. He says, "All right, man, sorry." He waits about another minute and drives off again. Obviously, at this point, I should have just left. I didn't know any other place to park, and I was really just tired, so I went back to sleep. Big mistake. The parking lot was absolutely deserted at this time. It's a huge parking lot, so there was no one even close to being within earshot of him and I. A while later, I wake up. I can tell it's still dark outside, so I'm still trying to sleep. I hear a tiny little sound like someone is scratching at the outside of my car. I crack my eyes and see the man standing outside my car. That's not all. There's now 4 other men standing outside my car. I realize the sound I hear is them quietly trying to open my car doors without waking me. To my horror, I notice that one of the men has his penis out. At this point, one of them notices and he yells, "He's awake!" They all start banging on the windows, screaming at me as I fumble with my keys trying to start the car. They're screaming and calling me names, telling me how they're gonna me. I'm totally freaked out and get the car started right away. Luckily, all my doors were locked. They're all jumping on my car as I reverse it so quickly. I hear a body part crunch underneath the tire and someone scream out in pain. As I back up, I saw one of the men's legs was crumpled in half, and one of them was still on top of the car, pounding on the windshield. I didn't care. I just kept going. I left the parking lot and started towards one of the highway before he finally jumped off, screaming obscenities at me the entire time. I'm shaking. I can feel my eyes bulging out of my head. Suddenly, I'm wide awake, and I drove however many hours until I got to my aunt's house in Atlanta. I never told anyone the whole story until now. Kind of feels good to tell someone. I've thought about it so many times, and I've never felt so terrified by anything real or fake in my life. Just knowing these people are out there existing, so evil, it's very unsettling. I want to start off this post with a little about me as it helps with context to the story. I'm 22 years old, working in the medical field. I'm a floater medical technician at the moment, which means I get a schedule every week going to a different assisted living facility, skilled nursing facilities, and independent living facilities. All the living facilities that usually hold a majority of elderly people. And I help with vaccinations and general patient care involving meds all around my state. Sometimes I'm only 30 minutes from home, but I've driven 3 hours before, and most times they drag on into the long night. Being that I'm not really that picky and I know how to handle myself and money is money, I normally don't mind the drive. My parents would drive 4 hours to a location for a day trip, and that same day we would drive back. Nothing too crazy though. I will admit it can get a little tiring after working 6 days in a row. Now that you know how my work is, I'll tell you about where I live. No specific names, but I'm basically in the middle of foothills or in mountains. Lots of back roads, lots of trees. I know. Typical scary story, right? The middle of nowhere with spooky trees. But once again, I don't think much of it. I've lived around forest all of my life, and I see them as peaceful rather than scary. So I finish up this particular clinic around 6 p.m. And as you know, if you live up north during the fall and winter, it's dark by then. But once again, I'm thinking nothing of it. Even so, I'm tired and I'm hungry and just ready to go to bed. My team calls it a day, and I set up to take my hour 45 drive home. The first 30 minutes, I'm in town, then on a highway, so nice, smooth sailing. Listening to lo-fi music per usual, using it as my decompress and meditative time. I keep driving. I notice a huge crash up ahead, like a 4 or 5 car pileup, really nasty on a busy highway. So I take an exit off the highway, gonna drive around it so I can get home and into my bed quicker, rather than sit and wait for them to clear a path on one of the lanes. So I start driving through this town that honestly looks like it's maybe made of 3 people living in it. All the buildings are run down. The road's really messed up. It's awful. My car's poor tires and hydraulic system were begging for me to stop. So I slow down as to not stress out my car. It's dark and really old, but again, places like this exist. A town on its last breath. I've seen them more than a few times from living up and down the East Coast in less than shitty neighborhoods. I'm not gonna judge, but I will note this place is just really, really empty. No cars, no lights, boarded up houses, just empty. I'm driving between 15 and 20 miles per hour. My brights are on so I can see. It's a clear night, so I have that going for me at least. As I'm driving past this big fire department overrun with bare trees, a loud thunk comes from the roof of my car. Great. I quickly pull over into the parking lot out of the abandoned fire department. Wonderful, I'm thinking. Get sideswiped by a random dude at a rest stop and dent the top of my poorly orangeberry in 1 week. I open up the door in a panic, expecting to see some tree branch denting my roof. But nope, nothing. Which is weird enough as it is. I'm like, what the hell? I know something hit my roof. So I go checking behind my car. Maybe it rolled off. Maybe it was a bird or a bat that fell and flew away. There's a lot of trees around here. I walk all around my car and even look into the road. Nothing. I chalk it up to the winged animal idea and climb back into my car, a little rattled. So it's silent as I get resituated. And that's when I hear this ear-piercing shriek. I'm talking someone screaming so loud it sounds like their vocal cords could break. I lock my door and immediately get back on the road. Calm down. Bobcats are everywhere. You've heard what they sound like plenty, like a woman crying bloody murder. It's just a bobcat. It's just a bobcat. My hands are shaking and I'm trying to drive out of there as fast as I can. It's just a bobcat or kids playing a prank. Some homeless tweaker. My car was rattling back and forth as I got comfortable at 35 miles per hour. Of course, that's me pushing it for my abused car. I'd make it up to him later with a nice car wash. I drive another mile through town. I'm a few miles in from the exit on the highway again. I'm mentally kicking myself for being so scared, like a little pansy, freaking out over some dumb animal. I'm a mile away now thanks to the helpful yet very beat up weathered signs. I've calmed down now. Maybe it was a good idea to play my lo-fi again, as I paused that 24/7 live stream from on YouTube when I got out of the car. Just as I reach for my phone in the passenger seat, something rushes past my headlights. I scream and brake hard. I don't know why, it was yards away from me, in the very distant part of my headlights. Alright, that's the final straw. I'm crying at this point, shaking so hard I can barely grip the wheel, eyes blurry with tears. I don't care about the music anymore. And even though I'm still reminding myself animals inhabit tree-dense abandoned towns all the time, this situation was still enough to get me crying. I keep driving, trying to focus on getting to that damn highway. But that's when I see it. If it is a human. And it's not like any human I've ever seen. On the side of the road, it seems to stand so politely on the sidewalk, as if it's waiting for me to pass, so it could cross the street. But this thing is tall. It had sunken facial features. It looked almost naked. Loose skin, a lot of it, sagging down its legs and arms, piling at the wrists, ankles, and knees. Around the neck and hanging from its jaw. I saw it for maybe half a second before I slammed my foot down on the gas. I'm screaming obscenities now. What was that? What the was that? You get the idea. My onslaught of emotions being too much. Goosebumps covered me from head to toe. Tears streaming down my face, hands gripping the steering wheel so tight there's nail marks in it. I swerve onto the highway and recklessly into the other lane. I drive 80 for a little bit before eventually slowing down and pulling over on the side of the road to sob and call my dad. He picks up instantly, and when he hears me crying, he's concerned, trying to get my story. I explain everything, and I called it a man in some scary monster costume. My dad instructed me to get the police, which I didn't really want to. I was already a nervous wreck. Having to explain it or even go back with someone, absolutely F that. My dad insists, so I did call the police. I tell them I saw a man in the town back there off the exit, in a costume, and he scared me really badly. After a few more questions, the cop said they'd check it out and sent me on my way. No, I can't be sure it wasn't a costume. No, I can't be sure it wasn't just some weird outfit and bad lighting at night. And no, I can't be sure I wasn't just sleep deprived, but all these events were connected in some way. What I am saying is it all happened so quick. What I'm saying is it happened so quick. It was hard to dismiss as nothing. If this was a costume, it was a damn good costume. A hyper-realistic type of costume. I saw every single fold and wrinkle, even you can make out a couple blue veins. I don't remember the name of the town. I never got a call back from the police about any updates. If there was anyone found with a costume on, stalking the side of the road in a beat-up town at 7 p.m. It happened around a month ago, and I'm better now. As long as I'm in my car, I'm safe. But I no longer feel safe being outside of my car at night. Not even the short walk from my front door to my driveway is safe anymore. I'll start shaking and panting if I'm outside in the dark alone for more than 5 seconds. I don't know who to tell, or even what to believe. But at the very least, I hope you find my story entertaining. Although, I know it's extremely hard to believe. Back around 1992, I was in high school at that time. I was a sophomore, and unlike most of my friends that I had in school, I didn't work the typical high school job like a McDonald's or Taco Bell, or some retail job in the mall, or even work at a local grocery store. I was very good with my hands and worked jobs like construction, demolition, flooring, and even auto mechanics. All the contacts that I worked under were under the table, as I started working on some of these jobs at 14 years old. It was beneficial for both of us, as I was only called in when needed, and I was the guy willing to only work evenings and weekends. One of my contacts that I worked for, I would do remodeling projects like at restaurants and bars and shops, typical commercial projects that we could only do for a few hours. Like I said, that worked out for both of us because I went to school, and would sometimes work after school or on the weekend. For this one contact, it wasn't uncommon for him to leave me alone at a site and have a list of things for me to do alone, mostly demolition work. I did this while the other crew was doing installation or remodeling work. I was the only kid, but had their respect because I did what I was supposed to do and did the work of a man without any complaining. I got paid well, and in one night I could make more than my friends did working all week at McDonald's. This one instance, I got a call from a guy I worked for. He said he had a project for me and asked if I could work the following Saturday. I told him sure. He told me to bring food and a lot to drink as there was nothing nearby. I used to have this small cooler that I would fill a drink like Cokes and Gatorade or whatever. I put some chips in and a couple of sandwiches. Back then I could eat a whole pizza by myself and burn it all off. He picked me up that Saturday morning as I didn't have a car or a license yet. so he would pick me up, drive me to the site for work, and just leave me all alone there. I rarely worked with his other crews, as they were the more skilled labor guys. I was just a tear-out kid. Here's the part that was my major downfall to the story. I didn't pay attention to where we were going. I was too busy talking to him. I think we were talking about cars. At the time, my goal was to save up enough money to buy an old muscle car and rebuild it myself. It took a long time to arrive to the site. As we drove up, it was the middle of nowhere. Now, you might not think that California has places like this, but back in the early 1990s, out in the Mojave Desert, yeah, there were big plots of land and homes more than a few city blocks apart. I knew we left the highway and went down a few other 2-lane highways for a long distance. I remember he asked me about my drinks, and he pulled out a brand new jug of water that he had in his truck. It looked like it had been there for a while, but he told me to take it just in case. He said there was no running water at the house that I would be working at. As we pull up to the property, he's in a hurry to drop off the tools and get to another work site. So I hurry up and help him with things like the breaker bars, shovels, pry bar, hammer, broom, and other things that I would need with me. He tells me he'll be back to pick me up about 5 to 6 p.m. There's no electricity at the site. Plus, it should only take me until then to do what I need to do. That was his way of saying, I'm only paying you till this time, so you better get everything done. It was never too outrageous, and we always had a good understanding of the time and the task at hand. He drove away, and I'm left all alone at the property. I walk into the house. It's mostly empty. My job was to remove all the remaining furniture and the contents and the appliances. Remove all the flooring, gut the kitchen and the bathrooms, and remove all the wood paneling. The project was to be known what we call a flip. They were going to fix it up and sell it. Almost immediately, I got kind of spooked out by this place. It was just very odd. Now, mind you, I am used to being on sites alone working all night, but this was still the daytime on a Saturday. It was bright outside. However, inside the house was old, dark, and musty. Even kind of cool. The kind of cool that gives you goosebumps, though. To add to the spook factor, the house, what I can remember about it. Imagine walking back into time until the 1960s or even earlier. Dark green carpet that looked matted down like broccoli. Pine wood everywhere that had a darker stain to it. The wood paneling wasn't the kind that was used in the 80s. It was actual board paneling, hung in groove. Old window curtains that looked like someone's grandma made. Avocado green sink, stovetop oven, and everything else was just left behind. This style of house was like an old western ranch, as there were wagon wheels inside and outside the house. I had this old battery-powered radio, but could only get a few stations, but was just happy for the noise itself. I started removing all the junk from the house, as I normally did on a project like this. I tore up all the flooring next, and to my delight, everything seemed to come up with ease. It was rip, cut, and toss. I took a big demo hammer to the kitchen and tore it apart in less than an hour. I ended up using that big jug of water that my boss had given me to wash my hands and face periodically. But by late noon, as most who know the desert and the dryness, it also started to take the moisture from you, especially if you're working in it. So by late afternoon, I was down to my last drink, and I'd already eaten everything that I brought with me. No worries though, I thought to myself. The guys should be here in a couple hours to pick me up. As the time gets closer and closer for them to arrive, I'm done with all my tasks. I even sweep up the entire place. Now it's ready for the rehab crew to get into work and making this place look more modern. The time of year I was out there wasn't a typically hot desert day, but obviously you know, in the desert, as soon as the sun goes down, it starts to cool rapidly. I had on a flannel shirt, but that definitely wasn't enough, especially as it started to get dark. This was the time before cell phones, and there was no electricity, water, or phone service connected to the house. I climbed up on top of the roof to get to the house and maybe get a better look, to see if there was something in the distance, maybe close enough that I could walk to. My first thought was just to hike down to a neighbor's house and ask them to use their phone. But it looked like the nearest house that nobody was home. It looked abandoned as well. I started to think about my options as the darkness fastly approached. One was to stay at the house until morning, to hike with what little water I had a few miles into the dark Mojave night. Or 3, to wait until early morning and hike out of there and find some sort of civilization. It also suddenly occurred to me that no one knew where I was except for my boss. I don't know if he told anyone else where I was, and certainly my family wouldn't miss me until maybe Sunday night, but I didn't even tell them I was going to be working there. They knew me by now. They knew how much I work, and they knew I was saving up for a car. They never really worried about me not coming home. As the darkness fully enveloped around me, it was amazing looking out at the night sky, and lucky for me, the moon was bright. Didn't have a flashlight or any way to make a fire. Even though I tried, I was going to try to make a small bonfire out of broken up construction debris. As the temperatures started to fall, at least into the low 40s. My only option was to go back inside that creepy house, and somehow, it seemed more creepy just sitting alone in the dark. At about 8 p.m., the batteries on my radio, which was my only source of little light, started to die. I grabbed an old wooden chair and sat in the living room, facing the door. I start to hear wind and odd noises which I just assumed were animals in the distance, maybe even some leaves cracking under feet. I'm starting to shiver. The cold was getting to me, and I set off trying to start a fire in the fireplace. Imagine like that scene from Tom Hanks in Castaway. At least that's what I was imagining now. Sitting in this living room next to the fireplace, the house seemed even more darker than it should have. Mind you, in the daytime, the inside seemed so dark with only the moonlight. I was pretty much just sitting in complete darkness. My mind began to play tricks on me. I start thinking I'm seeing shadows moving outside the house and inside the house. I'm starting to also hear someone talking, like whispering or something. I get up from my chair and yell out a hello. And just as I do that, I hear something fall from the other side of the house. I run over to the door and go outside again. At least in the moonlight I can kind of see, but off in the distance, I continue to hear noises and movement, but can't make out what it was. I go over to the pile of tools by the edge of the house. I grab Big Daddy. It was my heavy pry bar that I used in the demolition. I was ready to defend myself to who or whatever was out there. I have to keep moving because my undershirt and flannel wasn't keeping me warm enough. The wind was also starting to pick up, and for as far as I could see, there's no lights around me. I didn't want to try to make it up on the house again, out of fear of falling in the dark or anything like that. But I got on top of the gate, just to try and gain a little bit of altitude, to see if I saw some houses or lights nearby. My mind immediately went to stories that circled and circled round about the rumors about how people would come out to the Mojave Desert and bury bodies, about how there were Satanist groups out here, and how people would go missing for no reason. Every noise had me on edge. Every shadow had my heart pounding. Now, I knew no one was inside that house but me, but I swore I would hear noises from the inside. I ended up huddling on the front porch, looking in the living room window, expecting to see someone at any moment. Around 11 p.m., I look at my watch thinking to myself, this is going to be a really long night, as all this stuff only happened since it got dark. I don't know how I'm going to make it another 6 hours till daybreak. I start thinking the moment it gets to be daybreak, like the moment light starts to appear on the horizon, I'm going to take the little water I had left and just walk east. I knew going east I would eventually make it somewhere. The dirt road I was off of, I knew that direction led to a paved road. It got closer to midnight. I'm still wide awake, my eyes fixed on the dirt road, thinking that any time now, a car would come down it, and maybe they can call for help for me. I remember casually turning back into the house. All this time, I'm continuing to hear noises, but telling myself it's a rat or some kind of animal. I see a shadow of a person move from the kitchen down the hall. I jump up from sitting down and was like, that is not an animal. That was definitely a human. I start backing my way off the porch towards the pile and trip over the debris. and fall down onto the ground. I try getting up, but fall again. It was almost like something pushed me down. Maybe it was just my imagination. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, these bright lights are coming closer and closer to me as I'm laying on the ground. As I get to my feet, it's my boss. He's looking at me with that look like, "What the hell are you doing?" I was just so glad to see him. I wasn't mad or anything. I just asked him, "What happened? Where were you?" He apologized over and over. He thought the other crew was coming to get me, and they thought he was coming to get me. So no one actually came out there. He said it wasn't until later in the evening he asked the other crew leader about how far along I got. And he told him that, hey, we didn't go get him. It took him almost 2 hours from where they were to come get me. He felt really bad and apologized over and over. And he also told me he was going to pay me for the entire time I was out there. He grabbed me a can of Coke from his cooler and asked if I was thirsty. I think I drank it all in one gulp. Once we got back to civilization, we went through a fast food drive and I ate it like I'd never had anything before. As we were driving me home, I asked him about the house. I told him how creepy it was out there. He said he didn't really have any information about the house, only what we were supposed to do. All I know is after that entire creepy experience, I always keep extra batteries, flashlights, and double the amount of liquid with me on every job site. This happened a few years ago to me when I was still living in my childhood home down in California. I had just inherited my family home, so my cousin decided to move in with my husband and I while she was attending a college nearby. My cousin and I were both working at the Lego store at the time, but I only worked mornings and my husband and cousin worked nights, so there were many nights where I was all alone. A couple of weeks before this happened, I'd been taking stuff out to my car when I realized a strange brown van with no back windows was parked across the street. As I put the stuff in the trunk, the man in the van started making these weird noises at me. I turned to see if I could get a look at his face, but his black Giants baseball cap was pulled down really far. Thinking he was just another creepy guy, I flipped him off and went back into my house. About 2 hours later, I went outside to go somewhere. He was still parked across the street. Not thinking anything of it at the time, I hopped in my car and headed towards my friend's house. As I was driving, I looked in my rearview mirror, and I now saw that brown van following me. I turned down a whole bunch of streets. He followed me down every single one of them. I turned onto the road that my father-in-law lived on and parked, thinking if the guy tried anything, I could just run in there and be safe. When I pulled over in front of my father-in-law's house, the van slowly drove by. I looked into the van, and the man put his hand into a gun position and pointed at me, and then said bang really loudly. After that, he just hauled ass and drove off. Now, I'd always been a little leery of staying home alone. My house had always given me the creeps because of how poorly lit it was. When I was home alone at night, I usually just stayed in the kitchen because of how bright it was. I was watching a TV show on my computer when all of a sudden I hear a banging on the front door, and the hand began to jiggle. It startled me for a moment until I looked at the time and saw it was around 10 p.m. I knew my cousin was going to be coming home from work about that time, so I got up and opened up the door. But there was nobody on the porch. I shouted my cousin's name, but no response came. I called his cell, and immediately she was like, "Oh, hey, I'm on my way home from work right now." Before I could say anything else, there was 3 extremely loud bangs on the door that connected the kitchen and the garage, and the knob began to shake violently. I slammed the front door closed, locked and chained it, and then ran for my room. My aunt called me while my cousin called the police, and I stayed under the blanket until my cousin arrived home. When she came and got me, I was led outside to talk to the police. I was trying to explain what had happened, but the officers along the side of my house were distracting me. I walked over to where they were, and one of the police officers held me back. They opened the gate, and I saw the door to my garage, which we always leave locked, was now wide open. All of the officers in the area pulled out their guns and went inside, but there was nobody in there. Afterwards, the police told me it was probably just some kids messing around, but if I ever get scared at home, just call them, they'll send someone out. About a week later, I was watching something in my living room with my cousin and my husband. As I was passing by the window next to my front door, I realized there was the same guy wearing that same baseball cap, standing outside on the sidewalk, just staring at our house. When he noticed me watching, he immediately locked eyes with me, slowly gave me the creepiest smile I'd ever seen. I turned and yelled for my husband to go out there, but when I turned back, he was gone. I will say though that the baseball cap in question is really generic. A lot of Giants fans wear it, so I can't really say it was the same exact guy, but it just felt like it was. 3 days after that, I was home alone again. I was on edge, but I was trying to ignore it, telling myself it was all going to be okay. I was baking cookies in the kitchen when I thought I heard a knock at my sliding glass door. My whole body tensed up. I slowly turned towards the door. The lights in the backyard were off and the kitchen ones were on, so the glare on the window made it impossible to see someone standing outside. Everything was silent for a few seconds before someone banged on the door again. I screamed, but felt paralyzed in fear. The person ran on the deck from the sliding glass door to the 2 windows in the living room and then started banging on them as well. Then came back to the sliding glass door to knock and started trying to open the door. Finally, I came to my senses, grabbed my keys, and ran outside to my car. I locked myself in it and dialed 911. We sold our house shortly after that. I still have a hard time staying home alone, even though I'm 2 states away now. I've been backpacking and camping mostly solo as an adult for the majority of my life. I'm cautious about my surroundings and I listen carefully when I'm there. I try to remain an observer and move through the land with little impact. I'm also very interested in the mysterious and obscure, cryptids, alternate realities, and the unexplained. I've read most of the missing 411 cases. I think Pilates is experiencing some confirmation bias. And I'm a serious devotee of true crime. All of the morbid and curious things I can find. Anything strange that will fire my imagination. There have been occasions where I felt slightly uncomfortable or even watched when I've been out in the woods, but mostly I've chalked it up to being alone and alert. Maybe my inherent skepticism makes me less susceptible to encounters which others experience. I look for logical conclusions first. I've never encountered any truly off or deranged people out in the forest, but I do consider that the biggest threat, the human or the animal. A few years ago, I set out to camp in old-growth forest in North Georgia. Most old growth here is gone, but there are places that haven't been logged, and if you get the chance to visit one, wherever you may live, I highly suggest it. It's beautiful, serene and alive in a way that it's hard to describe here. This particular forest was one of hemlock and poplar. The trees were massive. I had a guidebook that gave directions out into the sticks, following little country roads that eventually turned to gravel. After a long drive into a national forest, I parked near the trail, which was unmaintained, meaning it wasn't very popular or highly traveled. I hiked out through the woods where the trail eventually just kind of stopped. There was very little undergrowth. I spent the afternoon just exploring, looking at trees and enjoying the calm. I eventually made my way down to a creek and crossed over into an old field that formed a sort of bowl in the land, with the hills and ridges on all sides. The fact that there was a field means there had, I guessed at one point, been people living in that area. But I saw nothing of the sort when I was there, and my maps showed that I should have been far away from any roads or settlements. I set up my tent and made some food. It was late when I decided to have a little smoke and lay out in the field in front of my tent and just look at the stars before bed. There was little to no light pollution, and I always relished the opportunity to enjoy the sky at times like those. As I was laying there, I began hearing a loud knocking sound from up near a ridge where I'd been earlier that day, maybe 1,000 yards away. 3 knocks and a long pause, followed by 3 more, then it would repeat. When I say knocks, what I mean is a very loud noise, like 2 logs or trees almost being hit together. Loud enough to reverberate in that bowl. Loud enough you could almost feel it. I could pinpoint where the sound was coming from, but it was a night in the forest, and anyone who's been out there knows that it's that dark. I thought it had to be a person making the noise, because what else would make a rhythmic sound like that? It was extremely loud, and would have taken a considerable effort to produce. I'd seen no one else during that day, and the direction from which the sound came from was the section of old growth that I'd explored earlier. And that's it. Eventually the sound stopped. I went to bed feeling like I'd heard something I wasn't meant to hear. Or maybe that I'd heard something specifically meant for me, and me alone to hear. I packed up and hiked out the next day. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hyper aware and waiting for something else to happen, but nothing did. I've told some friends about this. They'll either say it was for sure a Sasquatch or that I was for sure close to someone's house that I didn't know about. But why would a person be out in the woods late at night, banging logs together in the dark? Hello, I spend about 2 to 3 hours walking alone during the AM hours every night, and have done so for years, probably thousands of hours total. My reason for these walks no longer exists, thus I'm stopping. I've decided to write some of my experiences into a thread. I'll start with my most recent one, which happened a few days ago. I was walking down a path into the entrance of a woods. As I was about to enter, I could see a flashlight walking down the path in the woods coming toward me, appearing to be scouting the area for something. I decided to wait near the entrance until they passed. As they got closer, I could make out a male voice talking to someone over my very loud music. I just assumed he was on the phone, nothing too odd. However, as I expected him to walk past me, he did not. He stood about 4 feet to the side of me. It was really dark. He was just a silhouette, but I could see he had a massive German Shepherd on a leash. He's still noticeably talking, but it didn't seem like he was trying to get my attention. At this point, I turn away and start walking toward the woods, when I can clearly hear him shouting now. That's when I pull one earbud out of my ear and hear something to the effect of, "It's the police. Take your earphones out and stop walking away." Realizing that he was in fact now shouting at me the entire time, I turn around and say, "I'm sorry, I didn't know," all that jazz. He asked me for my name, what I'm doing there, how long I'd been there, and I tell him. Then he says, "Well, I'm looking for someone, and clearly you're not them. Have you seen a girl around here?" To which I replied, "No, I hadn't." Then he walked off back into the woods. That is the end of that story. I walked away and went home. Not the creepiest, I know, but I'm left with questions. Why was he looking for a girl in the dark alone? And also, if he were looking for an armed criminal, appearing to ignore him and walking away could have ended very badly for me. I'm just thankful he didn't lose his cool. That is, if he was even a cop. He did say he was, but I never saw any kind of uniform. It was pretty dark. I've not seen anything on the news. I just hope whatever that girl was, or whoever that girl was, is okay. My other story is a lot scarier, yet less conclusive. This one starts in a local park about a year ago. For context, this park, although in a nice suburban area, is supposedly notorious for being rough. However, in my countless hours of walking there, this is the only vaguely scary experience I've ever had. I've never felt anything but comfortable otherwise. I was standing by an entrance to the park, maybe 20 feet inside of it, at 2 a.m. in the morning. It was pitch black. I couldn't see a few feet in front of me. The only light is in the faint twinkle of the streetlights beyond the far side of the park. As I'm standing there, earphones in with music as always, I could have sworn I saw the same movement in the distance. I squint my eyes and focus on a spot on the far side, trying to make out what I'd noticed. At this point, I realize I'm not looking in the distance. I'm looking directly at someone, a mere 10 or so feet in front of me. I shit you not, that feeling of realization is the single most powerful thing I've ever felt in my life. It felt like I was now in a horror movie. Heart racing, I turn around and book it back to the entrance. I start walking down the street toward my house. I'm fairly shaken up, but there's nothing to indicate this guy had any sinister intentions or even knew I was even there. Could have been doing the same thing as me for all I know. I'm now under the streetlights walking past some of the well-off houses, which felt like safety to me. However, I then turned around and saw a hooded man, stereotypical roadman as we would call them, emerge from the same entrance as me and then turn my direction. He was around the same distance I would have expected had he and I started leaving at the same time, around 10 to 15 feet behind me. Again, nothing sinister, right? But just to be careful, I picked up my pace a bit. This street is about 200 feet before it merges with the main road. After around halfway, I turn around and see this guy is directly behind me. 10 feet, same distance he was earlier. I think to myself, well, that's weird. I'm walking pretty fast and this guy has kept up the whole time. So now I start to walk as fast as I possibly can without breaking out into a run. I specifically remember going as fast as a walk would allow me to. I maintain this for another 100 odd feet or so until I get to the main road. I turn around. This guy is now literally only 5 feet behind me. He's closer than he was before. Borderline pants shitting moment. I full on run all the way home. Barefoot and sliders, by the way, without looking behind me until I got to my front door, and that was that. Never saw him again. Could be a coincidence, sure. Maybe I happened upon a 2 a.m. power walker. But also, maybe I almost got robbed. I don't know. If I had, maybe the story would be in a different subreddit. This happened to me over 30 years ago, but I remember the feeling of fear as if it were yesterday. I was in college, a female, taking a course on outdoor survival. The course ended with a 3-day, 3-night wilderness solo. We were allowed to take a backpack, empty canteen, sleeping bag, knife, 6 matches, a rope, a plastic sheet, a change of clothes, extra socks, tablets, small cooking pot and spoon, and that's about it. We were not allowed to bring food or water since part of our training was identifying edibles and finding a water source. Once I was dropped off, I had to hike to find a spot to set up to camp. First, I had to place a flag on a tree near my drop-off point so that I could be located 3 days later for pickup. I was loving life. It was just me and nature. I had zero fear, even as nightfall began. I enjoyed the sounds of the woods all around me and didn't mind not having a tent. I built a small fire and had a great feeling of peace. I slept well that night, but woke up thirsty. My search for a water source began. Happily, I found a muddy stream. I let the water settle in my pot, placed the tablets in the water, and boiled it for good measure. Yuck. Not a great taste, but at least I was hydrated. All went well, and I had a great time until my last day. It was early afternoon on the last day and time to break camp. I cleaned up my camp area and hiked out to my drop-off spot. As I sat leaning up against a tree, I heard the sound of a vehicle off in the distance. I figured it had to be my pickup. As I waited, a vehicle that I'd never seen before pulled up into the dirt path in front of me. Immediately, I realized that I did not know the man who was driving. He gave me this really odd look. My gut told me that he was bad news. He asked what I was doing there and if I was alone. I said that my friends were behind me breaking camp. He gave me this knowing look, got back in his vehicle, and rode off. I was completely terrified. I knew I had to hide, and fast. I ran into the woods and hid. As I ran, I heard that same car come back. I stayed as quiet as I could and remained hidden. I heard him get out of the car. I could hear him calling to me, walking through the brush looking for me. I was so afraid. Eventually, he gave up. I heard the car door slam and the engine start and the car pull away. Going back to my drop-off point was now not an option. So I began hiking through the woods, hoping I would find base camp. After walking for what felt like hours, I found a forest ranger. I told him who I was and what happened to me. He told me that I'd done the right thing since a young woman had been raped the night before, and the police and Forest Service had been searching the area for this man. Happily, he drove me to the base camp, where I learned that another girl in my class had had a creepy encounter with the man the night before. She had scared him away by blowing a brass whistle until help arrived. If there's anything to learn from this, it's always to trust your gut. And I never camped alone again. This happened to me about a month and a half ago. For some context, I enjoy working out 4 to 5 times a week. I go to a CrossFit gym that is relatively small, so the warm-up rounds are usually done outside. The gym is near a street that's surrounded by trees on both sides, and that road stretches for about a mile, which is a great place for the gym goers to run on, and is in fact encouraged on most days. I'm also a short female. I don't really look fit since I'm on the chubby side. This, however, always gave me a false sense of security since in my head, I didn't look like the traditional standard of beauty. Therefore, I wouldn't be a focal point for any creeps. Clearly, I was wrong. I got to the gym this morning. When I read the routine on the board, the warm-up said we had to go down the previously mentioned road. It was actually a pretty warm and sunny day, so I decided to do it. It wasn't the first time I went down that road alone. My biggest worry so far was getting caught up in the rain, which wasn't a concern on that particular morning. I grabbed my phone and my headphones to listen to some music on my warm-up jog, as per usual, and immediately went out of the gym to begin the small walk between the gym building and the beginning of that road. Halfway there, this car passes me by and slows down, driving at the speed I was walking. He honks his horn several times to get my attention, and I turned to look, thinking he needed directions or something. But when he gave me this wide, unsettled grin and waved at me, and then drove off. In the moment, I didn't think anything of it, since as a female, I do get the occasional honk or inappropriate comment about my bounce, and things like that when I'm outside warming up. So I simply shrugged it off, turned up the volume of my music, and continued heading towards the intersection that connected that road. What started giving me creepy vibes was that as I'm walking to that said intersection, I noticed the car waiting at the red light. As soon as that light turned green, the car did a U-turn and headed back toward my direction, once more slowing down his speed. He looks at me with that creepy grin, eyeing me up and down and making me feel exposed. I felt my heart begin to race, but I tried to ignore it since he was going in the opposite direction as me now. Besides, it was the middle of the day. There were other cars passing by, so he wouldn't try anything else. At least that's what I tried to convince myself of. By this time, I'd reached the intersection, so I turned onto the road and began to jog alongside of it. I was a little concerned by this dude, literally going out of his way to look at me, but I tried to concentrate on keeping my pace and my breathing at a steady rate, using my music to keep me distracted too. Not 2 minutes passed when I see on the opposite side of the road, that same car slowing down beside me again. This meant he'd made another U-turn somewhere, took the light at the intersection, and then turned in the same direction I was jogging towards. The man driving looked at me with that stupid grin once more. He said some words to me that I didn't really catch since I had my volume up pretty high, and then he sped off once again. Alright, so at this point I am starting to freak out because he's gone out of his way twice. I'm hyper aware of my heartbeat as I feel a wave of panic begin to wash over me. I suddenly realize that I'm just starting my jog down this road, where there's no buildings around, no place to hide, and I'm completely alone. Right up the hill of the road, there's another intersection that can't be seen from where I'm currently at. But something was telling me that this dude was going to make yet another U-turn and make a pass at me once more. I see another jogger a little ahead, and since I really wanted to do this workout, I decided to catch up with him. In my head, I figured he must be one of the gym goers too, and he was running up that road, so maybe I could jog with him and have some company. I pick up my pace to get to him faster. Eventually I do, but I don't recognize him. Remember, my gym is rather small, so the faces get pretty familiar rather quickly. Still, I hoped he was maybe a new member or just one of the few I hadn't met yet.
I just wanted an excuse to not be alone. I asked him if by chance he goes to the gym down the road, not wanting to be too specific in case he ended up also being a creep, but he tells me no. Shit. I thank him anyway and decide to bolt back to the gym. There's no way I'm running up this lonely street by myself with some stranger following me in his car. God knows what his intentions were. But considering his expression, I wasn't willing to take the risk and find out. As I'm heading down the road on my way back, the car passes me yet again. Just as I expected, he'd gotten to the second intersection and made a third U-turn, if you're counting. Still that creepy grin on his lips, still slowing down his speed to drive at my pace, his eyes looking at me as if I was absolutely naked in front of him. He was closer to me now, and I could see through the window that while his left hand was on the wheel, his right hand was on his lap, gripping something in it. I quickly looked away, fearing that what I saw is what I actually saw, and I didn't want to confirm my suspicions, but I was clearly shaken. My jog turning into a run when he speeds off again. I'm literally on the verge of a panic attack, only focusing on how the hell I was going to reach my gym safely. Sure, it wasn't that far away, but I obviously couldn't outrun a car. I turned off my music and called my best friend on the phone. I don't know why I did that, since she's overseas studying and there's no way for her to help me. I should have called the police, but my panic-ridden brain was only thinking about getting safe and having someone to keep me company, even if only on the phone in the meantime. While I wait for her to pick up the phone, I notice the first intersection is up ahead, but to my horror, the car was on the very left lane waiting for the light to turn green. Finally, my friend picks up the phone. Hearing her voice helps alleviate some of my panic. My eyes were trying to focus on both the car and where I was stepping as I ran. I needed to be careful, of course. And then the light turned green. The car began to move and yes, did a fourth U-turn. Trying my hardest to explain the situation to my best friend with breathless, panicky words, when I see the man pass me again with those eyes, and that grin that sends chills down my spine every time I think about it still. Luckily, I was nearing the intersection. I could already see my gym about 400 meters away. My best friend kept telling me to breathe and calm down. She knew I couldn't get anxious then, and I needed to be safe first. 200 more meters. I'm searching around to see if I can spot that car. I can only hear my ragged breath, my heart, and my friend's voice trying to soothe me. Every car that passes me makes me flinch. I was too jumpy, too panicked by the whole ordeal. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. 50 more meters. I'm so close that one of my last bursts of adrenaline makes me run even faster. I finally reach the building and climb up the stairs to the second floor where the gym is and burst through those doors. Finally, I made it. I was safe. My body begins to relax as soon as I entered into the familiar, comforting space. My adrenaline was crashing fast, leaving more room for my anxiety to settle in. I tell my friend goodbye since I wanted to tell my coach about the situation, and quickly hung up the phone. Before I could find my coach, however, I fell into a full-blown panic attack. I started to hyperventilate. My body was shaking so badly that I collapsed into a ball on the floor and sobbed uncontrollably, not caring that anyone was watching me. All I could do was try to reassure myself that I was now safe and that everything would be all right. But I'm never going down that road alone again. In 2017, I'd heard news of people dressing up as clowns and running around with knives at night. Typically, I brushed those things off because I have my own set of problems. I, a 20-year-old female, was often up all hours of the night dealing with my screaming newborn. It was January or February, so we still had some snow. I wasn't able to get out of the house often. Taking out the trash, which is located right next to my back door, was usually the most I got out of fresh air. One morning, I took out the trash and happened to glance over to the right. Noticed footprints directly under the window to my baby's room. I walked over to inspect it, and not only were there footprints, but there were also hand indentations on the window screen. Weird, but the baby slept in my room, so I wasn't very confused at the moment. but my boyfriend was losing his marbles. Fast forward a couple of days, I was up all alone around 3 a.m. and heard not exactly what I would call screaming, but more of a screeching howl. We have lots of stray cats, so I assumed that's what it was and I just ignored it. Once the sun was up, I looked out the window and noticed a few new sets of footprints that really didn't make sense, because it looked like someone had just been passing in between the houses, but again, I blew it off because we had a lot of drug houses across the street, and people cross our yard before they get to their house all the time. Maybe around 4 nights later, again around 3 a.m., I'm feeding my newborn. I hear a dragging noise against the house, and from where I was sitting on the couch, I could see the back door. The back door has a window with blinds on it, and it doesn't seal very well due to the wood rot on the frame. I paused the TV and listened just to see if I could hear it again. Now directly at the back door. Looking over, I can clearly see a looming figure just standing in the window, holding one of those big kitchen knives. The blinds were shut, so I'm just seeing this creepy shadow version of all this. He runs the knife across the window panes before softly knocking. Meanwhile, I'm trying to figure out what to do with the newborn latched on, because my phone is up in the bedroom and something in me just doesn't want whoever this is out of my vision. I stand up and readjust because I really didn't want a screaming baby right then. Walking into my kitchen, I flick on the light and said, "Hey man, I already called the police and I'm sure you don't want to deal with them, so why don't you go home?" I really don't know why I talked to him so calmly and normal-like, but I don't think he was expecting anyone to say anything because he just froze. It seemed like he was talking to himself over about it, seeing if it was worth it. Then a few seconds later, he darted off down the alleyway. Never had anything like that happen again, but my boyfriend sure was mad I didn't wake him up to handle the situation, or at least actually call the police. I'm not sure if this qualifies as a creepy encounter, but I sure was creeped out once my sleep-deprived self realized what happened, and more importantly, what could have happened. This is a true story. I'm just getting into Reddit. I came across this sub and figured I would share my story. I dog sit for a family friend. They much prefer to have someone stay at the house with the dogs. I grew up in a town in the middle of nowhere and I love the countryside, so for me, this is like a staycation because I live in the city now. Never really have any time to myself. So anyway, their house is literally in the middle of nowhere. When I say nowhere, I mean it takes 2 hours to get to and from my work, and it's about 45 minutes to the nearest town or interstate. There's only one neighbor within 5 miles, and he lives directly across the street. I'm used to this from where I'm from. It's supposed to give you the space you need, but also make you feel safer, knowing you have at least one person nearby. However, this guy has done nothing but make me feel unsafe the whole time. So I get to Terry and Johnny's house, and they're telling me the whole drill. When to feed the dogs, water the plants, etc. Then, as they're loading up their stuff to take into the car, Terry says, "Oh, don't forget to tell her about Steve." John says, "Oh yeah, don't worry about the neighbor across the street. He's harmless. The guy drinks a lot and is a little bit off, but totally harmless. Hell, the guy has lost his license so many times, all he can do is drive a moped to get to town." He chuckles and then stops smiling. "However, just in case, this is where we keep the gun." He then takes me to his gun, explains it's already loaded, and if I were to use it, I don't need to cock it, just pull the trigger extra hard. At this point, I'm like, whatever. You keep a gun in your house when it takes a police at least 45 minutes to get to your home. Still, I've got no worries. I'm used to drunk weirdos. I know how to handle them. I love this life in the middle of nowhere, and I've got 2 protective dogs that will attack on a 1-word command, so I'm feeling pretty safe. Terry and Johnny leave around 3 p.m. I took the dogs for a walk and played some frisbee, and began unloading my stuff, while they're still worn out from all the running. As I come back out to grab the second load of stuff, I hear their neighbor Steve slam his door and seemingly have a phone conversation. I just hear his voice faintly, and then he yells, "Where'd you fucking go?" The dogs are probably hearing now and starting to growl softly. I tell them, "Calm down, boys, it's alright. It's just Steve, remember? Probably just wants some privacy. Let's go inside." As I grab my stuff, I hear him yell again, "I do care about my kids, you." And then I hear him throw something onto the unpaved road behind me. It turned out to be his cell phone. As I'm grabbing my other things, the dogs start going crazy and run a few feet behind me, barking and growling viciously. I drop my stuff and turn around to see a neighbor at the end of the driveway, probably 50 to 75 feet, just staring at me. I yell at the dogs to calm down and to get back inside. They do. I give a friendly wave to Steve. In my head, I'm thinking, this is kind of weird, but he's probably been drinking. Plus, they said the guy's harmless, right? And I've dog sat before and never had a problem with any neighbors. He then takes a single step forward and says in this weird sounding voice, "You all right?" Steve is wearing dirty jeans, work boots, a dirty red hoodie, and a red hat with a Confederate flag on it. He's also got dirty brown hair to his shoulders and a beard that's probably 5 inches long. "Yeah, I'm pretty good. My name is Pip. I'm just dog sitting for Terry and Johnny this week and I'm ready to get in and call it an evening with the boys." I look down at the dogs to see their reaction. They look like they're about to attack, and I'd never seen them act like this before. "How about yourself?" We sat in silence for almost 30 seconds before he stated, "I'm asking if you're all right. I'm Steve." "Nice to meet you, Steve. Thanks for being a good neighbor and checking, but like I said, I'm good. Are you all right?" Again, silence. Now this silence lasts for probably a whole minute. I figure he's gotta be wasted. To just get inside with my shit. So I turn around and finish grabbing my stuff. And as I do, I hear him take one more step on the gravel driveway. Dogs bark again. I turn around and Steve says, "I know 'em. Them dogs won't do nothing to me. They're some damn good dogs, that's for sure." I began feeling super uneasy. So I close my trunk and turn around to see if he's going to say anything else. I was about to tell him that I was going inside and then instead awkwardly say, "Yeah, He cut me off. "Yeah, what?" he yelled. I'm shocked and say, "Yeah, I'm going inside now. Thanks again for checking, Steve. I'm fine. I got the dogs this week. Have a good night." I turn and go, and the dogs follow me with no problem. Steve continues to stand right where I left him for literally 10 minutes, just staring at the house. Now to note, this house does not have a front door. There is a side door and a back door. The back door is the main door because the front of the house has those big green fluffy privacy trees, so you can't even see his house through the front window. You can't see either doors from the street. You have to come onto the property to see them. It's now about 6 o'clock, and where I'm at, the sun starts going down around then, but doesn't actually get dark until around 9:15 during the summer. So anyway, the dogs and I are on the couch. I've got my gaming headphones on while playing Red Dead Redemption 2. All of a sudden the dogs flip their shit out of nowhere, running towards the back door, barking and growling. So I'm like, what the? They don't do that unless someone pulls up in their car and they don't know who it is. I'm not having anyone over. I grab my knife, which is always close by, and start walking toward the back door. The dogs are still going crazy. I have no idea what they're looking at, but I don't see anything. But then, I look closer. I see moped taillights in the driveway seemingly hiding behind my car. I then try and focus in and see that Steve is turned around and staring at the back of the house from his moped, ducking behind my car. I get the dogs to be quiet. I hide to see what he's doing. Dogs are still growling, but at least they're not giving away my location. I stand there and watch him for 5 minutes. No movement, just a creepy stare in my general direction. I don't think that he can see me, but I'm not sure. He then shuts off his moped and crouches next to my car. Now I can see him peeking into my car windows. I don't see him actually try to get into it, but he walks around it a few times. He's not crouching anymore. Obviously, he feels like no one is watching him or even gives a shit that he's looking into my car. But he's only taking a single step, stopping and looking in my car, then at the house. Then repeat. Single step at a time. It's creepy as shit. At this point, I text Terry and tell her that Steve is doing some weird stuff. I tell her I'm starting to feel very uncomfortable. I get a text back reading, "Call the cops if you feel unsafe. They know him. They can come talk to him. Remind me to tell you about the time he was standing out by the tree at 6 a.m. when I was leaving for work when we get back. We think he had a psychotic break." Real comforting. So I talk myself down some. Again, this guy has to be just wasted. However, if he starts getting close to the door, I'm definitely calling the cops. Dumb idea looking back now because the cops take so long to get out there. I'm still watching him as he's made his second round looking into my car. He then gets on his moped and drives off. As he passes the window that faces the driveway, he speeds up, trying to make it so I wouldn't see him if I were just watching TV. Fast forward, now it's like 8 p.m. The dogs start going crazy again. I look out, and now his moped is parked in plain view. He's standing on the walkway just 30 feet from the house, staring and talking to himself. I had previously turned off all the lights so that he couldn't easily see in and see what I was doing. I see him take a single step towards the door, now 29 feet away. I grab the gun. I've calmed the dogs down and they are in full-on protective mode. One dog to my left and one to my right. It's now 8:15 p.m. I call the cops. I explain the situation and that the owners think he had some kind of psychotic break. As I'm halfway through explaining why I'm starting to fear for my safety, the operator says, "Ma'am, what is your address again?" I tell her, "Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, but you're not located in our county. We'll have to transfer you to the next one." "Are you serious? The owner said that the cops in the South County know him very well and know how to handle him. Isn't that you guys?" "Yes, ma'am, that is us, but you're located in a different county. That's not our jurisdiction. The guy who is bothering me lives in your county. That's why I'm calling you." The operator then transfers me to another county. When she answers the phone with the average 911, "What's your emergency?" I'm silent. I'm looking out the kitchen window. Steve has come up another 4 to 5 feet since the last time I looked out. 911, "What's your emergency?" I then explain what's happening. I explain that I was transferred because apparently I'm not in their jurisdiction. She tells me to remain calm, turn on all the lights, and I said, "That. This guy is waiting for me to do something like that. The doors are locked and I do have a firearm. If he enters, I will shoot." She then tells me that it's safest with the lights on. I turn on the lights. He notices, turns and gets on his moped and drives back to his house. I tell her what's happened. She asked if I would still like an officer to come out. Hell yeah, I want an officer to come out. Apparently the cops in the South County know him, but she transferred me to you. This is the third time he's come onto the property. He's getting closer and closer to the door. I do not feel safe. Someone that is not me needs to talk to this guy. Calm down, ma'am. We will still send someone. However, based on where you're located, it will take a while for one to get out there. That's fine. I just want someone out here. Thank you. I asked her if she would stay on the line until he got here or no. She says that one is on its way out, but she needs to be available if anyone else calls in. She told me if he comes back and I'm still uneasy, to call them without hesitation. Now it's getting around 9 p.m. The sun is getting ready to completely set. Again, the dogs go crazy. Now I'm getting really pissed off. I'm walking around the house with a loaded gun, so that if Steve sees me, he sees that gun too. I look out the window and see his moped, but I don't see him. Where is he? From the window in the kitchen, I can't see the back door. So I go upstairs. One dog follows, the other is too old to climb stairs. And I go peek down through the bathroom window. Steve's on the back porch, lighting matches and throwing them down onto the wooden porch. He doesn't seem harmless anymore. He's talking to himself, twisting his head back and forth like he's getting warmed up to fight, or having a conversation with another one of his personalities or something. I start filming him from the upstairs window, just in case I die, so that I could hide my phone, and when they find it, they know it had to be this guy. The sun is down and it's starting to get dark. He steps up to the door and starts knocking. He then starts pounding on the door. I'm pretty good at staying calm in situations, but my heart started beating so fast that my Fitbit had to change my heart rate tab every 2 seconds. If he gets in here, I'm gonna have to kill this guy, or he is gonna kill me. I could see pure hatred in this guy's eyes. He then stops pounding at the door, quickly turns away and runs back to his moped, starts it, and takes off faster than I thought a moped could even go. Not even a minute later, the cop pulls in the driveway. I'd mentioned to the dispatch operator that I do have 2 dogs who will bark at the officer, but will not attack unless given a specific word. They are trained and I do have a firearm. I'll leave the firearm inside when I go to meet the officer. I met the officer. The dogs didn't growl, simply gave a single bark apiece to let me know that someone was here. I went outside to meet him and told him that the guy just took off on a moped. He says, "Oh yeah, I think I just passed him when I turned onto the road." I explained that he's absolutely drunk or crazy, and if he sees him on his way back, that he should definitely pull him over because I'm quite positive he's definitely under the influence of something. Normal people just don't act that way. The cop basically shrugs everything off and says, "Well, are you gonna stay the night here?" I told him no. I'll leave the dogs overnight and come back in the morning. I asked him to stay while I packed everything up, and he nodded. I go inside and give the dogs love and treats and crate them for the night. I take off and return the next day with my father. My dad starts to walk the perimeter of the property, trying to show Steve that there is also a man staying here now. I'm a 24-year-old female, if you're wondering. Then, Steve wearing that same dirty outfit and hat, while holding a 24 case of Budweiser, is just standing at the end of the driveway again. I'm watching him from the front window. I see my dad at the other end of the yard. As he comes into view, Steve turns around and walks back into his house. I later learned that Steve had been to jail multiple times due to domestic abuse. His kids are not allowed to see him due to his violent nature. And he bought a 4-wheeler. No one knows how he gets the money to get these things. Terry and Johnny have never seen him leave for work. They've only seen him leave on his moped or 4-wheeler, then an hour or 2 later return with a case or 2 of beer. I don't know who he thought I was, but every time he looked at the house in my direction, there was just pure hatred in this guy's eyes. Who knows what would have happened if I didn't call the cops as early as I did. Back in 2009, I was a wildland firefighter. I was on an engine crew that consisted of myself, a 20-year-old female, and 2 other firefighters, Corey, who was a 23 male, and a crew lead, Amy, who was also a 20-year-old female, as well as our captain and our driver and pump operator. We were assigned to that big fire that tore through Los Angeles that summer and posted in Glendale where the crazy huge mansions are. This random civilian one day comes up walking and says he sees smoke in the dried riverbed just down a ways. As the closest engine, it's our responsibility to go check it out. So Corey, Amy, and myself are sent out with our line gear. And the guy says he'll be right back. He needs his camel back, which was weird since he was carrying a big jug, but whatever. He takes us to the edge of what is essentially a ravine and shows us this rope that we have to rappel down. Being young and dumb and loving our jobs, we just go for it. We end up in the riverbed and the banks are like 15 feet above us, with no way out but to walk a couple of miles back around. We realize this was all a huge mistake, but can't back out now, so we head on down the river. As we're walking behind this guy, we realize that his camelback has no water. In fact, it has no hose, and he's still carrying that jug. He's also got this camera around his neck. He's going on, babbling about random stuff, and then suddenly says, "I look just like his daughter's friend from middle school, who used to hang out at his house and then one day stopped coming over. I look so much like her that he wants a picture of me." I insist on a group picture and Corey steps up, but the guy says no, only the girls, the bunnies, then winks at Amy and I. Luckily, Corey jumped in the picture anyway and stayed by our side. A little further along, we come to a check dam. Picture a flat riverbed, and every quarter of a mile, there's essentially a man-made cement waterfall with a ladder built in to climb down to the next level. That's a check dam. The guy goes first, Amy second, then me, then Corey. The guy assists us down by grabbing our butts, and of course we respond by nearly kicking him in the head. After that first one, Corey started going down before us. After the third dam, Corey starts asking us how we feel about this guy, because he's still going on and on about me being his daughter's friend's doppelganger, taking random photos. We still don't know what's in this guy's camelback. We started discussing an order to walk, strongest closest to him, and how we're going to get out because the radios haven't been picking up chatter. Cells are in the engine, and it's still too deep to climb. Finally, we hit the fifth dam, and that's when the creep level goes up. Imagine a fork in the road, only backwards, like you're coming down a fork to the main road. We were on a right-hand branch, and when we get to the fork, he wants us to go backwards up the left side. We ask him, "Is this where you saw the smoke?" He says no, but there's a cave. He's insisting and damn near demanding we go check this out, and it's a really cool cave. Then starts calling me by this other girl's name and says he wants to take pictures of the firefighters in the cave. Nah, bro. At that moment, we hear radio chatter. It's not our crew, but we're catching a repeater on a different canyon and can tell by squad names, but he doesn't know that. We make up some excuse that they're trying to hail us and it sounds important, then pretend to key the mic and talk back. We rush along another half mile and finally see a low spot to climb out. He's behind us, and after we call the engine to get us, he's still hanging around asking us to go back down the river. But as soon as the engine pulled up, he took off. So yeah, I'm not really sure what this guy was up to. It's not as scary as the other stories you've read on here, I'm sure, but I don't know, man. The whole thing was weird. And I can't stop thinking about what would have happened had we not left when we did. A couple of summers ago, my girlfriend and I were camping in the Chequamegon National Forest in northern Wisconsin. And after our experience, we do not plan to return unless we go with a larger group of people. My girlfriend and I are from Chicago, so northern Wisconsin was kind of our go-to place for R&R. We've done a number of hiking trips in northern Wisconsin and in the UP, but never to this area. We're not backpacking experts, but we have been to a number of national parks and have been out hiking and exploring when we can find time away from work. We love getting away from people and relaxing in nature, but this trip made us appreciate the presence of other people around us in unfamiliar places. Our plan was to hike to a remote section of the North County Trail. The North County Trail is a national scenic trail, like the Appalachian Trail, but it gets much less use. In some parts of northern Wisconsin, the trail is very remote, and the only access is via logging roads. We plan to hike 15 miles along the trail to a backpack shelter, spend the night, then hike back to the car the following day. We spend the night at a friend's house in Wausau. Then we set out early the next day to the trailhead. As we entered the national forest boundary, we were captivated by the beauty of the thick green forest. I drive slowly along gravel logging roads as we made our way to our parking spot. While we were driving to the trailhead, We passed a couple of people standing next to a parked truck on the side of the road. They appeared to be quote-unquote the hillbilly type, as they had a rusted-out pickup truck complete with a Confederate flag bumper sticker. As we drove past, I waved. They just stared back without returning any greeting. Friendly people, I thought to myself. After we passed them, I looked in the rearview mirror and noticed they continued to stare at us. Before we rounded a bend, I glanced back into the mirror again and saw them still watching us through the haze of the road dust. My girlfriend and I joked about the up north people, but we didn't think anything else of that encounter. Aside from those people, we did not encounter anyone else on those remote logging roads within the National Forest boundary. We find the trailhead about 15 minutes later, after winding our way on the narrow logging road. There was no one else parked at the trailhead, a perfect chance to get some much-needed solitude, fresh air, and relaxation. After parking and making sure the car was locked, we hoisted our packs and set off on the trail. The weather was relatively cool, which thankfully kept the mosquitoes and biting flies at bay. We took pictures along the way, and we marveled at the lushness of this forest and the topography of the glacial moraine. After solid 8 hours of hiking, we find our campsite. It consisted of a wooden backpack shelter and a fire ring. Even though the shelter provided ample space for us, we opted to set up our tent in a smaller clearing that was about 100 feet behind the shelter. We built a fire at the shelter fire ring. I boiled water for our dehydrated trail food. As we ate, we watched the sky slowly turn dark. My girlfriend and I passed around some wine. We marveled at how many stars you could see away from the city. When the fire was reduced to a small pile of glowing embers, we decided to head back into our tent. We settled into our tent, looked through the pictures that we took that day. But after lugging a heavy backpack for 15 miles and drinking some wine, I was definitely ready for some shut-eye. When we camped at state and national parks, I usually wore earplugs. But that night, there were no RVs or other campers to make noise. So I closed my eyes and let the noise of the forest lull me into sleep. My girlfriend, on the other hand, was very uneasy that night. She normally had some apprehension whenever we were sleeping away from home. I'm not sure when we drifted off to sleep, but we awoke to a bone-chilling noise. It was pitch dark outside, and over the insects in the forest, I heard a dull thud. It sounded like someone was hitting two logs together. My girlfriend and I were wide awake at this point, and we lay silently in our tent, listening to that noise again. That old tent had mesh windows, but the backpacking tent that we were using had no window. We could only guess what was making that noise outside of our tent. Initially, we thought it had to be an animal that got our food and garbage bag, which we'd left in the shelter. But this noise was too distinct, and it did not sound like something rustling through food wrappers or our camp equipment. Our hearts were pounding as we heard that persistent knock in the darkness. Unarmed and scared shitless, we didn't know what to do. I would normally have carried a can of bear spray, but I decided to leave it at home to save on weight, and against the wishes of my girlfriend. That knocking continued, but we remained still as to not give away our location. For all we knew, whatever was making that noise had already spotted our tent. After what seemed like an eternity, the knocking sound ceased. We lay in complete silence with only the dull buzz of the insects in the background. Then we heard it. Leaves rustling. A branch breaking. Voices. We heard low talking in the distance. We couldn't make out what was being said, but it sounded like a couple of people talking in the distance. The voices continued for a bit. To our relief, the voices did not seem to get any louder. Whoever was out there did not spot the tent or just decided to leave us alone. We sat in our tent for the rest of the night, adrenaline surging through our veins. At first light, we slowly got out of the tent. I looked around in all directions to see if anyone was out there, but I only saw the forest and that backpack shelter. We quickly rolled up our sleeping bags and camp pads and put our tent away. When we got to the shelter, my girlfriend screamed in horror. On the entrance to the shelter, the wood was freshly cut. The word "kill" was cut into the shelter wall. and there were a number of axe and knife cuts where someone was chopping at that wood. I looked down at the ground, saw a scattering of fresh wood splinters. After grabbing our food supply and garbage bag, we got the hell out of there. We were nearly jogging with our gear as we made our way back to the car. I kept glancing over my shoulder, gazing out into the woods to see if anyone was following us. We traversed the glacial eskers that we saw the day before, and we knew we were getting closer and closer to our vehicle, quietly rejoicing as we neared the trailhead. We made it back to that trailhead in near record time, but something was wrong. The windshield wiper on my car was sticking straight up, and there was something stuck to it. As we inched closer to the car, I saw that there was blood smeared on the windshield, and a squirrel carcass was impaled on the wiper blade. Hair and blood still stuck to the wiper and on the hood of the car. I didn't bother cleaning it off. We threw our gear in the trunk and I sped off without removing the animal from the wiper blade. As I sped down that gravel logging road, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, but I could not see anything through the cloud of the road dust behind our car. When we got to the gas station by the nearest town, I removed the carcass with a wad of newspaper and tried to remove as much dried blood as I could. I filled up on gas and we didn't stop until we made it to Milwaukee. This was the last trip I took in the woods of northern Wisconsin. I'm a 24-year-old male, and this happened when I was about 18 or 19 and used to live in California. I've since moved away. There's a forest close to my old house with a creek running through it. My older brothers and friends and I would frequently explore this area. We all liked finding abandoned buildings and structures to explore. And the main reason why we came to this forest so often was because there was a storm drain that emptied out into the creek there. So we would explore it pretty often. It became a hangout spot for us. Anyways, one day my 3 friends and I decided to go to the storm drain. Let's call them N, J, and G for privacy. There are 2 parking lots on both sides of the forest. J and G came in one car, and N and I met them there in his car. This information will be relevant to the story later on. So we're walking through the forest, just goofing around. We eventually make it to the entrance of that storm drain. The way it looked, there was 2 entrances right beside each other. They were about 9 feet high. And when you enter the tunnels, there's immediately a steep incline. And then there's these concrete pillars coming out of the ground. It kind of looked like an old temple or something. We just always thought that was cool. And eventually those 2 tunnels came together into one. So we make it to the top, but it's flooded up there because of the recent rain. So we decide to turn back. By now, we really didn't realize that it was getting pretty dark. We can't really see a lot of light coming in from the entrance as we got closer. At this point, my friends N and G are further ahead of J and myself. And J and I make it right up to the entrance of the drain. N comes up to me and says, "There's a guy out there with a monkey mask on." At first, it sounded funny to me, but then, at the same time, a chill went down my spine. So I follow him. He points to the guy, and sure enough, there's this huge dude in dirty clothes walking with a bicycle. He has a monkey mask on covering his whole head. At this point, all 4 of us see this guy. We're not really saying anything to each other, just watching him. None of us were expecting this to happen, so we're all kind of shell-shocked. And it wasn't around Halloween or anything, so we weren't sure why he was wearing this mask in the woods all alone. We then see the monkey man picking things up off of the ground and putting them in a little sack. We were probably only 15 feet away from this guy. He wasn't even acknowledging that we were there. J and G decided to head back to the car because they were getting freaked out. N and I decided to stay back and see what else he was going to do. So they leave N and I to walk up further off the hill on the main trail to stay hidden from him. It was almost dark outside. Now it was getting pretty creepy. But at the same time, it was just cool experiencing something strange like this. We were both kind of thrilled about it. J and G are both out of view by this point, and N and I lose sight of that monkey man. So we're looking around for him, and then we hear leaves rustling down by the trail. We then see him emerge from a bush very fast. He just stands in the middle of the trail, looking straight for about 5 seconds. This really creeped us out. We weren't sure why he was acting so strange. He then grabs his bike, walks on the trail in the direction that J and G went. So now, we decide to follow him. That trail goes up a hill and then leads back down, so we didn't see him for a bit. But once we ascended the hill, we see him just standing there with his back toward us, doing nothing. Then all of a sudden, he starts walking very fast in the direction of J and G. N calls them, tells them that that monkey man is quickly walking in their direction. They need to get to their car fast, and then pick us up at the other parking lot on the other side of the forest. N and I quickly head back to the other parking spot. As we're walking, it's now pitch black outside, and we're using our phone flashlights to navigate through the forest. All of a sudden, all around us, we hear what sounds like a lot of humans, mimicking loud ape noises, but like very loudly. Some sound like they're very close to us, but we see absolutely nothing. Then we start running towards the parking lot. The whole time we're just hearing these loud screams and yells. That adrenaline rush helped us get to that parking lot very fast. And once there, the yells just stopped. J and G were there already, so when we got in the car, they drove us over to N's car at the original parking spot. Then we all drove out of that forest. I'm still not too sure what to make out of that whole experience. But I've always heard growing up that there's a Buddhist temple in that forest, and it's very secretive. I'm not sure if that had something to do with the monkey noises or what, but all I can do is make assumptions. The story doesn't completely end here though. Sometime later on, one of my brother's friends told me that he went to that same forest at night with a few of his friends. At some point during the night, a cop came down there and told them to leave, mainly because teenagers go there all the time to have sex and smoke weed, so cops frequent there. The cops talked to them for a bit and said that monks at that temple don't like people in the forest, especially after dark. And even the cop said he was angrily told to leave by one of those monks who spoke to him from the trees. I'm not really sure how much of this I actually believe. There was another incident when we were there, and a rock was thrown from the trees at my friends and I, and we had no idea where it came from. It was strange, and luckily, that rock didn't hit any of us. A few years later, when I got back to California, N and I decided to go back to that forest. And while we were there, we were talking about that monkey man again, and that yelling that we heard. Then that temple came back into the conversation. We both then decided to go check it out again, to see if we could find anything that will shed light on what we experienced all those years back. Now, there's a street that leads all the way up to that temple itself, but it was kind of far from where we were. So we decided to take the more adventurous route and climb the side of a steep hill that would get us there quicker. Once we got to the top, we stayed by the tree line and just looked out at the property. But there was no one there. We walked around the area, and since we didn't see any cars, we assumed no one was there at that moment. But there were some open doors that led into that building. We heard a few noises, so we stayed away. Obviously, people were there, and they were trespassing. But as we were walking away from the distance, we saw 3 people walking over to us, a man, a woman, and their daughter, who was probably around 20 years old. They told us they were lost and didn't know how to get back to the trail, and were trying to find the parking lot. This was really strange to us because where they'd come from was the opposite side of where the parking area is, and that the forest really isn't hard to get lost in, since it's just one consecutive trail that goes around the entire thing. Where they came from wasn't a trail. It was almost like they just appeared on those temple grounds, because it's like this huge open area. We didn't see anyone. Regardless, we walked them over to the main road that led up to the temple and told them if they follow that, they will find the parking lot. They thanked us and left. Ann and I stayed for a few more minutes, talked about how weird it was that they were lost in a very simple hiking area, but chalked it up as maybe their first time, so we brushed it off. After all that, we decided to leave, so we walked back onto the street that goes to the parking lot We thought we were going to run into that family again since we had only left a few minutes after them, but when we got to the bottom, there was a huge gate blocking the entrance to the road that was leading up to the temple, and we still didn't see them. So N and I had to walk around it and go back into the woods, which was very hilly. We had to climb over fallen trees and go through brushes and cross a creek. Once we made it back to the parking lot, we were surprised. We didn't see a family at all. It's very hard to climb over all those obstacles. The parents were definitely in their late 40s at least. That would have slowed them down for at least us to catch up to them, since they only had a few minutes head start. In that parking lot, there was no other cars. There were no cars when we first arrived. That family just straight up disappeared. That's my story of some of the strange things that happened in and around that forest. I'm still not sure what that guy was doing walking around with that monkey mask alone in the woods. And if those noises that we heard are connected with the monks and that temple, or if there's some kind of cult, and we saw one of them wearing a monkey mask. It's all still a complete mystery to me, and I'm not sure what to make of the family also that disappeared out of nowhere. But those were definitely some of the strangest experiences I've ever had. That place still holds a lot of nostalgia for my friends and I. I'll definitely go back there again someday. Perhaps I'll have even more stories to tell. When I was in my early 20s, I had a friend with a psychotic alcoholic father. She didn't live with him, she lived in a remote little coastal town. Now and again, we would go together to visit him and stay the night. My relationship with him was creepy in itself, but that isn't the subject now. One night when we were visiting, my friend and her dad had gotten into a drunken blow-up. He kicked us out of the house. This was around midnight, and we'd gotten a lift down and I hadn't had a car. My friend's dad lived about 4 kilometers out of town, by the way of a dirt road. So we start walking down that dirt road back to town, where there was a telephone booth. This was in the days before it was commonplace to have a mobile phone. I was gonna call my folks, who lived about an hour and a half away, and see if they would come get us. The whole way to town, my friend was drunkenly moaning and crying about her broken relationship with her father, and she hadn't let up by the time we finally reached the phone booth. She sat on the bench next to the phone while I woke my parents up. They agreed to come and get us, and I sat down on the bench for a long wait. Shortly after this, a van appeared up and parked just behind the bench we were sitting on, maybe 5 meters away. There were 2 young men in the front seats and they were looking directly at us. If that didn't make me nervous enough, the van door slid open. Then I saw there were a number of young guys in the back. I don't remember how many exactly, but definitely more than 2. The place that we were sitting at was completely deserted. There were no houses nearby, just more road. No people, nowhere to run, no one driving by. It was a shitty little nowhere town. I stood up so I could see them better. I kept my eyes fixed on the van full of men, acutely aware of our vulnerability. What I saw was that they were looking back at us. They were talking amongst themselves quietly at first. Then they started talking more and more loudly, and it had now become evident. They were deliberately talking loudly enough for us to hear. Talking about pulling us into the van, taking us somewhere to fuck us and kill us. I can't remember the exact words, but that was the gist of the situation. My whole body was not shaking, but quaking with terror. I couldn't take my eyes off the men. I remember the face of one of them so clearly that I could draw it now. He was just sitting in the door of the van, looking at me with no expression, looking at me with dead eyes, looking at me like I was a thing. All this time, my drunk friend hadn't stopped sobbing to herself. Whether she knew the van was there or not, I couldn't say. I knew I had to tell her about that danger, but I was actually so full of terror myself, I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. That was when the most incredible thing happened. My friend's father, who has never apologized to anyone in his life, and who was the most awkward prick alive, appeared out of nowhere, drunk, in his car. It's hard to describe how unlikely it was for him to do this.
He could hold a grudge like no one you've ever met. He was such a stubborn man. And he and my friend had an emotional reunion. The whole time my eyes were fixed on that van still. The men had now stopped talking and were just watching us. "Let's go," I said. We got back into the car and started heading back for my friend's dad's house. Then the van started up and they began to follow. I tried to explain to my friend's dad about the men, but he said, "Slow down and they can pass." They slowed down to a crawl behind us. Then they began to shout out the windows, screaming more threats. They followed us all the way down that dirt road, and then all the way down the driveway of my friend's father. They just sat in the van behind us, and we sat in the car, waiting to see what would happen. All of my friend's dad's neighbors were holiday homes. Nobody was in that night. We all knew that if the men decided to get out of that van and carry out any of those threats, we would receive no help. Thankfully, after a very long time, the van backed out of the driveway and left. My parents came in a panic to the house when they couldn't find us at the shops. My friend's dad hid in shame, and I went back to my family's house. I've been asked if I went to the police, but I don't remember. I don't think I did. It was just a really messed up time in my life. But that incident changed me forever. I'm a very fearful person now. I'm very overprotective of my kids. And I don't want to change, because I'd rather be like this than accidentally trust one of the millions and millions of psychos out there. When I was 7 years old, my father took my older brother and I to a cabin in the middle of literally nowhere for a week as a vacation. We also took our cat with us. Everybody had their own room, and I had the room furthest from the other two, positioned right where the woods started. There was a window right next to my bed, and on the right side, there was a tree right next to it that I remember getting to climb the previous day without success. The bedrooms were on the second floor, by the way, and the window didn't have any curtains or blinds to cover it. One night, I remember feeling really homesick and unable to sleep. The cat was lying on the bed with me. I was reading a comic book with a flashlight when around 2 a.m., I began hearing a tapping on my window. At first, I just assumed it was a tree branch tapping on the window because it was a windy night after all. And that was until I began to hear whispers. I just remember freezing in fear, feeling like a bunch of ice water had just been poured on top of me. I could hear whoever it was tapping and then saying things like, "Open up, son, it's Daddy. Let me in, Luke, it's cold out here." And the worst one I heard was, "Come on, it's Daddy, I just want to cuddle." I was paralyzed by fear. I just lay on my side, facing away from the window, terrified, close to tears. I knew it wasn't my father, and in my imagination, I thought it was the boogeyman or some kind of other creature. It would kill me. All the while, my cat was hissing and clawing at this guy. I just remember holding him, burying my face into his fur because he felt like a safety net. My one defense against this guy is I couldn't work up the nerve to call for my father. Then I remember hearing this horrible screeching noise. I looked around to see what it was. And I could see this guy with the most maniacal grin that I've ever seen, like something out of a horror movie, dragging a pocket knife against the glass, making that horrendous noise. I found my voice and screamed bloody murder. The grin disappeared. He looked like a combination of horrified and absolute full of rage. But then my father came barreling into the room with his hunting rifle. And as you can imagine, seeing that made this guy panic and sort of drop backwards. My father looked at me and made sure I was okay. My brother ran in the room, and then my father went off to go catch this guy, hopefully before he got away. But unfortunately, it wasn't a long drop, and the man probably only got a few bruises from it. He was definitely gone by the time my father got out there. We waited the night. Nobody slept.
before we packed up and went home the following day. I have no clue if they ever caught that guy, though I remember my father filing a police report and having me talk to the police to give them a description. I'm still grateful for my cat. He turns 14 this week and is still as feisty as ever, for providing me comfort during that awful, terrifying night. When I was around 18 or 19, me and a group of my female friends all drove to Grant County, Washington for the Warped Tour at the Gorge Amphitheater, which is pretty much in the middle of nowhere. After a very long and tiring but fun day, we piled back into the car around 9 p.m. and headed back home. We were driving along the highway, which had no lights and was surrounded by forest on both sides. At some point, a white car was quickly approaching our car from behind because they were definitely speeding. Thought nothing of it. The person who was driving our car got into the right lane to let them pass, which they did. Once around us, they stopped speeding and started doing the speed limit. None of us at that point thought anything was out of the ordinary. We were all pretty oblivious because we were talking amongst each other, having a good time, until I randomly noticed that we didn't seem to be going as fast as we should be. I looked to the front to check the speedometer, noticed we were only doing 45, which was 10 under. I eyed the car in front of us and wondered out loud why they'd been speeding, only to stop speeding and then go under the speed limit once they were in front of our car. Everyone pretty much wrote it off as, yeah, I don't know, dumb, right? We went back to talking for a few minutes, but then the person in front of us slowed down to 40 and then to 35. At which point, the person driving our car was getting irritated, said, "What the hell is this guy doing?" We're all completely confused and focused on the car, which then continued to slow down to 20, 15, 10. Then they just stopped, right there in the road. We were all freaking out at this point, but tried to remain calm and rational. Maybe something was wrong, but we just assumed that they most likely would have tried to pull us over to the side of the road if that was the case. From behind us, another car started approaching in the distance, and the car in front of us started to drive very quickly back up to the speed limit. Now this is when we started to get really scared because it was all too suspicious. The driver of our car tried, as the other car passed the front car, to stay behind that one as they approached. But the car in front of us would not let us by, and was staying exactly even with our car. If we sped up or slowed down, so did they. Because of this, and fearing for an accident, our driver got too scared to switch lanes and we backed off as the other car disappeared ahead of us. When we were alone with the original car, they once again stopped in the road. By this point, some of the people I was with started crying because we had no idea if this person or persons was pranking us or if they were genuinely up to something bad. One of my friends suggested that our driver speed around them, but I said not to because I was afraid they were going to try to ram us off the road if we attempted that. The way I saw it, being behind them was the only advantage we had. Not even a single one of us had cell phone reception either, which made all of us far too aware that this was truly like a scene straight out of a horror movie. We finally made the decision to do a U-turn with the person just sitting there. We sped off in the opposite direction as fast as we could. The first chance we got, we pulled over on the side of the road with our lights off, down one of those gravelly areas that a lot of semi-truck drivers rest in, so we could wait for the other car to come by. Finally, after something like 20 minutes, we saw a semi coming down the highway. We pulled out in front of it and made sure there wasn't enough room between us and the semi for another car to get through. Sure enough, as we reached that same spot from earlier, that car was still in the same area, going under the speed limit. When they saw us and the semi, they started speeding again and then disappeared ahead of us. I will always think back on it, wondering if we escaped something horrible, or if it was just a group of people playing an extremely mean and terrifying prank.
I was a live-in caretaker for a 94-year-old woman with Alzheimer's for about a year and a half. She had moved into her daughter's home deep in the woods in the middle of nowhere, Washington. Marie was prone to say weird things, like that her sister, who was deceased, mother, who was deceased, and husband, who was also deceased, were in the house or outside regularly. I myself had been working with dementia patients for years, so it never really got to me or bothered me. But Marie was terrified of those woods. She would always tell me how there's dangerous animals out there and how I could get lost easily, so I must always stay inside. She was also worried about her mother and husband having to travel through them. Again, this really wasn't worrisome behavior given her health condition. I'd been working with her for about 6 or 7 months when I would start waking up to her walking down the halls in the middle of the night. Sundowning is fairly normal for people with Alzheimer's, so again, I wasn't troubled by any of this. But she started going to a specific window and giggling, like she was interacting with someone outside the window. When I asked what she was doing, she'd say, "My mother is out there." Kinda weird, but there's a different perception in her world now. One night, in the dead of winter, her daughter and I are awoken to the blaring sound of the house alarm. The daughter and I check the doors and windows, none of which seem to be disturbed or unlocked. The only thing missing is Marie. She's nowhere in the house. Panicked, I rush outside to find her, while her daughter continues to search the house. No tracks anywhere, no disturbed snow, nothing. After 10 to 15 minutes of yelling and searching the woods, I start making my way back to the house where her daughter already was in the process of calling 911. As I approach the house, I see Marie, standing outside the window she normally stood at giggling. There's not a single footstep in the snow around her, nor is she cold to the touch. She's just standing there, laughing at nothing. Didn't even know she was outside. Her late night window visits became more and more frequent after this, but less happy. She'd get combative with the window and scream at whoever she believed to be there. Then it just stopped one day. One of the last conversations I had with Marie before she passed, she told me not to let them take me into those woods. And I hope they didn't. At the time this took place, I was 16 years old. I'm 25 now. I'll do my best to get the whole story down for you guys. It was Halloween in my small South Louisiana town. It was a crisp night. The temperature was in the mid-80s, and the heat showed no signs of slacking off. I was walking around with my older sister and our friend Brooke. My sister had gone as a cat, and Brooke as a witch. I had made the awful decision of wearing a formal gown, since I decided I was going to go as a zombie prom queen. I had a crown and everything. I was drowning in that dress though. It was so hot. The corset back was restricting my breathing. It was about 8:40. All the kids were pretty much cleared out of the street. We were making our way to the park next to City Hall, where my mother was supposed to pick us up. We were supposed to be there at 9. All 3 of us were about 6 blocks away at this point. My sister had stopped to talk to a friend of hers. I was not stopping though. It was close to time for my mom to pick us up, and I was not going to be late. I was also miserable in that stupid dress, and I just wanted to go home. I carried on for about 2 blocks down before I noticed that my sister and my friend had stayed behind. I was annoyed to say the least, but only had 4 blocks to go before I could lay down in my mother's minivan. Being alone in that dark started to give me the creeps. The yellow street lights didn't do the ambience any favors. I kept my pace and kept walking, until I heard the rumble of a muffler coming up behind me. I moved all the way off the road. The large black truck came past very quickly and then turned left in front of me. I passed the intersection. I only had 3 blocks left. Then I heard the truck again. I'd never moved back onto the road, so I didn't bother looking back this time. It wasn't too strange that the same truck had passed again. The 3rd time they passed, as they slowed down for a good 30 seconds or so. That is what scared me.
I didn't recognize the truck, and the windows were tinted heavily. As soon as I thought I could see a bit of a face, they peeled out and disappeared around a corner. I made another block before I heard that truck again. I was 2 blocks away from my ride now. I was scared and starting to run. I already couldn't breathe because of that dress, and I was terrified I would pass out. As soon as I heard that truck, my stomach retched. I still kept walking, only a good bit faster than I had been. I kept my eyes down and watched my shadow. The headlights came closer. When I heard the brakes, I made the decision to run. But I was too late. I now realized how close they were to me. I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head. I looked up to see the arm sticking out of the window. An eagle clutching a sword was tattooed on his upper forearm. He had my hair wrapped around his fist. But before I could really comprehend the situation, he pumped the gas, was dragging me along the side of his truck. I was running as best as I could, clawing at his arm. I was crying and screaming. The only thing that kept running through my mind was that if I tripped, I was going to be run over. This man was laughing, and I was completely helpless. As soon as it started, he let me go. I fell to my knees on my asphalt, tore my dress, skinned my palms, and my scalp was on fire. I was inconsolable. I was hyperventilating. I stood up and wiped my face. Then I looked around. I felt absolutely violated. I looked back the way I just come from, realized that this man had dragged me by my hair for a whole block and a half. Once I caught my head, I ran across the street to the park. My mother was nowhere to be seen. I climbed into the enclosed slide and just curled up and cried. I don't know how long I was laying there before I heard my mother calling my name. I came out and she was walking up the street calling for me. I walked over to her. She looked me up and down and started freaking out. Apparently, I had blood on my face and dress from my hands. She ran to me and asking me what had happened. Kept looking me up and down for a gash or something, or maybe something worse. I couldn't find my voice. I just held on to her and cried. We spent the next few hours at the police station, filling out a report. Long story short, nothing really ever came of it. My sister got into trouble with my parents for not being at the city hall on time. She was grounded. My mother had actually left city hall to go and look for us. She found my sister where I left her, and my sister hadn't even realized that I hadn't stayed. I got into trouble for not staying with my sister, but I didn't get grounded. Still pretty mad that that dress got ruined, and I lost the crown, and I'm even angrier that that man was never caught. This Halloween, I will be out with my godchild trick-or-treating. It'll be the first one I've gone out for in 9 years since that event happened. So first off, I should say I've been a lurker here for a while and only got an account a little while ago so I could keep up with the stories if they got my attention. Never did I think I would have something to post here. Honestly, I wish I didn't. I would have been perfectly content to just be a lurker. Let's start off with some background on me. I'm working one of those haunted mazes for the month of October. It pays minimum wage, so I get a little spending money to get me through college. Our maze is a corn maze / haunted house. I'm not one of those people who you get to jump out with a bloody mask and scare the visitors. I'm the girl who works the picture counter. You see, the maze I work at takes pictures of you when you go through a certain part of it. And then at the end of the maze, you can see the picture of you and your friends looking ridiculous and scared, and then buy it for $5. It's actually pretty fun to see people's faces. There's some actual pretty hilarious ones. I've been working here for a few weeks, just a couple of nights a week. A lot of people have come through, hundreds. Every single one of them has been caught screaming, jumping, staring in horror, etc. at the point where the picture is taken. But this Friday night, that changed. At about 8:30 p.m., a picture loaded onto my computer and I set it to print. I was told through text that it was a party of one, so I should just print only one copy. I got ready to do so and glanced at the picture. It was a single man, completely dressed in black, head adorned with a jet black bowler hat. He wasn't screaming, wasn't cringing away. He was looking right at the camera, his face shrouded in shadow. It unnerved me. I've never seen someone not react. Never. Whatever, maybe he was just used to it. Maybe someone told him what to expect. I got over it all, finished my night telling people their funny memories. Just as we were shutting down around 11 p.m., I was packing up the unsold pictures when I saw that man's picture again. I realized I'd never seen him to ask if he wanted to buy it. That was odd, as they had to pass my kiosk to get out of the maze. Again, I decided to not let it worry me and just drove home. Here's where it gets scary and weird. I went back to work yesterday, on Saturday, and did my job until around 8:30, and then the picture came through. Party of one. Man completely in black, not scared, staring at the camera. But this time, I could sort of see his face. He was smiling, in the most frightening way possible. Practically all his teeth were now showing. I felt sick to my stomach and wanted to leave, but I couldn't obviously. Saturdays are our busiest nights. Finally, the end of the night rolled around. He never came to get his photo, again. I told my boss to come check it out this time, showed him both photos, and told him how the guy never showed up to see me. I was visibly shaken, but he told me not to worry about it. It's probably some practical joker who was trying to freak us all out or something. But I am worried. What should I do? I work again tonight, so I'll update you tomorrow, but I'm freaked out. What if he comes back? What if he knows I'm working at this kiosk and knows I see his pictures? Update. So I'm convinced the man or whatever he is knows who I am and knows that I'm here. I think he's purposely here for me. Last night, on Sunday, I asked my boss if I could have someone work with me because of how nervous I was. He denied my request because he didn't have an extra people working, which I guess I get. Sundays aren't that busy though, even this early before Halloween. But this one was actually turning out to be, so he didn't prepare me for needing a bodyguard. He said he would come over every hour or so to check up on me if I wanted him to. I felt kind of childish and stupid, but whatever, I'll take it. It was early in the night, so it was still light out. Everything felt fine and was going okay. I was almost lured into a false sense of security, I suppose. I told him again it was fine, and I would just keep in contact with him in case things got weird. Well, they did get weird. At around 7:45 or so, I realized I had to pee. I texted my boss and asked if he would send somebody over to cover for me. He didn't reply, which is really odd. He's normally texting me back super fast in order to maintain if something's going awry. When he finally replied to me, it was 8:21. I know because I was glancing at my phone every 30 seconds. He said he would send the girl working the ticket counter, which I'm gonna call her Alex even though that's not her real name, to switch with me for a bit, because he would work the tickets. As soon as she got to the photo kiosk, I practically ran to the bathroom because I had to pee really bad. There was a line, of course. I stood there waiting impatiently. Just as I was about to go in, movement to the left of my eye caught my attention. I look over. There's just some empty cornfield that isn't really part of the maze. It stretches on and on for miles. I saw him. I freaking saw that guy standing there, in the corn. That same sinister smile on his face. I looked around and noticed there was no line. No people were now around me. My blood ran cold and my heart was beating faster than it's ever has. I jumped into the porta potty, locked myself in, and threw up. I cried like a little baby, shaking and heaving. I literally stayed in there for almost 15 minutes. As I walked back, I kept my eyes straight ahead, ignoring the cornfields beside me. As soon as I got back to the photo kiosk, Alex noticed I was messed up and texted our boss. He said he couldn't leave the ticket counter, so he told Alex to just stay with me until I was okay. I have this irrational fear of letting people down, so stupidly, I reassured her that I was fine and that she should get back to working tickets. I'll be fine. It's stupid, I know, but it's just a thing I have. I hate letting people down. So much so that I was willing to be terrified alone at that damn kiosk for another 2 hours. Dumb, I know. So Alex left, rather reluctantly I think, and I was alone again. By this time it was almost 9 p.m. I decided to look at the pictures from around 8:30 to see if he'd gone through. He hadn't. I think he knew I wasn't at the kiosk, and that's why he was in the corn by the bathrooms and not in the maze. I don't understand what I possibly did to make him come after me. Maybe he's not evil, maybe he just has a message for me or something, I don't know. I know I should just quit this job, but I can't stomach the thought of leaving them all with no one. It's hard to get someone to train them, everything else this close to Halloween because of how busy it is. I also just don't want to leave because I have this feeling in the pit of my stomach. Almost a primal feeling that no matter where I go, he's going to try and follow me. The hustle and bustle of a popular amusement park in Long Beach, California, grinds to a halt when a gruesome discovery was uncovered in one of its most popular attractions, the Funhouse. The cast and crew of the television show The $6 Million Man was shooting an episode in the Funhouse when one of its crew members accidentally knocked into a mannequin from its nesting roost, his arm falling off in the process. As the crew examined the arm that had fallen down, they were shocked to discover that inside the man was an actual human bone. And these were the mummified remains of an unknown man. Thanks in part to forensic evidence, the mannequin has been identified as an unsuccessful train robber named Elmer McCurdy. Elmer was born to a single mother in Maine back in 1880 and never knew who his father was. During his adolescence, he was known as being the town drunkard and quite the wild child. When he was 20 years old, his mother unexpectedly passed away, and decided it was time for him to make his way out west in search of riches and a job. In 1907, he was recruited for the Army during World War I, where he learned about explosives and the main ingredient in said explosives, nitroglycerine. After the war ended, Elmer fell into hard times, and that meant he needed to find a way to make cash and make it fast, thus starting his downward spiral into the seedy underbelly of committing crimes. During this time, he started traveling from town to town, robbing trains and banks along the way. With the knowledge of the power of nitroglycerine in his wake, he knew he could use this corrosive material to break into safes a lot easier, grab the money, and take off to his next stop. However, there was one problem that kept popping up wherever he tried to use this tactic. It never really worked out in his favor. This theory proved to be correct when Elmer attempted to rob a train in 1911 in Oklahoma. He attached the explosives to the safe. It ended up melting the silver inside the safe and rendering it completely useless. Another similar instance of a failed robbery attempt was in Kansas, when his position was given away while breaking into the outer layer of a bank safe, alerting the authorities across town. Finally, in October of 1911, Elmer thought he would make his big break robbing trains. He and several accomplices planned to rob a train in Oklahoma that was carrying payments that belonged to the Osage National Tribe. With their plan in motion, they thought this would be the biggest success yet. However, their assumptions were once again proven wrong, and they caught up to the train in question. Except this wasn't a cargo train they were robbing. It turned out to be a passenger train. At the end of the robbery, the crooks only ran off with $46 and 2 jugs of corn whiskey. Absolutely discouraged and tired of being a failure that he knew he was, he took a bottle of the corn whiskey and took refuge in a barn between Oklahoma and Kansas to drink his sorrows away. Little did he know that the police were hot on his trail, and eventually caught up to Elmer and were ready to put up a fight. After the gunfire blazed across the barn, Elmer met his demise and was pronounced dead on October 7th, 1911. Elmer's corpse was taken to a funeral home in Pawhuska, Oklahoma, and was embalmed while awaiting for his body to be claimed. Unfortunately, this day would never come until the funeral director decided that he was going to make a little money off of this poor soul's remains. Propped up in the funeral home, Elmer's body was used as a morbid attraction and somewhat of a physical form of advertising for the funeral home's care packages. 5 years passed and Elmer's corpse was still being used, once again, as a popular attraction, when a couple of carnival owners wanted to take him off the funeral home's hands. The funeral director refused at first, until the carnival owner convinced him that they were distant relatives of the departed Elmer and wanted to bring him home for a proper burial. The funeral director agreed, as the carnival owners whisked Elmer away and would become one of the most popular attractions their carnival had ever seen, simply known as the bandit who wouldn't give up. For over 65 years, poor Elmer's body had been passed around from carnival to carnival for years and years, and no one knew that Elmer wasn't a dummy in a pine wood box, but an actual human corpse, posed as a trinket for morbid curiosity. Finally, Elmer ended up in Long Beach, California, at the New Pike Amusement Park, and strung up in the funhouse until that fateful day when the aforementioned television crew stumbled upon a gruesome discovery. Elmer McCurdy got to travel one final time to his resting place at Summit View Cemetery in Guthrie, Oklahoma, where he can rest peacefully once and for all. This story takes place the night before Halloween, October 30th. I don't remember my exact age, but I'm sure I was in middle school, either 6th or 7th grade, so I couldn't have been older than 12. To provide some detail to this story, I didn't weigh more than 100 pounds until I reached high school. I was always very skinny, flat from just about every angle, and wasn't particularly tall or short for a girl. I was overall pretty low energy, but the one holiday that always had my excitement through the roof was Halloween. I was, and still am, a huge into costumes. That night, my mother drove my sister and I to this mini strip mall, where a discount clothing store had just opened maybe 3 months prior. The reason I call it a mini strip mall is because the only other open business on the strip was a Sally's beauty store and a Marshall's. It was a last-minute trip. It was going on 8:30, 9 p.m. or later, so the Sally's was closed, and both the Marshall's and the clothing store we were going to was going to close within the hour. That being said, the store was surprisingly massive once you got inside, and for Halloween, they decorated the place from wall to wall with really cool decorations and costumes. It was very easy to get separated from your group in a place this big. It had many tall rows that were nearly impossible to see over. Shortly after my family and I enter the store, one of the workers in the dressing room section puts on a skeleton mask and jumps out from behind one of the racks, scaring the shit out of me and me only. My mom and sister, of course, have a great laugh, and then separated from me to go shopping on their own. I knew it was in good humor, so I went looking for a costume of my own. I had a serious addiction to my MP3 player at this time, and had my headphones in while browsing. But I kept getting this chill on the back of my neck because I felt like I was being watched or followed. At some point, I took one of my earbuds out, turned the volume down, and noticed whenever I got that feeling, the person watching me was coming closer. I'd hear the creepiest whistling noise. There were a few other families in the store shopping, so I just told myself I was being paranoid and went to find my family. They told me they're going to go a few doors down to Marshall's and shop there before they close, and that I was welcome to keep searching the store and then come find them when I was done. My mom gave me like $20, and she and my sister left while I continued shopping. That feeling that I was still being watched or followed never left. I eventually looked under the clothing racks as I walked. I saw a dirty pair of black sneakers on the other side of me. However, I never saw this person's face. At this point, I knew I wasn't going to find a costume there. I was starting to leave the store to walk to Marshall's and find my family. I distinctly remember hearing footsteps not far behind me at all as I was leaving, even weaving between different aisles like I was. My heart starts beating fast at this point because now I know I'm not imagining it anymore. I ran track in middle school, so I was able to pick up my pace pretty smoothly without losing my breath. The footsteps behind me did not falter. It wasn't until I was out of the store that I finally turned around and looked at who was following me. I remember freezing when I saw him. It was a white male, probably no more than 35, dressed in all black with his hoodie up, just staring at me. He didn't have any bags, so he clearly wasn't shopping. While I'm staring at him, making eye contact, he never stopped following me.
In fact, it looked as if he was smirking. Looking back on this, I want to hit myself for not screaming for help then and there, but the sheer terror just locked up my vocal cords. I immediately turned around and broke out into a sprint. The Marshalls was several doors down and a good distance from the original clothing store, but I'm not slowing down at all, because I can hear that guy running behind me and how hard he's breathing to keep up with me. He was determined. I remember making literally whimper sounds when I realized he was gaining on me a lot faster than I was expecting. I was terrified that he'd snatch me up in this dark, mostly empty strip mall, and that I'd never be able to reach my family in time. No one would question it, probably write it off as a Halloween prank they'd seen. A last-minute burst of strength got me through the Marshal's automatic door, but to my horror, the guy ran in after me. We were both still going full speed. My brain hasn't stopped to think of anything beyond running at this point, to actually scream or notify any other people in the store that they're witnessing this was not a prank. I was in serious danger. Luckily, as tiny as I was, and quick on my feet, because I jumped between two revolving stands with phone cases and headphones that I knew he wouldn't be able to jump through because of his size. He literally shoves one of his arms through the gap and lunges at me, trying to grab the back of my shirt. Lucky for me, he makes a lot of noise doing so, and more people in the store start to look over. I haven't stopped running at this point. I have no plans to, and by the time I find my mom, I'm babbling, sweating, and crying. And the last thing I see of the man is him taking a quick retreat from the store. To this day, my mom and sister still think I over-exaggerated this whole story. They both still firmly think it was a prank played by the man working at the store with that skeleton mask. And I hate that it even happened because it really discredited my story and scared them. The man working at the store with the skeleton mask was a teenage boy with a bright red uniform on. The man that stalked and almost successfully kidnapped me was a grown man who had the most terrifying atmosphere I'd ever been around. There's many things I wish I'd done differently, but to this day I thank my lucky stars that I was small and quick enough to evade him. I didn't have my cell phone that day either because I'd gotten in some kind of trouble, so if I had been taken, there would be virtually no way to find me. Just writing this gives me chills, and still to this day, I'm extremely protective around my young girl cousins, especially out in public. This happened when I was in high school. At the time, I worked part-time at a grocery store, and it had become a tradition for all of us to go on some sort of haunt for Halloween. The first year we went to a haunted forest, then a haunted corn maze that began with me falling face first into a mud puddle. Then included things like getting stuck in a shed-type building with a slew of Jason Voorhees characters, being chased by Leatherface, and other such things. It was fun. If I find the right subreddit, I might tell those stories some other time. Anyway, I want to say this was our third year doing this. We're headed to a haunted factory in a nearby city. This was before smartphones, so we relied heavily on printed directions. Because of the size of our group, we had to travel in 3 cars, and I was in the last car of the caravan with my coworkers Noelle and Janie. Alas, we got lost because of the people, the head of the group, were terrible at navigation, and we ended up in a rougher part of the city. At one point, we drove by a parking garage and I heard someone scream. Eventually, our car got separated from the rest of the group at a stoplight. By the time it turned green again, we'd lost everyone. We drove around for a while, talking to one another on the phone, trying to find one another. I was in the back seat talking to someone in the first car, Laura, and trying to direct my driver, Noelle, while Laura tried to do the same with her husband, who was driving their car. It was not going well. Eventually, I was like, Noelle, just pull over somewhere and let them come find us. Now, there were a lot of places Noelle could have pulled over, like a Burger King or an office building parking lot, but he chose the parking lot of a shady bar. Why, I have no idea. Perhaps it was because there was a large KeyBank sign nearby that served as a good landmark for the others to find. So we're waiting in this lot for the others, when a line of about 7 cars pulled into the bar. This wasn't so surprising because it was a Friday night, and they didn't park normally. They surrounded us, The front end of their car is pointing towards us, and because of their closeness, there's no space for us to drive out of there. We were trapped. For a few minutes, they just stared at us from their cars, and then they all started to get out and walk towards us in this one big mass. There were at least 10 of these rough-looking guys, and by this point, I was convinced we were about to be robbed. "Your wallet out," I told Noelle and Janie, as I did the same. I didn't really have much money, to be honest, which worried me because I wondered what they would do if it wasn't enough. I was terrified but was trying to keep us calm, and Noelle seemed genuinely not really worried. I can't believe he wasn't at least somewhat concerned, especially given his car contained both a teenager and his girlfriend. As for Janie, she was so scared that she started crying. The guy, who I presumed to be the leader, reached for the door first, approaching the passenger side where Janie and I were. He looked inside the car at us for one moment, and then he and his group all went back to their cars and parked normally. Well, I wasn't taking any chances and ordered very sternly, "Noelle, go to Burger King for God's sakes." We eventually grouped up with everyone else and made it to the factory, which was far less scarier than what we just endured. Maybe it doesn't sound scary, but it really was. I have a few theories. One, the guys got to the car and saw that we probably didn't have much to offer them and changed their minds about mugging us. However, this one seems unlikely. Two, they thought we were someone else until they reached the car and looked inside. Definitely a lot more plausible. And three, they were just messing with us. Whatever the reason, I was truly scared, and to this day, 13 years later, I regard the city with caution. One Halloween evening, my 9-year-old little brother and 12-year-old little sister wanted to go out trick-or-treating. My mom told 15-year-old me to go with them to keep them safe. I didn't mind doing this because I knew I would get all the candy that my picky little siblings didn't want. They put on their costumes and looked for grocery bags to carry their treats with, while I put on a jacket, which carried my iPod and a pocket knife. The three of us headed out and started going door to door. I had a normal routine. Check if the house's porch light was on, walk up, stand behind my siblings while they rang the doorbell, wait for the person inside to give them candy, thank the person, and repeat for the next house. Nothing unusual, until my sister complained about being cold, and I decided to bring them both home. They grabbed one of my hands to keep their own warm, and I held on to them, keeping both of them close to me as we walked. We hadn't gone far at all. Our house was within eyesight, down a straight road. No one else was on the same street as us. A half a minute into the walk back, my little brother spotted a house to our right, 6 down from our own house, whose porch light was on, though it hadn't been on earlier. We all walked up, but there was no doorbell, so I opened up the storm door and knocked on the inner wooden door. We waited for a few seconds and heard nothing, so I knocked again, waited, still no answer. At this point, I got a weird feeling and figured we should just continue walking home, much to my little brother's disappointment. We had just gotten back onto the street, we're headed off again, when we heard the door of the house swing open, and a man loudly called out, "Hey!" I turned around while grabbing my sibling's hand, and in the open doorway was a tall man. I couldn't see his face or what he was really wearing because it was dark outside and the light was spilling out from behind him. But judging from his voice, he sounded middle-aged. The inner wooden door was wide open, and the man was propping open the storm door with his right arm, while he leaned against the door frame. Behind him, I could see a set of carpeted stairs and what looked like a kitchen with a ceiling light that illuminated it all. I can't repeat the exact conversation the man and I had, but I remember the gist of it. He shouted, "I have candy inside," with a distinct inflection and tone that set even more alarms off in my head. It was as if you could hear he had a huge smile without actually seeing it. I didn't see any candy at all behind him. I had enough common sense and stranger danger talks from when I was young to know you should never go inside a stranger's house on Halloween. I gripped my silent siblings' hands tight and replied, "No thanks," and began to speed walk away, dragging them with me. As we were walking away, he called out again, "Well, are you sure?" Which almost sounded pleading. Not stopping, I looked over again and replied yes, to which he said, "Oh, okay," in a creepy, exaggerated, sad way. He turned inside and closed the door. Who was this weird-ass adult man trying to get kids to come inside his house, and intentionally sounding hurt if they refused? It gave me all kinds of bad vibes, and while we hurried home, I told my siblings they should never go inside a stranger's house on Halloween. We got home quickly while my mom and I were checking all the candy for signs of tampering. I told her about the man. She seemed weirded out, but we really didn't end up doing anything about it. Do not try to get kids to come inside your house on Halloween, whether your intentions are innocent or not. There's an old nursery rhyme that goes a little something like this. Lizzie Borden took an axe, gave her mother 40 whacks. When she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41. Although there are several historical inaccuracies involved with the nursery rhyme, one thing is for certain. Lizzie Borden will forever be blamed for the deaths of her father and stepmother on Thursday, August 4th, 1892, and her home is said to be one of the most cherished ghost tours and haunted attractions in the United States to this very day. But to further understand the circumstances that were involved in her trial, we must take a step back in time to learn more about the axe murderess of Fall River. Lizzie Andrew Borden was born on July 19, 1860 to Andrew and Sarah Borden. Her father, Andrew, was known throughout Fall River as one of the most successful businessmen in town and was quoted to be worth $300,000 back in 1892. In today's currency, he would be well worth over $9,630,000. His business and property development, being the president of the bank, as well as his own textile mills. Andrew Borden was a man who was often frugal about his spendings, especially when it came to his wife and daughters, Lizzie and Emma. The family was known to be very religious, as the girls had become more involved in their church's activities and functions. Lizzie was a popular Sunday school teacher and served within various church-related organizations, including the Christian Endeavor School and the Women's Christian Temperance Union. When the girl's mother passed away, Mr. Borden remarried a prominent woman from the community named Abby Dufree Gray. It was no secret among members of the Borden family that Lizzie absolutely despised her new stepmother, even going as far as to only refer to her as Mrs. Borden. Their animosity towards each other, the main meals were regularly eaten as a family, reported by the housekeeper of 25-year-old Bridget Sullivan. Great tension was building throughout the home, and in several reported incidents, could have been the main cause for the murders of Andrew and Abby to occur. For example, Lizzie and Emma would often go on lavish vacations at the expense of their father, and he absolutely disapproved of. However, he would reciprocate similar actions in which he would spoil and treat Abby's family to various gifts of real estate that Mr. Borden had procured. This turned out to be one of the biggest rifts between the Borden sisters and Mr. Borden, as the dark energy inside this house came to a head. Looming over the house, there was an isolated incident that occurred that Abby Borden believed that her family's lives were in immediate danger. The family had had an awful bout of food poisoning from mutton that had been left on the stove for several days as the family's main protein for the week. But to Abby, she knew her husband had made enemies with people throughout Fall River and thought that this was retaliation for his actions. This was the main theory until an unexpected visitor came to call the Borden estate. A day before Andrew and Abby would be found dead, Sarah Borden's brother, John Morse, arrived for a visit to discuss new business ventures with Andrew. Reportedly, their discussion turned into a full aggressive argument, and they say the rest of the conversation is history. On the fateful day of August 4th, 1982, one final discussion was exchanged between Andrew and John at around 8:48 a.m. John left the estate with a pair of oxen and was said to be back around noon for the main meal. However, this meal would never come.
Between the hours of 9 and 10:30 a.m., Abby retreated upstairs to make the bed in the guest room, although it was rumored to be a chore that was shared between Lizzie and Emma. This was when footsteps could be heard from the staircase and stop in the guest room behind Abby. This was when the bludgeoning frenzy began. Abby was said to have turned around to face her attacker when she was struck on the side of the head with a hatchet, slicing her above the ear and on the side of her head as she turned and fell face down onto the hardwood floor. As the rhyme states, Abby was struck 17 times continuously to the back of her head as she let out her last breath. Unbeknownst to Andrew, his wife was upstairs dead as he returned back to the estate around 10:30 to be let in by the housekeeper Bridget. According to legend, his key wouldn't allow him to open up the front door and had to knock several times before being let in. Bridget recalls later that day that she could hear Miss Lizzie's laughter coming from the top of the stairs but couldn't see her. When Andrew asked where Abby had been to Lizzie, he recalled that she'd seen Mrs. Borden since breakfast and assumed she was looking after a friend who was ill at the time of Abby's murder. Soon after, Andrew retired to the sitting room, where he took off his boots and put on a pair of sleeping slippers, and proceeded to take what was intended to be a short nap before returning back to work. What happened next is the second half of that creepy nursery rhyme. During his slumber, Andrew was attacked with that same hatchet that had just killed his second wife, with fatal blows to his head, calculating to be struck between 10 and 11 times. In one of the most gruesome crime scene photos taken at the scene of the murder, Andrew's head was completely caved in from the hatchet wounds. One of his eyes sliced perfectly in half as it dangled from his still bleeding head. At the time of the murder, Bridget had been cleaning windows upstairs when she heard Lizzie's loud and frantic voice from downstairs yelling that her father was dead and someone came in and killed him. The family physician, Dr. Bowen, who happened to be the Borden's neighbor across the street, came forthwith and pronounced that both Andrew and Abby were deceased. Borden's time of death was reported to be 11 a.m. on that day. Soon the investigation of the Borden murders were underway as Lizzie, Emma, and Bridget were questioned thoroughly by the police. Lizzie's responses to the investigators' questions proved to be extraordinarily contradicting and somewhat inappropriate for the time, as her behavior soon became questionable in itself. One contradicting statement used in the trial was that before the murders took place, Lizzie stated that she heard a scraping sound, as well as a possible groan, before she'd returned inside the house, only to later retract that statement, claiming that she didn't hear anything at all and didn't know that Abby had been murdered. When Lizzie stated that she hadn't seen Abby when she was killed, Bridget and a next-door neighbor proved that this other contradicting statement, as they proceeded halfway up the staircase and could visibly see Abby's dead body in the guest room laying face down. The police also noticed that Lizzie's behavior was super bizarre for someone who had just lost both her parents in a very brutal manner. Her demeanor was calm, cool, and collected. As police conducted a forensic sweep through the home, they found the murder weapon or weapons in the basement, including a hatchet with a broken wooden handle. During early forensic analysis for the late 1800s and early 1900s, Andrew and Abby's stomachs were examined to see if the theory of poisoning had been a contributing factor to their deaths, but results proved to be negative. In the weeks leading up to the murder, Lizzie had been seen purchasing acid for preserving her expensive furs, but that was also not found in the Borden's autopsy reports. Police also did not do a thorough inspection of Lizzie's room during the investigation, as she indicated that she'd not been feeling well, and police didn't press the issue any further. Towards the end of the trial, this once again proved to be a failed and possibly a fatal mistake in pinning Lizzie as the murderer. Later that night on August 4th, police had been stationed outside the Borden home to protect the last surviving members of the family, and they made a very chilling discovery. He noticed Lizzie and a family friend, Alice Russell, go down to the cellar with a slop bucket and kerosene lamp. By this time, John Morse had returned back to the Borden estate and retired to the other guest room. The next morning, he left and was attacked by several members of the Fall River, to which police had to escort him back to his home for his own protection. Further investigations were carried out,
including inspecting articles of clothing in the home and taking the suspected murder weapon out. As the evening progressed, rumors started flying about the town as the Bordens would be visited by another prominent member of the community. This time it was the mayor as well as the police, telling Lizzie that she was the main suspect in the double homicide. According to their friend Alice, when she went downstairs to the kitchen to greet Lizzie, she saw her tearing up one of her favorite dresses. Lizzie stated that she'd gotten paint on the dress and it wouldn't come out. The only way to get rid of it was to burn it. Lizzie's hearing was held on August 8, 1892. Since the inquest was deemed private by the state of Massachusetts, her request for having the family lawyer present was denied. Once again, her behavior was described as highly inappropriate during the inquest, as she had to take doses of morphine to calm her nerves and proved to have aided in damning her case further. On August 11th, she was arrested and thrown into jail. Her inquest was ruled as being inadmissible in June of 1893 to prove whether or not she was guilty or innocent. The grand jury was selected on November 7th, as her indictment was carried out on December 2nd. The trial was long and arduous and took place on June 5th, 1893 in New Bedford, Massachusetts. Ironically, 5 days before Lizzie's trial was underway, there had been another axe slaying in Fall River, killing a woman by the name of Bertha Manchester in her kitchen. Although the murders were quite similar in fashion, Lizzie had not been the murderer in that case. Instead, a Portuguese immigrant named José Corella de Mello was arrested and convicted of the murder of Bertha Manchester in 1894. It was during Lizzie's trial that the hatchet found in the Borden house was ruled out as being the murder weapon. Prosecutors argued aggressively that the original handle could have been disposed due to it being covered in blood. The subject of Lizzie's dress being burned was also brought up at the trial, but nothing came to fruition in the eyes of the defense. During one point of the trial, the severed heads of Andrew and Abby were brought in as forensic evidence to show the jury the extensive wounds the victims had procured. At the sight, Lizzie fainted in the courtroom. After lengthy arguments being cross-examined across the courtroom, it was time for the jury to decide Lizzie's fate. On June 20th, 1893, after an hour and a half of deliberation, Lizzie Borden was acquitted of any connections to the death of her parents. Although rumors and speculations continued to taint the town of Fall River about her, she refused to believe any of it, only to ensure her innocence from the very beginning. No one had ever been arrested and charged with the Andrew and Abby Borden murders, and it remains an unsolved mystery to this very day. As the sisters grow older, Lizzie and Emma moved away from the family estate to another property in a wealthy district of Fall River. Lizzie passed away from pneumonia on June 1st, 1927, at the age of 66. As for her sister Emma, she passed away 9 days after in a nursing home in Newmarket, New Hampshire. Today, the Lizzie Borden case is heavily argued, as more theories are predicted and analyzed as her infamous reputation still lives on in a plethora of books, movies, television series, and yes, even podcast episodes. Today, the former home of the Borden family has opened as a popular bed and breakfast and haunted attraction, where guests can experience the ghostly encounters that are reported throughout the home. So it's up to you. Decide Lizzie's fate in your own mind. Was she truly innocent or actually guilty?
I was about 7 or 8 years old when this happened. It was around Halloween. My sister and I were in our living room watching scary movies. My mom had just left for work. It was about 9:30 at night, and she worked the third shift in a factory an hour or so away. My father had just got done walking her to her car and saying goodbye, watching as she backed out, as he always did, to make sure that she would be safe in her car, and our neighborhood wasn't the best to live in, so he'd come back inside, sat down on the couch, and we kept watching the TV. Child's Play had just begun, and being a kid and always terrified of dolls, I remember curling up on the couch by one of our dogs. I'd noticed that she'd woken up, was staring at one of the doors in our living room that led out to the front porch. To explain it better, we had an enclosed front porch, which was more like a big mudroom. It had an L-shaped table where I would do homework or just hang out with my friends. It was the first room you'd be in after opening the 2 front doors. After you came in the house, you were in that room. You could either go left to our old double doors leading to the living room, or you could walk straight to go through a glass panel door leading to the kitchen. I looked over at the door that she was staring at. I saw a silhouette standing in our front porch area. How we didn't hear the front door open is beyond me. I look back now and just assume maybe my dad didn't lock the doors, or maybe the left one got slightly opened. We had whitish curtains on those 2 double doors, letting us see through the front porch a little bit, as we'd also leave the light on until we go to bed, so people would know someone was home and awake. I don't remember if I pointed the man out or if my sister did. My dad got up and booked it to the front porch where this man was. Really quickly, to add a little background on my dad. 6 feet tall and kind of overweight. He used to be a nurse, then went into the Marine Corps. He used to be in pretty good shape and terrifying until he broke his hips and had to get surgery, resulting in him having to usually use a walker or just hobble wherever he'd go. Basically, when I say he booked it, he wasn't full on sprinting because he really couldn't do that. Nevertheless, he was still a pretty intimidating guy due to his demeanor and how he just carried himself. I remember hearing the glass door open and then just hearing a muffled yell. This went on for what I felt like forever, but in reality was probably maybe 10 minutes or so. My sister, being 12 at the time, was just laying on the ground by the double doors, trying to hear what they were saying. I think I was just watching the movie or something along those lines. Anyway, my dad comes in back a short while later and sits down. He says to not worry about it and just keep watching the movie. He ended up turning it off earlier and having us go to bed, but said that as he was going to sleep downstairs again. I was only 7 or 8, so while I was smart enough to put 2 and 2 together, he was worried about that guy coming back, I could tell. I wasn't too worried about it because as a kid, your parents can handle anything. Thankfully, that guy never came back, but I found out a week later what had happened after my sister and I did some eavesdropping and prying to put the stories together. Apparently what happened was the guy came into our house and was either drunk or on drugs. They weren't sure which. He was going to come into our house all the way, but when he saw my dad, he was taken aback. My dad just kept asking him who he was. Why are you in my house? The guy just kept saying, I'm here to work, man. I need money. Please just let me work. My dad tried to get him to leave once, and the guy just stared at him, not saying anything, which obviously made my dad more upset. He literally had to open up the front door and push the guy out. The guy just kept repeating again, please, I need money. Don't make me go out there. Please, let me work. I don't want to go out there. My dad must have finally got him out of the house after giving him a few choice words. I'm unsure if he called the police and notified them, but knowing my dad and seeing as no officers came, I'm assuming he figured he had it under control. Also explaining why he slept in the living room that night. We never saw that guy again, thankfully, and didn't have anyone else try anything similar. I still wonder if that guy was severely intoxicated or on drugs, but either way, I'm glad he never came back.
Anyone and everyone who's been on this earth for quite some time has heard of the Japanese video game and film franchise Silent Hill, and its real-life small American town that made it famous, known as Centralia, Pennsylvania. But what connects these two ideas together, and what turned this once populous, busy community into the toxic ghost town it is today? I hate to break it to a lot of video game enthusiasts out there, but Centralia has almost nothing to do with Silent Hill, except for the fact that it is continuously emitting toxic gas into the atmosphere and creating that foggy-like ambience that everyone has come to recognize and love. For the people of Centralia, this was once a home to a flourishing mining community in northeastern Pennsylvania that had 14 highly active coal mines and a population of around 2,500 residents until the early 20th century. It was then that the town's population continued to dwindle and flatline, as many still refused to leave their homes after the state became involved. A town that is forever affected by a burning inferno to this very day. Centralia has always had a very rich and lush history, beside the riches of the raw, unrefined fossil fuels that are buried underneath the town's surface. The mines themselves were often overlooked, even during the construction of the Mine Run Railroad in 1854. The original name of the town was called Bull's Head, named after their local tavern's Bullhead's Tavern in 1832. By 1842, the land was bought by the Locust Mountain Coal and Iron Company, and thus the mining boom began. Many of the mines were anthracite coal, an abundant form of hard and black coal that has a submetallic luster and a sheen that goes by many names, including black coal, blind coal, and Kilkenny coal, and also black diamond coal. It has the highest carbon content and the highest ranking of all coals known to this earth. A man named Alexander Ray, who was a mining engineer and then became the town's founder, brought his family to Bulls Run and started developing it into a village. From Bulls Run to Centerville, from Centerville to Centralia, the town was on its way to becoming a place where families could be raised. Money and jobs were creating a booming economy. But all good things must come to an end, as unfortunate tragedies started plaguing the town. One such tragedy involved the founding father himself, Alexander Ray, murdered in cold blood by members of the Molly Maguire secret society on October 17, 1868, while on a buggy trip from Centralia to Mount Carmel. After this incident, 3 men were convicted and hanged in the vicinity of Bloomsburg on March 25, 1878, as were many other members of the Molly Maguires, all throughout the state of Pennsylvania. However, this isn't the only time that Molly Maguires caused ruckus in Centralia. A local legend goes that a priest by the name of Father Daniel Ignatius McDermott put a curse on Centralia in retaliation for being attacked by several members of the Molly Maguires back in 1869. It was said that the St. Ignatius Roman Catholic Church would be the last building standing someday in Centralia, an omen of what was yet to come. Up until the 1980s, several descendants of the Molly Maguires lived in Centralia, but that, of course, was open to a legend interpretation. In its heyday, Centralia reached a whopping population of approximately 2,761, complete with various churches of different Christian denominations, 5 hotels, 27 saloons, 2 theaters, a bank, a post office, and 14 stores. The town started taking notice of its declining population as the U.S. prepared itself for World War I. Then the stock market crash of 1929 caused another big rift for its citizens, resulting in the closure of 5 mines from the Lehigh Valley Coal Company, laying off many workers and causing the town to go into a downward spiral. Even with the cutbacks, this didn't stop bootleg miners from continuing to work to make ends meet. This was when the miners implemented various mining techniques, such as pillar robbing, where the miners would take coal from the part of the mine that keeps the roof from caving in. Rumor has it that this was a contributing factor to the collapse of several of the mines, ultimately causing its town's demise as we know it today. On that fateful day, Memorial Day weekend, May 27, 1962, the Centralia mine fires began as a coal steam fire erupted underground, spreading through its various labyrinth of mine shafts and tunnels, burning over 3,700 acres of land. It's often debated what exactly caused the fires, whether they were originally controlled fires started by the fire department as a way to clean up the town's overflowing landfill that got out of hand, or from a band of bootleg miner brothers who started a fire underground near the landfill that was never extinguished. The theory was that the brothers became overwhelmed by the fumes, leading to their untimely deaths as the fires continued to spread. Supposedly, the fire department lined the landfill with incombustible material to help contain the fire. But 2 days later, residents were alarmed to see flames coming up through the town, and then again on June 4th. As the fire smoldered, residents started complaining of horrid smells coming into their homes and businesses. making them severely ill. Now it was up to city council on how they would handle this now overwhelming disaster. A mining inspector was brought in to evaluate the situation at hand. Upon inspection, a letter was sent to the Lehigh Valley Coal Company, stating the fire was started from an unknown origin and was getting out of control. The more the fire spread, the more lethal amounts of carbon monoxide seeped through the mines, deeming Centralia a very dangerous place to live. There were many attempts to try to extinguish the coal fires, although most were unsuccessful. One attempt was the state of Pennsylvania digging trenches to expose the trapped flames, to make them easily extinguishable. But when architects started examining the plans more extensively, an unfortunate factor was competing with Mother Nature herself. The amount of money needed to be able to extract the amount of Earth's crust that needed to be evacuated proved to be too costly, and the project quickly ran out of funding. Another plan was to use a mixture of crushed rock and water to again attempt to extinguish the fires, but ran into troubles again when below freezing temperatures caused water lines to freeze and halt the stone grinding. As luck would have it, the project ran out of funding yet again, being over $20,000. Even with all these setbacks, Centralia's citizens weren't ready to give up their home. People still lived their everyday lives, even as a good chunk of its own dwindling population moved away, looking to start over and away from the toxins rising from the earth. Every living thing started to suffer, from its residents becoming sick, passing out in their homes from vicious cycles of carbon monoxide poisoning, to its wildlife and flora dying slowly and painfully. However, it wasn't until February 14, 1981, when one of the biggest possible tragedies in Centralia brought the nation to its own back door. 12-year-old Tom Dembowski fell down into a 150-foot deep sinkhole right underneath his feet. Thankfully, he survived, but only because he was able to hold onto a tree root and was pulled out of the sinkhole by his cousin. By now, the federal government had started taking matters into its own hands. In 1983, when they came into the town armed with $42 million to purchase it, tear down the buildings, and find its remaining citizens safer places to live. But still, not everyone was on board for abandoning their homes. Out of its original population, a mere 63 residents stayed in town by 1993. And as far as the state of Pennsylvania was concerned, these 63 folks had become squatters in their own homes, as Pennsylvania had no choice but to invoke eminent domain over Centralia. Years passed by, and by 2013, fewer than 10 people remained and won a settlement against the state. Each was awarded a whopping sum of $349,500 and could actually own their homes until the day of their death. Then the state of Pennsylvania would seize the land and tear down whatever buildings were left. At the time of this settlement, Centralia's then mayor Lamar Mervyn spoke on the matter at hand and how he chose to stay with his wife instead of taking the bailout that was offered at the time. He recalled his wife looking at the people from the state and told them they couldn't have their house. It was the only home he'd ever known and owned, and wanted to keep it as long as he was still alive. Upon his death in 2010, at the age of 93, it was the last remaining home on the 3-block-long area. Today, the inferno still burns underground, as experts predict that there is enough coal underneath Centralia to continue to stay lit for another 250 years. As with its citizens, around 5 people still call Centralia home and don't plan on moving out anytime soon. The municipal building still stands alongside the fire station's garage, as well as the churches of the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary in city limits, and an Eastern Orthodox cemetery, the St. Peter and Paul Church and Cemetery on the outskirts of town. To this day, Centralia is still a popular tourist destination for people who want to see the real Silent Hill for themselves. As you take a glance through the billowing fumes and fog that has become synonymous with Centralia, it's a real-life ghost town, now covered with trees and other plant life, instead of homes and people, along with warning signs to deter anyone who tries to visit. However, if you aren't afraid of a few danger signs and still decide to stop, remember its history and the ever-thriving town it once was. Maybe even say a silent prayer for it. To those who believe in ghost stories and the lore that surrounds Centralia, Perhaps it was the curse manifested from Father Daniel McDermott that caused Centralia to fall and meet its unfortunate demise. On October 30th of 1975, 15-year-old Martha Moxley and a group of her friends participated in what's colloquially known as Mischief Night, sometimes known as Devil's Night. The night before Halloween sees children and teenagers the world over engaging in all kind of manner of pranks and vandalism. Martha and company chose to hurl full rolls of toilet paper over trees or houses so that long trails of paper were formed. Then, as if to alert the homeowners to their mischief, Martha and her friends would buzz the doorbell before running off into the night. It was innocent, albeit irritating fun. And as the group walked excitedly between potential targets, Martha was spotted talking to an older boy named Thomas Skakel. Later that evening, the pair were spotted swapping kisses and appeared to depart the larger group together at around 9:30 p.m. As she walked away hand in hand with the object of her affections, Martha's friends believed they were watching a budding romance. But the truth was, they'd never see Martha again. The next morning, Martha's mother walked out into the backyard of her home after spotting something lying underneath the tree. It looked like a pile of clothing at first, but as she got closer, Martha's mother realized what she was looking at. It wasn't some elaborate Halloween decoration. It was the bloodied, beaten body of her own daughter. Not only had Martha been mutilated to the point of almost being unrecognizable, but there were signs that she'd been carnally violated prior to her death. Pieces of a broken golf club were laying next to her body. There were signs that Martha's killer had resorted to stabbing her with the sharp end of that broken club once it snapped. After coordinating with a number of local sporting goods stores, law enforcement managed to trace the ownership of that club to none other than the Skakel family, whose son was one of the last people to see Martha alive. Naturally, this made Thomas a prime suspect. His suspicion was diverted when his younger brother Michael made a deeply disturbing confession. Michael claimed that around midnight, he'd been window peeping from a vantage point in a tree beside Martha's home. During that time, he claimed to have heard Michael confess to killing Martha with the golf club. Another child testified that Michael was given special privileges due to his family's connections. It had once been heard to say, "I'm going to get away with murder." 16 years later, the Moxley family commissioned a private investigator to reopen Martha's case. The investigator's written conclusion came to be known as the Sutton Report, and it revealed the fluid nature of Michael Skakel's ever-changing account, how it morphed from one that implied guilt to one that implied innocence, almost like he was being coached by the family lawyers. The report makes it clear that despite Thomas being the most obvious suspect, it was in fact Michael that was guilty of Martha's murder. It took over a decade of campaigning and investigating, but in June of 1998, Michael Skakel was finally charged with murder, and his bail set at $500,000. On May 7th of 2002, Michael Skakel's defense attorney told the courtroom that he was an innocent man, and had been at his cousin's house at the time of the murder. However, the prosecution was quick to point out that Michael had already admitted to have been hiding up a tree not far from Martha's home, that very same tree under which Martha's body was found. The prosecution then argued that Michael had been watching Martha kissing his older brother, then driven by jealousy, had approached her for similar affections once she was alone. The prosecution then purported that when she rejected him, Michael became so enraged that he attacked Martha with the golf club, beating her to death in the process. Prosecuting attorneys made such a convincing case that on June 7th of 2002, the jury pronounced Thomas Skakel guilty of first-degree murder, and he was subsequently sentenced to life imprisonment at the Garner Correctional Institution in Newtown, Connecticut. Following his conviction, Thomas insisted on his innocence, and in 2007, his attorneys officially filed for a new trial. Their bid was centered on the statement given by Tony Bryant, cousin to departed basketball player Kobe Bryant, and a former classmate of Skakel's. Bryant stated that on the night of Martha's murder, one of his friends openly admitted to wanting to attack Martha. The claim was inconsequential, but
threw just enough doubt onto Skakel's conviction that his case was brought before the Connecticut Supreme Court in December of 2016. To the Skakel's family's boundless disappointment, Michael's murder conviction was upheld by a 4-3 majority, with one judge adding that the conviction was the result of an overwhelming evidence presented by the prosecutors. The same judge stated that it was in his opinion that Michael's legal representation had not been incompetent, and his conviction was the result of his own guilt. Despite his initial conviction and 2016 denial of his appeal, Michael was eventually released from prison. It was announced that he would not be facing a retrial. Yet several important questions remain. Is Michael Skakel an innocent man who should have never seen the inside of a prison cell? Or was a murderer content to play a legal long game until he could pervert justice and secure his own freedom? Born on August 9th of 1990, Teresa Lynn Venagas lived in Dickinson, Texas, with her large and loving family. Teresa was very close to her two older sisters, but she had a particularly special relationship with her grandmother, whose home was a place of sanctuary when Teresa's home life grew too hectic. She was a good student and led an active social life, so it wasn't unusual for her to return home fairly late, even on a school night. And Halloween of 2006 was no different. Teresa told her parents that she planned to attend a costume party with some high school friends, but the story was merely a ruse. In reality, she planned to meet up with a 19-year-old love interest who was driving down to see her. We can assume that Teresa was excited at the prospect of meeting the young man in the flesh, as they'd been talking online for quite a while by that point. Little did she know that night was to be the last night of her entire life. A few days later, Teresa's body was found by a dirt bike rider. She was lying in a shallow grave, just a few hundred meters away from her high school. When the local homicide detectives began investigating her murder, their first port of call was to read over her cell phone records. Teresa had apparently called her date around 10 p.m., and an accompanying text message revealed that she was having trouble locating their proposed meeting place. This obviously made him the prime suspect in her murder, but a forensic examination discovered that he was innocent of the crime. Not a single trace of his DNA could be found on Teresa's body. Law enforcement managed to place her at a party on California Avenue at around 11 p.m., but it seems Teresa visited another party on Dickinson's Bramble Lane, where she was spotted shortly after midnight in the company of a man described as looking older than her. It's not clear who this man is, but we know for a fact that he's one of the last people to see Teresa alive, and law enforcement's failure to apprehend him is symptomatic of the case's frustrations and failures. Despite not releasing many details of the death, the police made it clear that foul play was suspected. It later emerged that she'd been beaten badly and had a closed casket funeral due to the water damage her body endured after being dumped in a drainage ditch. Others said that Teresa's body had some of the worst ligature marks they'd ever seen, and that when her body was found, a belt was still tied tight around her neck. It was also discovered that Teresa's hair had been cut off, which possibly indicated some kind of personal motive, or at least the killer was disturbed enough to take it as some kind of trophy. After local law enforcement appealed for an eyewitnesses, several people reported seeing a Caucasian man with long dark hair acting suspiciously near the high school on the night of Halloween. A volunteer search party also found a pair of glasses and a hair clip not too far from the drainage ditch, both belonging to Teresa, indicating that she had been resisting her attacker before she was finally overcome. DNA belonging to the killer was recovered from Teresa's body, but almost exactly 15 years later, it's still not been used to identify a suspect. It should also be noted that more than 45 people have been interviewed in relation to the case, but not a single person has been officially charged with Teresa's murder. On November 1st of 2016, almost 10 years exactly after her murder, the Dickinson Police Department released a statement pertaining to Teresa's death. There have been significant developments during the last 10 years, the post read. But investigators are still looking for additional information to help give Teresa's family closure. The use of the word significant developments is curious indeed, but it wasn't at all clear what these developments consisted of. However, some have suggested that the case had been linked to a series of other murders that have taken place in what are ominously referred to as the Texas killing fields. 9 months after Teresa was murdered, the body of Bridget Guerin was discovered on Crystal Beach. Crystal Beach is only an hour-and-a-half drive from Dickinson and is easily accessible through Galveston Island. And on top of that, the crime scene was eerily similar to Teresa's. Bridget was beaten, strangled, and indecently assaulted, then found dead half naked near a body of water. Despite there being no official law enforcement connection made between the two murders, it is plausible that the similarities in the murder mean that they were committed by the same person, given the relatively close time frame and the geological proximity to the so-called killing fields. The Texas killing fields consist of a 50-mile stretch of Interstate 45, which runs between the cities of Houston and Galveston. The place became infamous following the discovery of 4 corpses near the Calder oil fields, which are just 6 miles away from where Teresa's body was found. Since the 1970s, the disappearances of almost 30 different young women have been associated with this patch of land, a place which has also been described as a serial killer cemetery due to the area's pronounced isolation. Some theorize that multiple serial killers have operated in that area over the years, but only a handful of the murders have been officially connected. Another of these murders is that of 23-year-old Sarah Trusty, who was discovered in the Texas City Dike on June 28, 2002. Sarah was murdered 4 years before Teresa, but the dike is only 16 miles away from Dickinson High School. It's entirely possible that whoever killed these girls might as well be the same person that killed Teresa. But due to the time constraints and dwindling evidence, there's only a slim chance that her killer will ever meet justice. Perhaps the man still resides in the Dickinson area, biding his time, just waiting for a chance to claim another victim. And when he does, perhaps the Texas killing fields will become the final resting place of yet another innocent young woman. On Halloween morning of 1981, while the sun rose over the St. Francis Covenant in Amarillo, Texas, 76-year-old Sister Tadea Benz was sound asleep in her small, sparsely decorated bedroom. On an average morning, Sister Tadea would wake up at 5 a.m. sharp, and she'd walk down to the on-site chapel to attend morning prayers. But on the morning of October 31st, one of Tadea's closest confidants noticed her absence with concern. "I was concerned because she seldom missed chapel," Sister Angela Martinix later said. So following the conclusion of morning prayers, a handful of nuns walked over to Tadea's bedroom in order to check up on her. When they arrived, they found that the door to her room was closed. This was extremely unusual. Sister Tadea was hard of hearing and usually kept her door ajar to hear the morning buzzer. Upon opening up her door, her fellow nuns were completely unprepared for what they found. Sister Tadea was lying naked on the cold stone floor, arms outstretched by her sides with a pool of blood surrounding her uncovered head. One of the nuns hurried to render first aid, but it was too late. Sister Tadea was dead. At first glance, it appeared that Sister Tadea's fatal head trauma was the result of an accidental fall, and to preserve her dignity, her fellow nuns wrapped her naked body in a bedsheet and placed it back on her bed. As word of the sudden passing rippled through the Covenant, a devastated young nun named Sister Florentine stopped by Tadea's bedroom in order to pay her last respects. But while sitting near the body, Florentine spotted something that sent a chill up her spine. One of her bedroom windows was ajar, and the pane of glass it contained was broken. Sister Florentine realized that someone had broken into Tadea's room, and if that was the case, her death might not have been an accident, as they initially suspected. After receiving word of a 911 call from the Covenant, 2 responding police officers performed a preliminary examination of Sister Tadea's body, and it was then that the first signs of homicide were discovered. She had severe bruising around her neck, and coupled with the lack of evidence of a break-in, this led the officers to surmise that she had indeed been murdered. Yet following an examination at the local coroner's office, local law enforcement learned that not only had Sister Tadea been beaten and strangled by some unknown assailant, she had been sexually assaulted too. After analyzing a series of fingerprints taken from her bedroom, law enforcement discovered they belonged to a 17-year-old named Johnny Frank Garrett. At his murder trial, Garrett denied all charges, despite the overwhelming evidence against him. Pubic hairs had been taken from the crime scene and determined to be exact match for Garrett's. A steak knife found under Tadea's bed was found to match the set of knives that Garrett had in his own home kitchen. Garrett admitted to sneaking into the Covenant on the night of the murder, but he said his intention was merely to rob the place. He had entered the Covenant not through Tadea's bedroom, but by the front door, and that his route took him from the medication room to the cafeteria, which is where he claimed to have picked up the knife. Garrett then claimed to have crept into several of the nuns' bedrooms, including Tadea's, and explained the presence of his fingerprints by claiming he'd leaned on a headboard while trying to reach a valuable-looking crucifix which was mounted on the wall. Following its retrieval, Garrett claimed he promptly fled the Covenant, was back at his parents' house by 10 p.m. However, one of the nuns stated that he couldn't have entered the Covenant through its front door, since it was only unlocked for scheduled visitors. Another nun was said to refute Garrett's claim as well, and that he stole some kind of expensive-looking crucifix, as Tadea had taken a vow of poverty and eschewed from luxurious material possessions. During Garrett's trial, the prosecuting attorney called a psychologist to the stand, one who interviewed Garrett while he was on remand. This psychologist was of the opinion that Garrett was severely mentally impaired, describing him as chronically psychotic. He also added that he had one of the most violent histories of abuse and neglect I've ever encountered in 28 years of practice. The court heard that when Garrett was just a boy, he'd been the victim of some kind of horrific molestations at the hand of his stepfather. This same stepfather then loaned Garrett out to other child abusers for the right price, all while giving the boy with drugs and alcohol in order to keep him quiet. While extremely tragic, Garrett's past was used to paint him as a violent and unstable young man, and coupled with the mountain of physical evidence, the jury saw it fit to convict him of first-degree murder. He was sentenced to death in September of 1982. Garrett spent the next 10 years on death row, until finally, the date of his execution was set for January 6th of 1992. Yet just days before he was due to face the lethal injection, there was an attempt at intervention from the most unlikeliest of places. The head of the Catholic Church, Pope John Paul II himself, contacted the Texas Board of Appeals with an appeal for clemency. Not only did he strongly object to the death penalty, but the Pope also argued that there was a considerable amount of new information coming to light, some of which indicated that Garrett was innocent of the crime he was accused of. The governor of Texas eventually relented and held a meeting to decide on whether or not Garrett's death sentence should be overturned. 17 board members held a simple vote, but not a single one of them wished to commute Garrett's sentence, and as a result, Johnny Frank Garrett was executed on February 11th of 1992 at just age 28. The violation and murder of a nun is perhaps one of the most viscerally disturbing crimes imaginable, and it's understandable that the police would want to close that case quickly to avoid a morale panic. But in their haste to do so, could they have condemned an innocent young man to death? 12 years following his death, Amarillo-based attorney Jesse Quackenbush took it upon himself to prove Garrett's innocent. Quackenbush told one media outlet that the newly discovered evidence of Johnny Frank Garrett's innocence is so compelling, it will cause even the most bloodthirsty proponents of the death penalty to shake their heads with doubt. He followed up with a letter to the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles, informing them that there were numerous similarities between Sister Tadea's slaying and that of 77-year-old Narnie Box Bryson, who was just killed 3 months before Sister Tadea, in the exact same part of town. The man convicted of Bryson's murder, Leoncio Perez Rueda, was incarcerated at the time of Quackenbush's investigation. But due to a lack of resources, law enforcement was unable to formally reopen the case. But even if the killer really did turn out to be Leoncio, a few years were tacked onto his already lengthy sentence. The finality of the death sentence means wrongly convicted innocents will never get the redemptive justice they deserve. With an elderly Leoncio approaching his own earthly exit, it's fast becoming too late to talk to anyone who actually knows how Sister Tadea Benz lost her life. Perhaps we'll never truly know the identity of her killer, but one thing we can be certain of is that a man capable of murdering and violating a nun in her mid-70s is nothing shy of a complete monster. In late October of 1982, 69-year-old Marvin Brandlin was living with his wife Ethel in the leafy green suburbs of Fort Dodge, Iowa. Their neighborhood they called home was a quiet, tranquil place, but every Halloween, the streets came alive with legions of trick-or-treaters. Marvin and Ethel delighted at the display of colorful and creative costumes, and happily handed out candy to any children who darkened their door. In 1982, Halloween fell on a Sunday, so in order to avoid any sugar-induced hyperactivity on what amounted to be a school night, the vast majority of trick-or-treating took place on Saturday the 30th. By around 9 p.m., a steady stream of visitors had started to peter out. The Brandlins believed the rest of their evening would be relatively undisturbed. At around 10 p.m., they received one last knock at their door. Marvin shuffled towards the door, half expecting to see one last group of trick-or-treaters outside. But when he opened up the door, he immediately knew something was horribly wrong. Standing on their doorstep, a man who appeared to be wearing a pillowcase on his head. Gazing out of two roughly cut holes were eyes that regarded him with a cold, calculating hatred. And when he saw the gun in the masked man's hand, Marvin realized that this was no trick-or-treater. The masked man raised his pistol, pointed it squarely at Marvin's head, then told him to back up away from the door. Marvin simply raised his hands and did as the man asked. Assuming he was some kind of armed robber, Marvin told the masked man that he was welcome to take anything he wanted. There was very little of anything of value in the home. According to Ethel, this was when the masked man told her husband something to the effect of, "I know about the safe, Marvin." To Marvin's knowledge, only he and his wife knew about the safe he kept hidden in his own office. And realizing that the masked man knew of its existence must have been nothing short of horrifying. You see, Marvin had very little confidence in the centralized banking system and chose to keep the majority of his life savings much closer to hand. This meant that his safe contained upwards of $40,000, with a further $5,000 worth of gold bullion. And naturally, the Brandlins tried their utmost to keep the safe a closely guarded secret. But there was no time to wonder how the man in the mask had come to learn of the Brandlin safe, because if he managed to empty it, the financial repercussions would be nothing short of catastrophic. With that in mind, Marvin suddenly lunged for the masked man's pistol, making one desperate attempt to save his fortune. But the man was fast, and too fast for Marvin, and in a split second, he sent a bullet ripping through Marvin's neck. Realizing that the robbery had gone horribly wrong, the masked man quickly fled the Brandlins' home, pulling off his mask during the escape route before tossing it over a garden fence. A devastated Ethel Brandlin quickly called 911, but despite Marvin being rushed to a hospital in Des Moines, he passed away during emergency surgery in the early hours of October 31st. With Ethel unable to give police an adequate physical description of the suspect, homicide detectives had no idea who the killer might be. The only real clue they had pertained to the killer's knowledge of the Brandlin safe, meaning there was an extremely high probability that the suspect was either a member of their extended social circle or even one of Brandlin's younger relatives. The couple's granddaughter, Teresa Trueblood, remembers hearing the news of Marvin's murder. "You go numb," she told a local media outlet. "I had to take my grandmother back to the house to get medicine. You walk in, and you're just in disbelief that it's happening till you see the blood, and you know it's real." As months passed, the police failed to identify a subject, and Ethel became increasingly depressed and despondent. Her heartbreak peaked during Thanksgiving dinner. After suffering what amounted to be a nervous breakdown, she died a few months later. She just quit eating and broke down, and she cried and cried and cried, Ethel's daughter recalled. "And I'll never forget when they carried her out in a chair. They always said she died of a broken heart because she didn't want to be by herself." As of 2010, the case was reopened in hopes of gleaning DNA evidence from the discarded pillowcase mask. But sadly, forensic analysis were unable to do so. Yet perhaps the most terrifying thing about this case is that the Brandlin family and their extended relatives seem to know exactly who the killer is. The only thing keeping them from the justice they deserve is the fact that there simply isn't enough corroborating evidence. For the longest time, we didn't pursue anything because we knew in our stomach, in our gut, who it was, said Teresa Trueblood. But there was fear. Grandma always lived in fear. To this day, not a single suspect has been officially named in relation to Marvin Brandlin's murder. His killer continues to hide in plain sight. So this Halloween, take caution who you open your doors to, because hiding among the throngs of innocent trick-or-treaters could be some very dangerous people. Halloween is my favorite holiday, not was, despite the events that unfolded one crisp Hallows Eve when I was 16. At the time, I lived with my parents, younger brother, older stepbrother, and cousin in a big but old house that sat in a cul-de-sac close to Main Street. Behind it ran an alleyway flanked by apartments, and it had a huge yard that my basement bedroom looked out on. We live in a small town. Crime seemed minimal in the area, and I made my way out that Halloween night to make the most of the best day of the year. It wasn't just what happened that night, though. It was, of course, what came after, and one small incident that came before. A few days before Halloween, my stepbrother and cousin arrived home to discover a pickup truck full of dudes taking pictures of our house. Weird, but when we approached the men, they seemed friendly and complimented our Halloween setup. It was pretty great, that is true. The men sped off without incident and were quickly forgotten. My stepbrother and cousin re-entered the story Halloween night, the big event itself. At about 3 a.m., both had been out drinking with their friends, and as such, both had left their respective vehicles and braved the icy walk home on their own. My cousin arrived home first, but couldn't seem to get his key into the lock, so just sat on the porch bench and waited for my stepbrother to show up. He did around a half an hour later. After having a bit of a laugh at my cousin for being so uncoordinated, he went to unlock the door himself. And no luck. They bit the bullet and called my mom, waking her up to let them in. She was, of course, unimpressed to be opening up the door for a pair of drunk idiots at this time of night, and didn't buy their story about the wonky lock. They insisted, though, and to shut them up, she finally relented and tried her key. She too could not get her key in the lock. Annoyed, tired, and just now confused, she wrote it off as a problem for tomorrow, and the three of them hit their respective hay. One other person arrived home late that night, me. Though I arrived much earlier than those two and was in bed by about midnight, I woke up close to 1 a.m., still tired. All I could feel was anxiety, and I didn't know why. At first, I tried to tell myself that I'd just gotten in a bit too much into the holiday spirit and psyched myself out. But then, I noticed a shadow. It was perfectly man-shaped and cast upon my window. I turned on my bedside lamp, blinked, and it was gone. It wasn't unusual, mind you, to see the shadows of people harmlessly walking through the alley, and I told myself that's all there was to it. But there was what happened after. I came home from school the next day. My parents were there. so was a locksmith, and so were the police. My parents were there because, well, that's where they lived. The locksmith was there because my mother had called him, as the confusion over the broken lock persisted. The cops were there because the locksmith and my parents had called them, and the locksmith proceeded to pull the tip of a knife out of our lock. I was relieved to see that that's where the knife tip had ended up, though, as they discovered 2 of our window screens had also been slashed, one on our garage and one at my bedroom window. Hey everyone, thanks for listening if you stuck around to this point. If you haven't yet, please hit the like button, the subscribe button, and that notification bell to be notified when future episodes come out. If you have a true scary story of your own, feel free to send it to my email or post it to my subreddit. You can stalk me on Twitter, you can stalk me on Facebook, and you can also stalk me on Instagram. All these links are below. Hey, what's up everybody? Long time no see, right? Yeah. Most of you who are regulars here are not going to be surprised by what I'm about to tell you, but I had every intention of doing and putting out tons of content for this Halloween season, but it's just not going to happen, man. These were supposed to be 3 separate episodes, but I've all morphed it into one because it's been over a week now since I've uploaded. I intended on uploading at least 3 times last week. Didn't happen. Intended on uploading 3 times the week previous. Didn't happen. It's extremely hard. If you want to peek behind the curtain just a little bit into my life, it's extremely hard to find quiet hours of the day and night in my house with a 4-year-old and a 3-month-old baby. So I was a little, yeah, I don't know. I wanted to do more, and it's just not going to happen. It sucks. I wish that wasn't the outcome, but it is what it is. And that's my life right now. I can't help it. By the time the house is quiet, it's like late at night, and I just don't have the energy for it. And I'm more proactive during the day, and during the day I have my 3-month-old baby, so yeah, I see where my my problems are and where they lie. So hopefully this makes up for it by having a nice longer episode than I normally put out. I've had some really awesome people, 2 of which help me find stories and are helping me find stories, and they do a fantastic job. I'm just super picky, man, and a lot of these Halloween stories are just the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over, and it just sucks. I wish there was there's really good stories out there, but they're just hard to come by. And as much as I truly appreciate those who have helped me find stories, and Sherry and Spooky Mennonite, you both are fantastic. Thank you so much for helping me out and finding these stories. Truly means the world to me, and it truly meant a lot to me for you helping me, because it did get a lot of these stories in here, but I couldn't fit them all in here, and there's a lot of them that were fine and good, but they're just, I don't know. I have this specific eye that I'm looking for these stories, and a lot of them are just duplicates. And even there's a couple of them in here that I read that I'm just like, meh. I mean, it's something, and I wanted to get something out for you guys. So hopefully, I don't know. I think also the problem is I look at Joel's stories, and he has these fantastic stories that are just like scary, allegedly true. You know, everything's there. It checks off all the things that I want, and I have this, I don't know what you call it, but this bar I have set in my head for stories, and I realize I can't bat 1,000 on every episode. I'm not going to be able to find these fantastic stories. I feel like I only find them once in a while, but again, I appreciate you ladies helping me out regardless. And I know, yeah, I don't know. I'm just rambling at this point, so I haven't done a ramble in a while, but I appreciate you all. I know there's some of you that aren't really big fans of the collabs, and I think I'm really legitimately probably only going to start collabing on my channel once a year, and that's for the Halloween collaboration, where I'll have other narrators and stuff come on. Outside of that, I don't think I'm going to collab very much anymore, because it's obvious that not a lot of you, most of you, don't like them, and it's understandable why. You're here to listen to me, and that's not to, pump up my ego or anything like that, but you go to Let's Read to listen to Let's Read. You go to Derek Weber's Scary Stories to listen to Derek Weber. You come here to listen to me. go to Darkest Hour to listen to Darkest Hour. So you're not there to listen to other people. So I'm going to limit the amount of times I do that because I don't want to piss anybody off. I think I've rambled long enough, and looks like my daughter is probably waking up too. So I'm going to end this here. That collab will be out on Sunday for sure. Promise, pinky promise. I already have that already almost done, and that's too easy. So hopefully you enjoyed this episode. Hopefully you enjoyed my rambling, and if I don't talk to you before then, which I guess I will, I hope you guys are having a fantastic Halloween season and a spooky season, whatever you want to call it, watching some good movies, eating some candy, doing all that thing stuff. Blah, 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 blah. All right. I love you all very much. I truly do. Thank you for being here and supporting me. Whether you like my channel, whether you like the content or not, I appreciate it. Thank you again. Cheers. I grew up in Oz. When I was 15, I took the family boat out and dove the reef myself, just to clear my head. This was mistake number 1. I was down at a depth about 28 meters, 90 feet, when I was only rated for 60 feet. Mistake number 2. Whilst diving, I spotted a 3.5 meter mako shark coming right at me. For those who are unaware, makos are basically the cheetahs of the ocean. They only have 2 speeds. Curious, which is harmless, and lunch, obviously very much harmful, and this guy was in lunch mode. So I hovered, and I've been trained to do, as there was no way for me to outmaneuver or escape it. Nowadays, we dive with shark shields, which emit electronic pulses that freak the sharks out and keep them away. But back then, what we used was essentially a chainmail sleeve. The idea being that sharks hate the taste of metal, so you give it your arm and it'll bite down. Decide you're gross and just move along. So I wait. It comes and I do a perfect move to give the beastie my arm. Just before the crunch, however, it occurred to me I left my sleeve on my bed. Mistake number 3. I had my kelp knife drawn and I stabbed it right as it bit me. It swam off. I was alive. However, now I had a series of problems. 1. I had a huge open gashing wound on my arm from the bite in open water and was trailing blood everywhere. Once the shock wore off, you realize that you're in salt water, and salt and open wounds don't feel very good. In a panic, I dropped my weight belt, shot up to the surface without any sort of waiting period. Hello, bends. Mistake number 4. Because I hadn't been paying attention to the currents, I was approximately a quarter mile downstream of my boat, which meant I had to swim up to it. Mistake number 5. When I got to the boat, I really started to wish I'd done as my dad said and had the comms fixed. Mistake number 6. Or that I'd at least upgraded the first aid kit, like I've been threatening to do. Mistake number 3. So I end up racing back to shore with nothing more than a tourniquet to staunch the bleeding. Long story short, my series of unfortunate self-inflicted events earned me 172 stitches, boatloads of physical therapy, because the shark had actually bitten down on my tricep and attached it, and easily identifiable scars on one of my arms for the rest of my life. Oh, and I lost my deceased grandfather's favorite kelp knife that he'd left me. On the night of July 25th, 1956, Italian luxury cruise liner the Andrea Doria collided with the MS Stockholm about 100 miles south of Nantucket in what became the most ill-famed maritime disaster of the age. 51 of the ship's 1,700 passengers perished after a navigational error sent the Stockholm smashing into the Doria's starboard side. Then over the course of the next several hours, the Doria tipped over and sank to the bottom of the ocean. There she's remained for the last 67 years, rotten with rust, crushed under the immense weight of the Atlantic Ocean. Yet despite being out of service for more than half a century, the Doria has continued to claim lives of those who visit her. Resting almost 250 feet beneath the surface, the ship's wreckage
lies just a few hundred meters from what's referred to as the continental shelf, an underwater cliff where the seabed drops off into the inky darkness of the ocean's far depths. This means, theoretically speaking, an instance of extreme seismic activity could send the Doria's remains hurtling significantly deeper into the abyss, making it a very dangerous place for potential divers. Yet to some, therein lies a tantalizing allure. Some of the world's most passionate and dedicated deep-sea divers have come to consider the Doria as the ultimate test of their acclimated skills. They train for years on end, investing thousands of dollars in cutting-edge equipment, all in the name of venturing where few have tread before. But sometimes, it costs them far more precious than money. In the last 67 years, more than 15 divers have lost their lives attempting to reach the wreck of Andrea Doria. Some have gotten lost while exploring the ship's collapsing compartments. Others have fallen victim to faulty equipment. Yet all were suddenly stricken by an agonizing form of decompression sickness known as the bends. For me, it was worth the challenge, said one diving safety officer at the New England Aquarium. I knew that not everybody could handle diving as deep as the Doria. There are just so many things that can go wrong with a dive like that. Divers like this are acutely aware of the dangers they face, but much like so many other things that mankind seems to enjoy, the rewards are worth the risk. Tom Pritchard's love of diving began when he was just 50 years old. In 2001, Pritchard's took a family vacation to Australia, and it was here that a casual scuba diving trip sparked a lifelong obsession. As he advanced through his diving training, Tom began to relish in the challenges it presented, and when he wasn't teaching neuroscience at Penn State's Hershey College of Medicine, he could invariably be found at one of the eastern seaboard's many diving spots. Yet unlike many of his peers, Tom was extremely risk-adverse. He wasn't chasing the danger of the Doria or anything like that, one of his sons later said. He was very conscious of the safety risks, and he was meticulous about his equipment and his gear. Tom might not have been chasing the danger of the Andrea Doria, but he still couldn't resist its siren song. By 2015, the 64-year-old was highly trained and highly certified in scuba diving. And when looking for his next challenge, Tom and his diving companions chose the Doria. On July 21st, they set out in two separate groups. By the time they reached the shipwreck, they had mere minutes to explore before having to begin their ascent. Some of the divers found ascending to such depths to be deeply daunting. Yet to his lifelong friend and diving buddy Richard Huck, Tom seemed as comfortable as ever. Huck later recalled that after returning to their ship, Tom had mentioned how peaceful it was down there in the endless quiet and dark. It takes a steady nerve to keep your cool down here, Huck later said. I knew Tom when he was just starting out, but by that time, it was like the pupil had surpassed the master. The diver's ship stayed afloat out in the Atlantic for 3 days, with Tom missing the second day's dive due to a bout of seasickness. However, the following morning, he appeared to have found his sea legs again, and when one of the Moors scouring the ship to the Doria came loose, Tom volunteered to reattach it. He hauled his rebreather and gas tanks onto his back, pulled on the various thermal layers and wetsuits, then set out to reattach the moorings. For Tom, the journey down to the wreck should have been a simple one. Due to the weight of his tanks and his equipment, all he'd have to do was tumble into the water, then let himself sink. Just shy of 200 feet down, Tom would have adjusted his rebreather to slightly lower the amount of oxygen that he was breathing. At those depths, the amount of oxygen we normally breathe on land becomes poisonous, so a diver will switch to a gas mixture with a lower oxygen content that won't knock them unconscious or send them into convulsions. This process substitutes some of the oxygen and nitrogen in the air for inert gas, helium, with the result mixture being referred to as a trimix. By the time Tom switched over to his trimix, he was almost in complete darkness. Then just a few minutes later, his helmet-mounted flashlight illuminated the Doria's rust-eaten hull. After landing on his hands and knees, Tom had to work fast. He fixed the strobe lights in the mooring line to help him find his way back. then quickly began reattaching them to the ship's hull. Every minute at such depths increases the amount of required decompression time dramatically. For a dive around 15 minutes, a safe return to the surface takes an hour or so, with divers needing to stop every 10 feet at precisely timed intervals. If a diver were to just swim directly back to the surface, instead of progressively slowly and gradually, the gases they inhaled in the pressurized deep-sea environment would turn into bubbles in their blood, like those inside of a beer can. These air bubbles can then travel to their brain, heart, or lungs, and cause a heart attack, stroke, or respiratory failure. Tom should have been back on the boat in around an hour and 15 minutes after he departed. Given his experience, he should have been more than capable of sticking to that schedule. So by the time an hour and a half had gone by, Tom's fellow crew members had started to worry. As per standard operating procedure, the dive master immediately contacted the Coast Guard, and within just a few hours, the skies above northwestern Atlantic were abuzz with search planes and helicopters. Yet as the day unfolded, a pair of fellow divers came to the surface. The situation became as ominous as it was confounding. One diver swore he'd spotted Tom at the 20-foot decompression stop, where he'd waved at him before continuing to the surface. Another diver went under to check, but Tom was nowhere to be seen. Visibility was at least a mile, one diver later said. If he surfaced behind the boat, we would have seen him. A Coast Guard plane soon confirmed that nothing was floating anywhere near the diver's ship. While down at the wreckage, the second of the two divers in the water at the time of Tom's descent made a chilling discovery. As panic and chaos erupted on the surface, a handful of divers were still exploring the sunken ship. When the time came to begin their ascent, the divers approached the mooring line to retrieve their strobe lights. But as they did, they saw a third strobe light affixed to the line. One of the divers who wished to remain anonymous claimed the strobe had the initials TCP written in it in waterproof marker pen, initials which should have only stood for Thomas Christopher Pritchard. I got nervous, the diver said, as there was no sign of Tom anywhere around that wreck. As soon as I progressed through the necessary decompression stops, I was acutely aware that whoever left that strobe on the line may have been lost in the wreck. Yet around the same time, our first diver claimed to have spotted Tom's approaching the surface. So how could he have been in two places at once? Finally, after taking an hour to resurface safely, the divers reported seeing Tom's strobe still attached to the mooring line. The report deeply confused the dive team, who now had no idea if Tom was near the surface or down in the wreck. Some began to theorize he'd been caught in some kind of loose fishing net and had been dragged further out to sea. The dive team then began tossing trash over the side of the boat, and while this might not be the most ecological friendly solution, it allowed them to track the ocean's current to better estimate Tom's potential position. It took less than a half an hour for the dive team to realize that the ocean's current weren't nearly as strong as they could have been, and that if Tom had indeed been dragged off by the wayward fishing net, he'd have almost certainly been spotted after inevitably reaching the surface. This meant that, at least in theory, there was only one place Tom could be. But after asking the ship's two captains if they could mount an impromptu search and rescue mission, the diver team refused. The ship the divers were using as their floating base of operation was named the John Jack and was owned by a man named Richard Benevito. Benevito co-captained the vessel with a man by the name of Mark Alexander, and in the aftermath of Tom's sudden disappearance, they issued that any kind of interaction with the press. Reporters reached out by phone, email, and social media, but neither Mark Alexander nor Rich Benevito would issue any kind of public statement. Yet while this might appear deeply suspicious to some, there's actually a rather rational explanation. Since deep-sea diving is such a perilous endeavor, enthusiasts are reluctant to name names or talk to reporters in the aftermath of a colleague's death, in order to safeguard their fellow divers from arrest and prosecution. It might seem crazy to think that divers operate in this code of silence, but in reality, that's exactly what it is. Some divers who'd issued public statements following the death of another suddenly find themselves blacklisted by many of the world's leading diving instructors. And in a hobby that requires so many complex and overlapping qualifications, it becomes very easy to gatekeep against the unwelcome. Yet while many were shocked by the secretive and callous manner in which divers conducted themselves, others weren't so quick to cast suspicion or condemn them. One Coast Guard official asserted that while the captain's decision might have seemed cruel, it was most likely the wisest decision that they could make. "If I'd have been John Jack on that day, I'd have wanted to go down looking for him," said one dive safety instructor. "But if I was the captain, there's no way I'd risk losing more people." Just a few hours after Tom Pritchard was last seen, the John Jack headed back into port, while the United States Coast Guard took over search and rescue duties. 2 days later, the search was called off, with Pritchard presumed dead. The Coast Guard declined to put its own divers at risk to retrieve Tom's body, a decision which was heavily criticized by some in the deep sea diving community. Since then, dozens of other divers have visited the wreck of Andrea Doria and are all told to keep an eye out for Tom Pritchard's body or any clues to his whereabouts. It's possible that Tom suffered a diving-related medical emergency while exploring the Doria's interior and will be found whenever the next diver just so happens to take the same route. But until his body is found, there's simply no way of fully explaining this eerie disappearance. Like so many before him who's heard the sea's siren song, Tom rests somewhere beneath the waves, entombed in the cold, dark depths of the deep ocean. Dad used to be an abalone diver as a young man in Victoria. Money by the bag if you wanted it enough. Though, half of the guys that do it act like they're on cocaine most of the time, from all the nitrogen in their blood. So it's a dangerous game you can only play for so long. There's one story that he told me once, and only when he got drunk on his 50th, about an encounter that he had whilst diving with a mate. The water down on that part of Australia is thick and black and cold. The kelp is so thick that some people get lost in it and tangle their breather hose, or more often than you'd think, just disappear. So anyway, he's diving off a shelf face, about 90 meters. It's completely black. He said you would just pull yourself along the face, grabbing abalone by feel. The pressure is enormous, and there are great whites swimming around with their mouths open, who regularly attack divers or cut air hoses, which, by the time you realize it, you're dead. Well, without rambling, he was making his way along the shelf, collecting, and felt a nudge on his back. His mate and him always worked in close tandem, so he just assumed it was him, reached out to pull him closer. But as soon as his hand touched it, it just smashed him out of the way and got its tail wrapped around the air hose, which completely ripped it off the connector to my dad's mask. So he immediately got his little pen light that he kept on his dive belt for checking cuts. He sees the end of a hose a few meters away spewing bubbles. The thing that gave me chills is the way he described it in the inky darkness 90 meters down. He could see nothing but the reflection of the bubbles from the hose and the dark, lifeless eye of a great white shark behind it. For what I can piece together from the odd story and the anecdote, that was the last dive that he ever did, recreational or commercial. He's never told anyone except me and one of his brothers, and I'd never dare to tell my mom. Dewey Dwayne Smith was born on July 24th of 1972 in the city of Kirkwood, Missouri. They say a person's environment has a profound effect on their character, and if he'd stayed in Kirkwood, there's no telling what kind of person Dewey would have become. But since his family moved out to Panama City, Florida, when he was still just a boy, he developed an affinity for all things aquatic. He joined the U.S. Navy as a hospitable corpsman and served 5 years before returning to his native Florida. It was while working with the FSU's underwater CSI program that Dewey first learned to scuba dive, and just a few years later, he graduated with a degree in subnautical crime scene investigation. After briefly working as a commercial driver, Dewey went to work at the Aquarius underwater research base just off the Florida Keys. Aquarius is owned by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration and is dedicated to the study and preservation of global marine ecosystems. The research base employs two kinds of people: habitat technicians who ensure the safety and structural integrity of the underwater rig, and researchers who take notes and carry out experiments. Dewey joined the crew of the Aquarius sometime in 2007, and by May of 2009, he was experienced and a trusted technician. He'd spent the late spring training divers from the US Navy in saturation techniques as they prepared for an upcoming expedition to Conch Reef, one of the best developed reef walls in the Florida Keys. The Navy divers looked at Dewey for experience and professionalism, but even the most diligent of divers are prone to the dangers of the deep. On May 5th of 2009, Dewey was assisting two trainees on a routine construction job. They were about 300 feet from the Aquarius, using the underwater jackhammer to install a weigh station that would contain breathable air. Dewey informed his two trainees that he was briefly returning to the Aquarius, but would be back within just a few minutes. 10 minutes went by, then 15, and having completed the task they were assigned, the two Navy divers decided to head back to the Aquarius themselves. Yet around halfway through that journey, they noticed something horrifying. Laying on the seabed, with his oxygen tube out of his mouth, lay an unconscious Dewey Smith. The two divers rushed to carry Dewey's lifeless form back to the Aquarius, but his air umbilical became entangled around 30 yards from the habitat. The second diver then took over and carried Smith the rest of the distance to the Aquarius, where resuscitation efforts began immediately. The dive team gave their all to save Smith's life and bring back his vitals. But tragically, he was officially pronounced dead by a US Navy doctor at exactly 3:25 p.m. Dewey's untimely passing as the first associated with the Aquarius program, and naturally, it sent shockwaves through the diving community. Many unanswered questions remained, but perhaps the most pertinent was how someone with so much experience could pass so suddenly and so unexpectedly, while doing something they'd done 1,000 times before. The Aquarius called in a panel of independent investigators to get to the bottom of Dewey's death, which they determined was caused by three distinct factors. Number 1, Dewey's closed-circuit rebreather failed on account of the hydrodynamic forces caused by the hydraulic impact of the hammer being used nearby. Number 2, the panel claimed that Dewey had become so comfortable with small-scale dives that he neglected to pay attention to his handset and heads-up display, which would have informed him of his rebreather's malfunction. But the third, final, and perhaps most damning reason behind Dewey's death was that he believed it was safe to return the Aquarius alone, which in turn put him in a very vulnerable position. The panel concluded that these combined issues caused Dewey to suffer a condition known as hypoxia, which can cause him to lose consciousness and eventually drown once his oxygen mask slipped out of his mouth. The term hypoxia describes a condition in which a person's body, or an isolated region of it, is deprived of oxygen at tissue level. When a person breathes in, oxygen travels from the inhaled air to what's referred to as arterial blood. This arterial blood then delivers that oxygen to the cells which need it, powering them in combination with sugars, fats, and proteins. But when that fails to happen for whatever reason, hypoxia occurs. The condition is known to affect climbers, even fit and healthy ones, when ascending to high altitudes. But it's also known to affect deep-sea divers too. As I've covered in the previous story, breathing sea-level amounts of oxygen during deep-sea dives is actually harmful to divers. So instead, they breathe what's known as the trimix, where oxygen and nitrogen are mixed with helium through what's referred to as a rebreather. However, if this rebreather malfunctions in any way, the amount of oxygen being fed to a diver drops. Hypoxia is inevitable. The first symptoms of hypoxia are barely perceptible. A diver might begin to feel drowsy or fatigued, which is entirely expected if you spend long stretches of time living on the seabed. They may also experience a tingling in their fingers or toes, which could just be easily a result of their wetsuit gloves or flippers being slightly too tight. The onset of a light headache might just as easily be dismissed as nothing of concern. But the same can't be said for the symptoms that follow. Along with shortness of breath, divers start to feel a slight dizziness or nausea as the amount of oxygen in their blood begins to decrease. Some are able to recognize such symptoms, and with the help of their fellow divers, they return to the surface slightly shaken, but otherwise okay. Others are not so lucky. Since hypoxia causes severe disorientation, by the time a solo diver realizes what's going on, it's often far too late to do anything about it. This disorientation then leads to devastating cognitive problems, such as impaired judgment, memory loss, and even dissociation. The final stages of hypoxia are nothing short of horrifying. A diver's skin begins to turn pale, as their brain becomes incapable of comprehending color. Greens become red, while blues turn a slight shade of bright yellow, and sometimes, in the final moments before they fall unconscious, some divers even experience a profound sensation of euphoria, having completely forgotten who they are, where they are, or what they're doing. Some divers have been known to take out their own oxygen mask before inhaling nothing but seawater, an act which seals their watery doom. Dewey Smith's equipment might well have malfunctioned, and through no fault of his own. But in opting to travel back to the Aquarius alone, he made the final and most tragic mistake of his life. In the aftermath of Dewey's death, the Aquarius suspended all diving missions and promised a full inquiry to the sudden and heartbreaking tragedy. Additional safety measures were suggested and implemented, while explorers of extreme environments from all over the world reached out to offer their condolences. To memorialize Dewey's life and accomplishments, Aquarius donated a Superlight 17 diving helmet, the helmet most frequently worn by their divers, to the History of Diving Museum in Isla Mirada, Florida. It's a fitting tribute to a man who lived and died with the love of the ocean, but also a constant reminder that no matter how much experience one has, the dangers of the deep ocean are ever present to one and all.